Good
afternoon to the audience from India and South Asia. Good evening to our viewers from East Asia and Oceania as well. Good morning to the audience from United States and Europe. A warm welcome to the Virtual Urban Thinkers Campus organized by KILA in partnership with National Institute of Urban Affairs, Regional Studies Association, European Urban Knowledge Network, US Green Building Council, Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, State Department of Urban Planning, and School of Planning and Architecture, Government College Engineering, Thrissur. The purpose of this two-day deliberation is to review the progress made by Kerala in terms of becoming an equitably resilient society, and also to listen to the perspectives and ideas from different parts of the world as well as from other cities in India. Today, we are joined by a distinguished panel in the opening session. Our Director General, Dr. Joy Lemon, is here. Let me welcome Dr. Joy Lemon into this session. We are also joined by Christine Auclair, Lead Advocacy and Campaigns at the UN Habitat. Along with us, we have Sri S. M. Vijayanan, former Chief Secretary and current Chairman of the State Finance Commission. We are also joined here by Mr. Hidesh Vaidya, Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs, as well as Dr. Shekhar Lucas Kuriakos, who is the Member Secretary of the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority. I take this opportunity to welcome the audience, the colleagues from KILA and the partner organizations, as well as the speakers in the opening session. Let me now request Director General KILA, Dr. Joy Lemon, to share his views and perspective and set the context of the two-day Urban Thinkers Campus. Before that, let me briefly introduce Dr. Joy Lemon. He is the Director General of the Kerala Institute of Local Administration. He is a doctor by training as well as further specialization in public health. He had 3 decades plus experience in public policy making as well as local governance areas. Dr. Joy Lemon has served at state, national, and international agencies and led and steered a lot of initiatives which have been contributing to the capacity building as well as transformative local governance. Let me invite you to speak and set the context, sir.
Thank you, Ajit. It's good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants. Welcome to this Urban Thinkers Campus. Here we are actually focusing on rebuilding urban Kerala through equitable resilience. I mean, for many of you are attending from other parts of the world, Kerala is a province or a state, the southernmost province or state in India. The context is that we are a rapidly urbanizing state. That's the most important part of the thing. And if you look at the data, you'll find that in the 2011 census, we registered around 47.7% of Kerala being urbanized. And in 2001, it was 25.9. So it's a rapidly urbanizing state, one. Second one, we all consider that Kerala is a rural state, which means there is this urban and rural continuum where you cannot actually distinguish between which is rural and which is urban, because the rural is also getting urbanized rapidly and fast. So that is also going to be our other challenge. The third one is, when we say urban, see, urban is not a homogeneous entity. We have around 87 towns or municipalities and 6 corporations or cities. But then each one of them is different from the other. And so its nature of urbanization, its nature of even the socio-cultural and all other things and economic aspects are all different one way or the other, so that it's all I would say it's not a homogeneous. When we talk about urban Kerala, it's actually not a homogeneous entity, it is heterogeneous. So this is the context in which we start. And then for us, we find that we are into sustainable resilience. Especially we had faced over the last 4 years, we had faced a lot of issues, especially with the floods, then now the COVID and the landslides and all kinds of natural calamities or disasters you'd call. And then we have to naturally think about building a resilient state, especially in the context of climate change and also the need for disaster risk reduced development in the state. And when we consider this sustainable resilience, usually when we talk about resilience and all, especially in this context, people always question some of these aspects of considerations of resilience. You cannot, without addressing social vulnerability, and it is fairly huge, without addressing social vulnerability and without considering equity and also without considering the various power and power relations existing in the society, we cannot actually build a sustainable, resilient society. See, people also, we also talk about sustainable resilience can happen only through inclusion. See, again, this inclusion is a word which requires detailed analysis. See, it is not just inclusion, it is equity which is of our prime concern. We need to actually think in those lines. And as I said, the power relations also matter in various aspects. The power relations in various aspects, not just about money or governance or something. Every aspect of the societal living is related to power relations. And but the other aspect is as which simply because I mentioned about the heterogeneous nature of our society or the uh, urban, we also should understand that Kerala had moved into a strong, we had actually developed a strong local government structure within, within. And we started it. See, we have the country had the 73rd and the 74th Amendment, which deals with the urban local governments. So in Kerala, in 1996, we started a big movement, a large movement called People's Plan Campaign, where all our development planning happens at the local level with the people's participation to the most core thing. And the funds, functionaries, and functions were transferred to the local governments. So that is one of the core principles of local government system. And the funds, functionaries, and the functions were transferred to the local governments. And this enables the local governments, especially the urban local governments, to plan their development, not only development, the governance, everything can be planned because these are all, I mean, elected bodies at the local level. Local level. So I'm talking about the People's Plan campaign, which started in 1996. Now we are actually moving into the 20. Actually, this is the 25th year of the People's Plan campaign. So a lot of things have happened over the years, and but then during this time we have also slowly moved into various thematic areas which require special consideration by the local governments. And of course, one is about the disaster proofing or disaster risk reduction and also managing the disasters, where a couple of years back, the local governments in Kerala started developing, preparing local level disaster management plan, which considers both the mitigation of and also the management of it, management of the disasters. In the meantime, KILA, the Kerala Institute of Local Administration, which is the nodal training institute for the state on local governance, we have also tried to help support, facilitate local governments to start trying for preparing local action plan on climate change, LAB CC. So those experiments or experiments were already there, but The issue is, again, we deal with both mitigation and adaptation, but we also have to decide or focus on this, what I mentioned, the equitable resilience part, especially after our floods and other natural disasters which happened. We are also keen to talk about resilience, not just about mitigation and adaptation kind of thing, but it is about resilient, a sustainable, resilient society where dealing with the disasters and all are important. And so we are moving into the process of building a resilient society, especially after the 2018 floods. The government of Kerala itself has decided to launch a new initiative called the Rebuild Kerala Initiative, and its focus is on building a sustainable, resilient society. So this is the context in which we start. So here I would say, as we have the reports of post disaster last time, it's actually improving the climate literacy and promoting decentralized action for adaptation and mitigation. This is the foundation on which we start our work for building a new Kerala, because Kerala, with its indicators, especially in the social sector, showing a, in fact, yesterday we have been ranked one in terms of the sustainable development goals in the country. The state has been ranked one, the first state in sustainable development goals, where our focus has been over the years has been on equity based actions, especially in education, health, and various water and sanitation, all of the areas. However, we need to go further, because we have to fill the gaps in various other sectors also. So we are still moving forward to build a new Kerala, especially when we have second generation issues. So this workshop becomes handy for us to get insights from a lot of people, countries, and regions on for building a sustainable, resilient society. Man, we are actually thankful to NIA and all other partners working here in Kerala. We have the local self-government department planning, the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, and all others as partners with us here in Kerala, and also many other partners across the world who are with us, especially uh, uh, the entire network of Urban Thinkers Campus team, and the UN Habitat and all others who are actually who have been actually with us. We have with us the Regional Studies Association, the European Urban Knowledge Network, the National Institute of Urban Affairs, and US Green Building Council, and School of Architecture and Planning, our neighbor here in Thrissur, and our local self-government department planning, and the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority. So it's a joint work, but it's actually for starting a new initiative for rebuilding urban Kerala through equitable resilience. I was trying to set the context for this workshop, and the sessions which follow deal with each and every aspect of this theme. And finally, we hope to get inputs which can be consolidated and pave way for initiating new actions in building resilient urban Kerala. Thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That your help in setting the context and also calling for identifying a shared value, equitable resilience as a shared value for all of us to work together while we rebuild Kerala. So thank you for that. Now we have Christine Auclair with us, who is the lead advocacy and campaigns at UN Habitat. Christine is the energy behind the Urban Thinkers Campus as well as the World Urban Campaign. She has been supportive of the initiatives from different parts of the world, and the current call focusing on climate action. Again, there had been a lot of agencies which have been engaged with the World Urban Campaigns initiative. Christine has got 25 plus years experience in international policy arena. She also has contributed to partnership development and private sector engagement. She had been instrumental in also facilitating the urban monitoring primarily at the UN Habitats level. Christine has been a great supporter and collaborator of institutions in India, and she's not a new face to the Indian audience. So let me now welcome Christine to share her perspective with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajit. I hope you can hear me. Yes, okay. Good afternoon to all. First of all, I'm very honored to be part of this UTC on Kerala Equitable Resilience. Thanks for the invitation. In particular, thanks to Dr. Ajit, and honored to be with this very esteemed panel with KILA, NIUA, and other very important organizations. I see there is a very diverse type of organization around the table. This is great. This campus represents a good opportunity to explore resilience, equitable resilience. I really like the concept. As we know, the urban poor are going to be hit harder by the effect of climate change in low-income settlement built on fragile areas. Resilient infrastructure are going to be really needed to resist to future impact with a growing population. And I think your effort as KILA is really, really important and a good example for the world. And of course, I'm sure India. As you know, this UTC is a global, the Urban Thinkers Campus in general is a global initiative of the World Urban Campaign. That is a global advocacy alliance coordinated by UN Habitat. So as a World Urban Campaign partner, KILA is committed to engage in the global conversation on climate action this year. Every year we have a new theme, but this year, because we have the COP26, the UN Conference on Climate Change, climate action has been decided as the main theme for the Urban Thinkers Campus. The World Urban Campaign has 170 partner organizations also organizing such events. So this year we'll have about 40 campus events like yours to contribute to solutions, actions at different levels. And UN Habitat is very happy to have you as a key participant because you can share your solutions, your actions with the rest of the world. So I know Kerala is a very unique context of climate action. I visited Kerala at many occasions. Myself, I've done my PhD in Tamil Nadu, so I was not far from Kerala. I visited Kerala, and I'm also on the other side of the Indian Ocean in Eastern Africa. So I know very well that this part of the world will be hit very severely by climate change. You are also a very advanced state in India, rapidly urbanizing. I'm sure you are going to represent a strong example of collaborative climate policy with especially your people's participation. So this is really very interesting and a good lesson example for the rest of the world. So I think your campus will be is a very important one in that constellation of Urban Thinkers Campus event this year. As you know, today the UN will launch the Decade of Ecosystem Restoration, and tomorrow on the 5th we'll have the Environment Day. So your campus is really timely. I'd like to congratulate you for organizing this great event at this important moment of the year. It's a very exciting discussion. Climate action at the local level is essential to the global future. So really, I'd like to thank you. I would like to wish you excellent deliberation, and UN Habitat again will be very happy to promote what you are doing globally to set you as an example. So I'd like to thank you, Ajit, and all the panelists. I'm going to stay in your session for a while. It's almost lunchtime in Kenya at the moment. I will stay on board for about an hour because I think this is really an interesting campus. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ajit. Over to you.
Thank you, Christian, for the kind words and also offering to amplify our voice and our initiatives to the global audience. And it will be critical for us to reach out to audience and collaborators around the world as we move forward in our constant innovation. And thank you for that offer. With us now we have Sri S.M. Vijayanan, who retired as the Chief Secretary of from Government of Kerala. He's currently is chairman of the 6th State Finance Commission of Government of Kerala. Sri Vijayanand was an IAS officer from Kerala cadre. He is one of the architects of Kerala's decentralized governance process and initiative. And in the past, he has served as Secretary Panchayati Raj as well as Ministry of Rural Development. He also contributed to innovation initiatives primarily at local governance level, serving as chairman of KILA as well as in his various capacities within the state government of Kerala over 25 to 30 years. Without too much of formal introduction, let me now invite Vijayanan sir to share his perspective and his views and also deliver the keynote address. Welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much for this invitation. I've been asked to speak on equitable resilience as a governance paradigm. So it's a very general talk, and I'll try to make some general points befitting the topic given to me. But I must tell you, equity is a necessary precondition for effective resilience. It's not that for resilience you bring it. Unless you have equity, I don't think you can even dream of resilience. So that's the opening point I wanted to make. And talking of that, I am reminded of Gandhiji's talisman. Whenever you have some doubt, you think of the poorest and weakest person you have ever met. And if your action is going to be of any benefit in helping that person to have control over his or her life, then go ahead and do it. So reaching out to the last, the antyodaya, that is the principle. And that probably is the best definition of equity I've come across. And also acknowledging the spirit of the SDG, that nobody is left behind. So that is a moral mandate which we need before we get into any events, pre or post. Now, talking of governance paradigm, of course, you can't have a governance paradigm just for resilience, just for meeting the challenge from a calamity, natural or man-made. But for overall development, I strongly believe an equitable society has better chances of development, and through that, better chances of being more resilient in the face of some adverse event. And when you say governance paradigm, we try to bring it into the operating system of governance. Only it becomes a paradigm, not belief, not ideas. Of course, it is more into the laws, procedures, processes. But more importantly, the soft aspects of governance, which deal with attitudes, capacity, and those kind of things. So when you bring all this, then you are having a kind of governance which helps bring about better, effective resilience. And legacy is also very important. The culture of governance, the history of governance, how it has evolved, how it has given space to people, that is again very, very important. And why equity, particularly in the face of calamities, whether climate related or public health related, which we're facing now. Years ago, when I was a college student, probably in the late 70s, the then Chief Minister of Kerala, who was kind of disturbed by the environmentalist movement against a big dam, which ultimately didn't happen and saved a lot of our natural forests, said that environment is a luxury which the poor cannot afford. That was the thinking then. The very same Chief Minister in 2005, when he was a member of parliament, said, I was wrong. Actually, environment, any problem will hit the poor most. So it's not that it's a luxury for which the poor cannot afford. So we don't have to protect environment. But he completely reversed the stand in maybe after 30 years of what he said. And this, why this equity? Frequency of extreme events and even potential public health emergencies. They're even scarier. And lessons from recent happenings that poor are the worst affected. Inequality widens. Loss of lives and loss of livelihoods continuing even today is happening around you. And here also it's differentiated. Not the poor are not the same. Maybe there is poorest of the poor, somebody left excluded, even from among the poor who are left out of development. And while doing this National Rural Livelihood Mission as Additional Secretary to Government of India years back, we used to talk of 5 capitals. The physical capital, where you have housing, roads, and all that. Your financial capital, your savings, your money, your earnings. Your the human capital, health, education. Then the green capital, the environment, including your agriculture, and social capital. And a kind of uh, emergency, a climate emergency, or a public health emergency affects all 5 capitals, which means the poor become poorer. And there is an excellent empirical study by Professor Anirudh Krishna, a former civil servant of the Indian Administrative Service, which says slipping into poverty is easy. Once you slip into poverty, coming out of poverty is extremely difficult. And in this context, because why equity? The bottom of the pyramid is very important, not as a market. It was initially mentioned as a big market, but bottom of the pyramid is important as small producers for providing stimulus to development, local economic development, agriculture, micro, small production, essential services. So unless you stimulate them, you can't have resilience. So it is not for being a market, but for your overall collective social interest for the society as a whole. We need to look at the poorest of the poor, the bottom. And now, another thing which is very disturbing, I was reading an article just 2 days back. The number of billionaires has increased even in India, whereas the number of poor has increased several fold. So there is a widening inequality. And we have all read Pickett's book saying that, not Pickett's book, Kate's book, that spirit level, which says inequality is essential to get rid of inequality is very important for even development. So, what are the ideal features of a governance paradigm which takes equitable resilience, looks at equitable resilience? First, it is democracy. I wouldn't have talked about democracy maybe 10 years back. But what is democracy? Now we are reflecting on that. Democracy means discussion, debate, dissent, difference, but not division. So that is a big lesson we are all learning all over the world, that democracy will respect difference, respect different ideas, but you can work together for a common cause. Then, that governance paradigm needs to be decentralized, where empowered local governments, and empowered local governments means they have some choice to make. They have some money to invest, and they have to decide the local priorities. So that is the empowered local governments we are seeing, which should be part of such a governance paradigm. And then obviously, participation is the next important word. I think participation is a much overused word these days, and it is essentially means choice, not just voice. The people have a choice in deciding their priorities and going ahead. And in Kerala, because of our experience right from literacy movement in the 90s and late 90s, People's Plan movement, of which I was a part, the Freirean concept of participation. People reflect on their status. So it's analysis, reflection, and action. Status studies of even micro groups. What ails? What is the problem? And you collectively reflect and come out with social norms. It is not that people sit and decide. That is not participation. People sit and decide what is the social construct of priorities, social construct of deservingness, social construct of need. And doing that, using local knowledge, you come and do what's called participatory budgeting, participatory planning, of which Kerala is a very good model, then going on to implementation and monitoring and evaluation. So this governance paradigm should incorporate these kind of things. And another thing which is unique in Kerala and many parts of India is what I would call facilitated civil society. In the sense, government can't create a civil society, the vast SHG network. And Kerala has about 60% of its families brought into the SHG network through women. So the autonomy, their discussion, their vibrancy, their awareness, and they have two more capitals. I mentioned 5 capital systems earlier. 2 more capitals means the civic capital. You are a citizen. You gain that through this collective action. And the 7th capital is political capital, which means you can intervene in decision making. That is real participation. And that democracy, some people call it communicative democracy. It goes beyond deliberative democracy, where you are able to communicate a sense of what is right and wrong and come to a collective, well articulated decision. And that brings in the gender dimension. So the governance paradigm, which looks at equitable resilience, would have this. But then you need certain governance arrangements, not to very easy to list this kind of thing. How can people participate? What processes allow you to participate? To what extent? And if you have a problem, who will redress that? So I was directly involved in structuring a governance system which facilitates all these great ideas. One, inclusion. So people don't get included automatically through decentralization and participation. So you need to delineate the categories of inclusion. And that keeps extending. It's not one-time exercise. And as granular as possible. For resilience, you need to probably go to the poorest small group. Maybe there are 20 people only. So we need to, for example, the transgenders, a very small group in Kerala, and very small group anywhere, they are also identified. So, and then special processes for inclusion. For want of time, I cannot get into the special processes. People don't participate in a homogeneous manner. Unless you bring special efforts, many people get left out. And fund reservations, normative fund reservations. Otherwise, funds get sucked into better off places and by better off people. So unless you have a normative fund provision and reservations for these groups. And another very important aspect of this governance paradigm is accountability frame, strong accountability frame, and more so social accountability frame, where it is accountability to the last stakeholder, to the last citizen. It's a very open kind of thing. And in India, they use the term social audit. Been very, very successful. Interestingly, social audit was not devised by any expert. It was devised by ordinary people of Rajasthan, and it has grown, evolved for the last 25 years. And all this in a rights-based framework. And rights means duties, and rights means obligations and enforcement mechanism. So these combination of arrangements would facilitate that kind of democracy. Now, talking of resilience, is it enough that we build back the same thing? The common term after the floods in Kerala was build back better. I've been reading these days in history and other various articles that whenever there has been a calamity and Black Death has been given as examples by many, society builds back better. The poorer get better. Feudalism died. Workers got a better deal after the Black Death. Similarly, we need to use this opportunity to build back better. And then it's not easy. It's very easy for me to sit in a chair in a house and say that build back better. But when multiple calamities come and calamities continue for 1 to 2 years, it's not easy. It's very easy to speak of resilience. It becomes much more complex with so many dimensions beyond economic, social, psychological, and at times even spiritual dimensions getting sucked into the process. And then resilience becomes even difficult, even more difficult and complex. And we need all kinds of coming together, the kind of democracy which I advocated. And then when you say it's a governance paradigm, it's not that there is a climate change or disaster management department. Of course, it is there as a nodal responsibility. Ultimately, this has to seep into all aspects of governance, right from the police up to the social development or some other department, so that there's a joined up understanding and joined up functioning, without which you can't get this. And I have a request to Kila. Kila, I know, is an expert institution in this area. It's developing the third world, looking at climate change, local action for climate change. Probably the best place in India, at least in India, on this. So I would request you to develop, I don't have a better word, a PRA for resilience. How the community can participate, adapt different tools, some of which I mentioned, so that resilience becomes inclusive, equitable, and I would even say egalitarian. So I wouldn't take long. Some concluding points. We have had bitter experiences since 2018 in Kerala, all over India, different parts. So we know how to deal now. We have a lot of lessons. The second wave of COVID probably was far worse, but we have learned some lessons. But now we need to learn more to avoid many things. So that is the challenge of this. When you speak of resilience in future, these bitter lessons we need to incorporate. And it is not necessary that we incorporate. After 2018 floods, I am sorry to note that we didn't incorporate lessons for avoiding ecological catastrophe. Still, people merrily go about destroying the hills, destroying the rivers, destroying the water bodies. So it's not easy. We have suffered, lost millions of lives all over the world, but it's not so sure that we will imbibe this in our life and become more compassionate. The vaccine race is the best example how cruel we can be, even in this worldwide calamity, the kind of which has never happened, not even the world wars. Then a new conceptualization of the state. I want to end with that point. A new conceptualization of the state, from welfare state to a caring state. And what is a caring state? How is it different from a welfare state? It proactively reaches out to the last person, differentiates according to the need of the last individual, to the extent possible a state can be. So it's not that the poor, it's not that the transgender, but there are subdivisions. So each person has a need. So that is a caring state and a two-way communication with the citizens. It's not a one-way communication. State saying we are going to do budget announcements, plan announcements. No, we are listening, responding, listening, responding. And trust and emotional connect are more critical than efficiency and other parameters, which is not easy. But I've seen it happen in parts of the world and parts of Kerala. Caring and compassionate. That is the caring state. You are caring and compassionate, but well defined, norm based, and well articulated to avoid free riders and create dependence. So, this is a compassionate state. Probably, we hope our experience would evolve, would help us evolve into that compassionate state. I think at the beginning of the COVID, Patrick Heller, a well known scholar who studied much about Kerala, writes frequently on Kerala. He's from Brown University. He said in Kerala, there's a smooth and large area of interface with the citizen. So you don't have to run. Government is not far away. It is close to you. Help is close at hand. And there is a lot of cooperative public action. You can dissent, you can come, you can get, and you can get into a dialogue with your local government. So a new kind of social capital. In social capital, we exclude government. In civil society, we exclude government. But here, the social capital, civil society, the boundaries fade. And that is the vision of a caring state. And that is the governance paradigm for equitable resilience. Thanks for giving this opportunity. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the message was loud and clear that you asserted that there can be resilience without equity, and equity is a precondition for any form of growth and sustainable prosperity. That was loud and clear, and thank you for that. And also you helped us to see through certain aspects which are known to someone who works very closely in the policy framework and policy system. So call for moving from welfare state to a state which is caring and compassionate, and identifying and flagging the potential areas of governance paradigm for such a state, that inclusion should be part and parcel of every action there, and accountability is a must, as well as rights-based approach should be part of every process of decision making and planning and programming. And also you call for a change in the process, not unilateral communication, one-way communication, but rather dialogue between the state and the citizens and all the stakeholders. So there were quite a lot of takeaways for all of us, and I'm sure the audience around the world would and those who are watching 60 plus people through YouTube now and plus other medias would be certainly raising questions. So thank you for your time and for bringing this discussion into this opening session of the Urban Thinkers Campus. Now, let me invite the additional Chief Secretary Sharda Madam is not able to join us because she has some other commitment and so she has regretted. We have Mr. Hitesh Vaidya, the Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs, who has kindly agreed to join us. And let me introduce him briefly before I invite him to deliver his part of presentation. He has about 25 years experience in urban sector, which includes local, national, and international stage. And he has been involved with the UN Habitat. He has been involved with national and global consultancy firms. He has also involved with think tanks. And some of the areas that he has contributed are formulation of policies, project planning, and implementation. And he has in the past served as the country director of the UN Habitat in India. Mr. Hitesh Vaidya is currently the Director of National Institute of Urban Affairs, Government of India's premier think tank on urban policy and strategy. And in his role, he has been constantly communicating and engaged with wider society as well as stakeholders and institutions. And he leads the process of transforming both NIUA as well as all the associate institutions. We are very, very grateful for Mr. Hitesh Vaidya for being with us today. And let me now invite him to share his views and perspective.
Thank you, Ajit. I hope I'm audible. Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you, Kila, for collaborating with National Institute of Urban Affairs on this such a great topic, which we are discussing today. But before I start, think first of all, congratulations to Kerala for becoming top in the SDG index, and I think big congratulations. And we just heard Mr. Vijayanand, who is like a father of local governance, at least in Kerala, and has really soiled his hands to the actually implementing a lot of actions. We all talk about the words, but he has actually shown how these actions can be taken on the ground. So, talking after Tendulkar has played his inning is a very, very difficult task, sir. I please excuse me if I'm not able to match to your spirit, but what I will try to do is how we are contributing. But you have been the inspiration to the generation which I come from, even though I think that we have really learned from your experiences. We have gathered from your experiences, and whatever we are doing is based on the lessons we have learned from your initiatives at Kerala. So thank you for guiding not only Kerala, but the urban sector as a whole. With that, I'll start. And tomorrow is the World Environment Day. And I think this topic of rebuilding urban Kerala through equitable resilience is very important, because what is the main topic which Christine talked about, restoring ecosystem restoration of World Environment Day, and is talking about reimagining, recreating, and restoring our urban environment. And I think the whole idea of Urban Thinker Campus is to exchange between the researchers, professionals, practitioners, and decision makers to come up with the idea of the roadmap or the direction in which we should really start reimagining. If I look at it from the angle of Mahabharata, and Arjuna has a 7 horses chariot with him. But if 7 horses go in 7 different ways, Mahabharata could not have been really won. The battle of Mahabharata could have gone into different direction. The role of Krishna was to bring all the 7 horses of that chariot into one direction. And I think the whole idea of UTC is bring all this thinking in one direction, that we start going and starting achieving our goal and win this battle of challenges which urbanization is posing in front of us. So that's my second point. And with the COVID, we all have talked about, we all know now realize that cities need a lot of hand-holding. We saw the problems which we faced during the whole COVID-19. Our city were ready for achieving this challenge. And for me, resilience is actually how do you make cities capable to really address these challenges which come from different angles. And it's not a first time that we have heard COVID, and COVID is not a last pandemic the cities will face. There will be different types of stresses, different types of disasters which cities have to deal with. And I think how do you prepare your cities better to cope up with these challenges, adopt these challenges? I think that's the biggest challenge which we all have to really think about. And there is no one single solution. Nobody can say that I have a solution and I can really, this is the direction. I think this all has to come up jointly, collaboratively, and we converge our minds together to think what is the direction that cities should be really taking to address challenges and address the disasters and pandemics which will confront us over a period of time. We all saw in 2015 number of frameworks which has come up, whether it is Sustainable Development Goals, whether it's a Sendai framework, UN Habitat came up with the new urban agenda. We had a Paris Agreement. Great initiatives by the global leaders or global thinkers to come up with the frameworks. But I think the challenge which we face is how do you really bring these global frameworks to a local level? The last 1 year working with National Institute of Urban Affairs, the biggest challenge which I get from the states and cities is there's a total disconnect at the local level. What is envisaged from these global frameworks and what actions at the local level they are doing. How do you communicate that to the local level is the biggest challenge I think all the states and cities are facing. And one of the challenge, particularly from the resilience community, and I will be very candid to say that the biggest challenge I see, the language which environmentalist groups or resilient groups talk about, that language is not understood by the city's practitioners at the local level. There are two different languages they are talking about. Unless we start talking about the same language, the resilience challenge will be facing the same challenge again and again. So I think the first thing is we need to really come up and improve our language of this environment, adaptation, mitigation, whether they really understand, and bring it to more to the local context and use that local language if we want to really localize these frameworks and really address these frameworks at a city level. I won't talk about voices of people, which again, Mr. Vinay had already talked about, neighborhood level actions, which he talked about. But I definitely think if this disconnect has to be resolved, then we might have to go back to the drawing board and see whether the 74th Constitution Amendment in India, which was giving a power to the local level, has really worked or not. How do we really re-establish and re-strengthen our neighborhood committees, ward level committees, and how do we really, give them a powers or empower both? And he talked about financial powers, and I think that's a key, and also accountability, making accountable these neighborhood committees to do those actions. And during the COVID, we really saw it was not the state. It was not the center, it was the RWS, people neighborhood groups, which came back up front, and then they started solving those problems. There was no, we did not find, and I can talk about Delhi, I did not find even my own counselor at the local level coming and saying that at your ward, is this a challenge? Can we help it? Can we work out it? It was only a neighborhood groups, the resident welfare associations, which really stood and started working on some of the issues. So how do you strengthen this type of groups becomes a big challenge, and we need to really work on it. Second area, which I think again, Mr. Vijayanand will from his own experiences, is on this coordination and convergence. So these are very nice words, but when it comes to the, working in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, when it used to have two ministries, one was Ministry of Urban Development and one was Ministry of Housing Affairs, maybe a politically incorrect sentence, they never used to talk to eye each other. And when we talk about convergence and coordination at the local level, it's a really a very difficult thing, because we don't have any instrument or any mechanism of coordination defined. So unless we define what is this instrument of coordination at the local level, the coordination and convergence will remain a words which we will be talking about. Same thing, the inclusiveness you talked about, sir, inclusiveness. How do we define inclusiveness in the Indian context is another big challenge, because the word sustainable, the word inclusive, over a period of time, I'm sorry to say, has become very abusive words. They have not been really contextualized, and people have understood them and imbibe them in their own DNAs, and then start working on this. So, as a policy leaders or as a consultants, we use them in our reports very nicely, and as much as we can use, so that nobody can understand them much better and really implement them properly. So I think those are the areas with language we need to really work on. But having said that, how do you mainstream resilience within our DNA or our operating systems of urban local bodies? And I think there are three areas. One is enhancing multi-stakeholder collaborations and consultations and dialogue. And I think that's UTC and other think tanks like UTC, the UN Habitat Initiative. Can we have this type of initiatives at the national level, at the local level, at the state level? And institutes like KILA has to come up and start localizing this type of local UTCs rather than only working on the national UTCs and others, but start this type of programs at a local and national level, so that we can start thinking together and make it better. Second thing, sir, during the whole COVID, we saw the role of data and technologies. And how do you use this role of data and technology into our governance system, so that we may go for evidence-based planning and a better governance decisions at the local level, the decisions which are based on data, which are based on concrete information rather than just ad hoc type of a decision. So that's another area. And third, which I don't again want to talk about, building and strengthening local capacities and participation at the local level. How do you participate? And I will give an example. So we have done a master plan of Delhi 2041. And I think you will all appreciate that there is, I don't know what will Delhi be tomorrow. And thinking of Master Delhi 2041 is a challenge in my own mind, which I can say that. But looking at how much participation we must have done, citizen voices we have done around 10% of citizen engagement, where we did a closed door meetings, we did a closed door discussions, we came up with the thoughts. But a city of Delhi and a percentage of citizen engagement which we did in designing the vision of Delhi for 2041 is a very, very difficult. So unless we design and come up with the citizen engagement tools and citizen engagement mechanisms, we all, the participation remains again another myth which we need to resolve there. So having said that, I won't take much of a time, but I will say that we need to really come up with this type of a thought process where we want to really make things. And we all talk about data management officers, we talk about chief city resilience officers, and we need to bring them at the local level. Each city should have a data officer, each city should have a resilience officer. Some of the cities have already started working on it, but it also looking at an institutional mechanism at local government. What type of, with the changing scenario, do we go with the same kind of a institutional mechanism at a local level, or we need to again go back to a drawing board and say that this is not a institution which is right, but we need to really rebuild on this institution structures of urban local bodies also. As an NIUA, we have been engaged with Kochi, sir, in different aspects. Not Kochi, with Kerala in different aspects, and we want to continue some of this dialogue through that process to take it further. We have started with Urban Resilience Unit, where we are looking at best practices from global 100 resilience unit cities, and trying to come up with the frameworks and discussion and deliberations on how to mainstream climate at the local level. We have also a big initiative with the government of India has taken up a climate smart assessment framework. The idea is to provide a clear roadmap at Indian cities toward combating climate change, and how do you create those action points at the local level, which are like short-term action points, mid-term action points, and long-term action points, but give them a clear direction. We have done this in 126 cities assessment framework. My colleague will be talking about it later at the during the workshop. But we have tried to look at energy. We have looked at green buildings. We have looked at urban planning, mobility, air quality, and water and waste management area. And we would like to work with the KILA and take it forward, so that if each of these frameworks can be really, we can come up with the capacity modules to work on those action points. That's the role of KILA. We will be really happy to work with. And just to say that my association with KILA is 10 years, 2010, when under the USAID project, we have worked KILA as a training network institute. And I think KILA has done a tremendous job last 10 years, which I have known them, and they have really worked with quite rigorously with the practitioners at the local level. And I think if KILA type of work can be done at different states, and different type of state level institutions can take up that module which KILA has established within their states, I think we can solve at least 40–50% of the challenges of capacity which has come up. So I think, and as an IUA, I will be happy to create this capacity grid again of the institutions, so that we don't duplicate and replicate the same things and work in our own silos, but work in a systematic way to really address the capacity challenges and be complementary to each other moving forward. We are also working on capacity building for smart data and inclusive cities, and the idea is to build inclusive and effective data alliances with the diverse stakeholders in data smart city strategy to articulate city data policies at the local level. And Kochi is one of the city where we are working with, and we'll be happy to engage with you, sir, as well as with all the other people who are working towards rebuilding Kerala. We'll be happy to associate with them so that we get a better input from them, you all. So in my concluding remarks, I will just say that an IUA is, even though we are happy to anchor this capacity related issues, work with the state governments. We will be happy to provide that platform where we can support state and cities, not only with the information, but support with them specifically with the tools, with the templates, with the technology information, with the training and capacity building modules, as well as positioning global and local best practices, and support handholding cities in these areas. And we will be happy to take this forward. And I'll be happy to say that we are aligned with this whole idea of equitable resilience in Kerala, which is you have already said that SDGs can be achieved if we can really achieve its broad envisaged goal, leave no one behind. And when we say leave no one behind, it itself defines what should be the strategy for inclusion and making an equitable resilience. So with that word, sir, thank you very much, KILA, for giving us an opportunity, as well as to all the participants, as well as the panel members to give me opportunity to put my thoughts across. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hidesh Vaidya, for a long and very helpful set of inputs that you have given, and also kind of taking us through different areas of this work, from SDGs, Sendai framework to emphasizing the context-specific approaches required for addressing resilience and equity. And you also called on for strengthening the democratic process, which pandemic has exposed us, communities and societies which has less democratic systems and institutions, the kind of challenges and conflicts they went through. So the empowering and enhancing ward committees, resident welfare associations, and all those things. And finally, remembering so nicely the long association of NIA and KILA and all the good work that has happened before all these things, and also willingly offering to build on and collaborating. And thank you for your engaging with us, as well as offering to continue this engagement. Now we have Dr. Shekhar Lukos Kuriakos, who is the member secretary of the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority. Dr. Shekhar is a geoscientist, and he has PhD in physical geography from the University of Utrecht, and he is currently heading the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority as a member secretary, but also he heads the State Emergency Operations Center. Let me invite Dr. Shekhar Kuriakose to share his views as well as deliver his talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Shekhar here. Thank you, Ajit. Thank you, Kila, for inviting me here to deliver a talk on nature-based solutions. My namaste to Vijayanand sir and Hitesh ji. When we speak of nature-based solutions, we tend to be sometimes seen on the lighter side, where enforcement takes a backseat, and many a times people who speak of environment are considered to be soft, although we are many times very vocal. Environmentalism is very vocal. On the implementation side, when we suggest nature-based solutions, the uptake is very minimal. And this has been my experience for a short period of 10 years. Maybe Vijayanand sir and other seniors here would know that it probably is the case where we look for harder solutions many a times, and we are very skeptical when we talk of nature-based solutions. Why do we need nature-based solutions? We need nature-based solutions. Well, should I really narrate why? It's there everywhere, and we are very much exposed to climate change, and we all experience the burn, the pain of it. We know that our cities are urbanizing rapidly, even our rural areas. The urban fringe is fastly widening itself into the outskirts. So there is an excessive pressure on the environment, and ensuring a healthy milieu for our citizens is a primary requirement. Now, can we do it with hard solutions? Can we do it with only nature-based solutions? Do we need a mix of this? So there are many different perspectives that we need to address in here. This is something that is daunting many a times, because public, when it comes to facing the wrath of disasters, wants immediate solutions. Sometimes the immediate solutions are immediate only for a season, maybe 6 months. For example, if we look at the coastlines of Kerala, which is rampantly being eroded, people demand for seawalls, and every year seawalls gets damaged. So are we looking at a final solution to it? No. So what are the softer solutions? Are we really willing as a bureaucracy, as the people who think and plan, willing to explore the options of it? Of late, yes, governments here in Kerala and across the world have started becoming more listening to nature-based solutions. Why are they very sensible, or why are they? What are the advantages, to put it in lighter terms? Cost effective, probably. It's long period, but do we have real hard facts to prove that? I don't think so. The reason is it's an egg and chick problem. Unless you really experiment with it and really know the cost effectiveness of it, we'll still be beating around the bush to say that, well, this is cost effective. But how? Cost effective from the environment perspective, or cost effective from an investment perspective? What is the cost benefit? So we need hard facts. For the hard facts to emerge, we need to be bold enough to test, try, and fail. Fail not once, fail 100 times, but then that is when we will know what is effective and what is not effective. Benefits to the economy is quite large. It also probably improves livelihood. For example, if you look at the coastlines of Kerala, the moment you create hard shores, hard costs, we end up obstructing the livelihoods of the fishermen folk to a great extent. It affects the aesthetics of the coastline. There are people who depend on the aesthetics of the coastline for livelihood. There are people who depend on the coast in itself, soft, sandy coast in itself, for their livelihood. So are we not depriving them of their traditional rights? Probably, in that sense. Nature-based solutions, of course, would improve air and water quality. And yes, biodiversity within a city area. But here I also have to caution a bit. Many a times we see that we are very inclined to plant trees in urban milieu. We are very willing to nurture them to grow into tall heights, but we ignore the fact that they live in urban milieu, and unless they are pruned and managed, they are catastrophic sometimes. Here in Kerala in 2018, everybody speaks of deaths due to floods. The deaths due to floods were roughly about 116 number. The real floods really killed only 160 or maybe 160 for that matter. I withdraw the word only. But nevertheless, if you look at wind damages or deaths due to windfall of trees in urban milieu, that rounds to about 60. So we need to prune and manage if we speak of planting trees or creating more biodiversity within the city limits and urban limits. Yes, it improves our resilience towards climate risks by and large. Wind effects are attenuated in the coastline, cyclone impacts are attenuated, but as I mentioned in my previous remark, we need to be bothered about how strong they would hold good, and whether we need to prune them and have a management policy towards managing these little islands of hope of environment that we create in urban milieu. We generally speak of green infrastructure, blue infrastructure, forest restoration, wetland restoration, climate smart agriculture, urban greening. While we speak of all this, we also tend to probably start looking at cool roofs, because the more the urbanization is, the warmth is increasing quite substantially. The urban heat island effects are increasing rapidly. So shouldn't we also be thinking of cool roofs? Shouldn't we think of creating roofs which absorb the impacts of increased heat, temperature? So these are certain forms of solutions that we might have to consider, that how do we kind of make our roofs more cool? How do we have green infrastructure? How can we have more blue infrastructure within urban areas? If there are forest fringes around urban milieu, can we not restore them, maintain them? So these are certain questions that we need to address. There has been many solutions from many urban nature-based solutions in urban domain, but I would highlight quite a different perspective here. Instead of going into a number of projects which had restored mangroves or flood risk reduction activities, I would really like to utilize I would like to really utilize this opportunity to highlight the Operation Ananta initiative that we did in Trivandrum city. Operation Ananta was done in 2015, soon after we completed the city disaster management plan of Trivandrum, wherein we did a hazard vulnerability and risk assessment, and we also identified that there were traditional streams and rivulets that were encroached upon. So the mission of Operation Ananta was to restore them, get them back. Isn't that not also a nature-based solution? While there was a lot of heavy demolition that we did, there was a lot of construction that we had to do, restoring and getting back the waterfronts, the streams that used to carry our storm water within the city also probably is a nature-based solution where we had to enforce. And this is where I would bring my questions about what are the challenges. When it comes to the real implementation level, we tend to end up having to look around and hunt for a lot of data. While we speak that we have quite a bit of data, many of these data sets are not granular enough. They are not disaggregated enough. Then there is also a lack of awareness when we speak to certain institutions about certain methods that might be soft or hard depending on the requirement there. We end up hitting ears that doesn't probably it doesn't get penetrated into them. So these are situations that we have to overcome. There is an inadequacy of resources sometimes, particularly in terms of knowledge base. We have limited commercial prospects for nature-based solutions, so takers are less. And many a times it is always seen that destruction of natural ecosystems or converting certain natural ecosystems in for our convenience to handle certain short-term issues are considered to be the best solutions. What are the way forward? The way forward is primarily that we change the mindset of our own community. That's something that I don't know how we do. Probably what Vijayanand sir told in a speech is to be more prudently implemented everywhere, that we have to become more inclusive. Our public themselves have to be brought into this process, and they have to assimilate and absorb this knowledge and inculcate it for the future generations. We also have to have a knowledge base based on research and evidence. And I told in the beginning, we need to fail. Yes, we need to try and fail. And when we fail, that's when research is prompted. That's when knowledge base is created. If we are successful in doing everything, we never gain up to the challenges. We never live up to the challenges and see beyond. So I think we need to really, really try and do and fail and probably win occasionally. We also have to establish and demonstrate the cost benefit of nature-based solutions. Policies like subsidies for nature-based solutions. If you have people who are wanting to grow little pieces of forest within their premises, like the Miyawaki Forest initiative here in Kerala, that's happening in many urban areas of the state. We should also try and invest more into nature-based solutions. We have to preserve open spaces which are there for the green in urban centers. And I think while we speak of inclusion of everyone and everybody into it, we tend to miss out the private sector and the society leaders. So I think when we are thinking of adopting nature-based solutions, we should bring in the private sector. They are a big contributor. They can contribute quite largely into this. So these are some thoughts that I am placing before the larger audience to think, ponder, and deliberate upon. These are some thoughts that our urban planning team here, thanks to our architect Indu, she and our team came up with, and I am reflecting this collective thought to the larger audience here. Once again, I thank Kila and everybody who is co-organizing this program for having invited SDMA to this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Shekhar. That was quite useful to listen to, especially discerning the different aspects of nature-based solutions, and also quickly reviewing the potential of some of them in the Kerala context. Informing the audience about the Operation Ananda, which was done by KSDMA in 2015, and such initiatives which are happening in Kerala, which obviously is led by KSDMA, and also calling for bringing everyone, using inclusion as an opportunity to strengthen and widen the approach towards nature-based solution. So a lot of key ideas and new ways of looking at the issues. Thank you for that. Now let me request my colleague Dr. Rajesh K to formally express the vote of thanks and also take the discussions forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajit sir. First of all, I thank all the partners who have joined hands with Kila in this program. European Urban Knowledge Network, Green Building Council, US Green Building Council, World Urban Campaign, and Regional Studies Association from the International Network. So all the international partners who have joined hands with us, they have helped us to make this as a great event. Thank you all. And particularly the National Institute of Urban Affairs, the director and all the institution has given a great support to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the NIUA team. And then from Kerala, the Institute of School of Architecture, Government Engineering College, Thrissur, and the Planning Department, LSGD of Kerala, also has joined hands with us in organizing this program. So we particularly record our sincere thanks to all the partners who have joined hands with us to make this as a great event. And the next is to the speakers. This session has started with an initial remark of our own Director General, beloved Dr. Joy Ilaman. Thank you, sir, for giving an introductory remark to open this session. And the next one is Christina Ockler, the lead of UN Habitat, lead advisor of UN Habitat. You have given a great introduction to this program. So thank you, ma'am, for joining with us. And then Dr. Samijanand, who have been the Chief Secretary of Kerala and who is the pioneer in the local government initiatives in Kerala. So, sir, you have given an inspiring presentation to us, to the all campus program. Thank you very much for you. And Dr. Hidesh Vaidya is the Director of National Institute of Urban Affairs and a very expert in the field of urban development. Sir, you have given an inspiring presentation and a lot of thoughts for our future initiatives. Thank you, sir. And from Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, Dr. Shekhar Kuriakos, you also has given a great information, ideas to us and a lot of information regarding the developments in Kerala. Sir, thank you for your inspiring talk. So I thank all the speakers in this program, and particularly to my colleague Dr. Ajit for moderating this session. So thank you everybody once again for participating with us in this program.
Can we have a screenshot with everyone's camera open? If it's possible, it will be great for us.
I think my camera is not really working, so there is some problem. Okay. But I think you will have to keep a black space there.
We will Photoshop it.
Yeah, that's the way forward, I think.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's done.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Manish.
Thank you.
We have about 12 minutes for the next session. So we'll close this and we can reconnect at 3:30 because the speakers from the next session also we have some international speakers, so they will be probably joining just around that time. We'll reconnect at 3:30.
Thank you, Ajit. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, Krishna.
Postredam. Rush.
Okay, sir.
Or the program.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to the viewers from different parts of the world. So we are now starting the second session, which is on place-based innovations for equity and resilience. This is a 1.5 hour long session, and this session will be moderated by Professor Dr. Sunny George, Professor at Kerala Institute of Local Administration. Professor Sunny George is an economist by training, and he has spent more than 25 years of his profession and career at Kerala Institute of Local Administration. He has created, curated, as well as conducted a lot of training program on local self-government as well as participatory planning. His years of committed work at KILA and associated network has helped him find an important place in his national and global network of professionals and scholars and experts. Let me hand over the session to Professor Sunny George. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Ajit Kaliyat, for introducing me. Welcome everybody to the second session of the virtual Urban Thinkers Campus on place-based innovations for equity and resilience in Kerala. In the opening session, we have heard a lot about Kerala, the southernmost state in India, and its achievements and ambitions, particularly on equitable resilience and a governance paradigm. In this session, we focus on the specificities of three major cities in Kerala, that is Thiruvananthapuram, Kochi, and Kozhikode, and the challenges of urban planning. This session will be chaired by Dr. Renu Raj, IAS, Directorate of Urban Affairs, Government of Kerala. Dr. Renu Raj took MBBS from Kottayam Medical College and took Masters in Public Management from Jawaharlal University. She qualified Indian Administrative Service with second rank at the All India level. At present, she is Director of Urban Affairs and Managing Director of Amruta, that is Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, a program initiated by Government of India and being implemented at the urban local body level, focusing on water supply, sewerage, and septage management. We have 3 mayors and 1 town planner for making presentations. We have Mrs. Arya Rajendran, yes, with us. She is the mayor of Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation, the capital city of Kerala. We are happy to inform all that she is the youngest mayor in India with only 22 years of age. She has been actively involved in many activities and now leading the Thiruvananthapuram. Hearty welcome to Mrs. Arya to this program. We have Advocate Anil Kumar, Mayor, Cochin Municipal Corporation with us. He has 30 years of experience in public realm. He holds a master's in law from Cochin University of Science and Technology with a scholarship from the Ministry of Human Rights in Copyright Law. He was elected for the 4th time to the Council of Municipal Corporation. He is holding such positions as Syndicate Member of Mahatma Gandhi University, General Council Member of Center of Indian Trade Union, popularly known as CITU, etc. Welcome, Mr. Anil Kumar, this program. We have Dr. Beena Philip with us. She is the Mayor of Kozhikode Municipal Corporation. She is a postgraduate in English and has PhD in learner autonomy. She is an expert in education and developed Nadakavu Government Vocational Higher Secondary School for girls, one of the excellent schools in the country. We have also with us Mr. Rajesh PN, Senior Town Planner. He has got a very long experience in town planning, including the master plan. All the participants are welcome to this session. Please make your comments in the Facebook and YouTube, and during the discussion period, we will try to take into account your observations and questions. Now may I request Dr. Renu Raj, Director, Urban Affairs, to make a presidential address and chair the session. Over to Dr. Renu Raj.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sunny George. Very respectable panelists of today, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm good afternoon to all of you. Our session today is captioned as Place-Based Innovations for Equity and Resilience in Kerala. As you all are aware, urbanization we all consider it as a positive force. And urban growth is considered as an impetus to development. Both urbanization and urban growth accelerate industrialization. It permits change in social structure. It facilitates the provision of better public services to the larger sections of population. It also provides economic opportunities and improves the lives of people. But this positive role of urbanization can be materialized only if the cities are economically viable and they are capable of generating economic growth, that too in a very sustained manner. The Kerala model of development gained attention in national as well as international arena due to the presence of a paradox, which we call as high indicators of social development when compared to a comparatively average or low economic growth. The settlement pattern of the state is also characterized by dwellings in individual plots of lands, which is scattered all over the habitable area. Almost all other parts of India have a central or a nucleated built-up area of a settlement which is surrounded by a rural hinterland. But Kerala shows a urban-rural continuum kind of a settlement pattern, having a fairly uniform spread of dwelling units right from the northern end to the southern end of the state. With the term urban resilience, what we refer is to the capacity of communities to recover and to adapt to changes or disruptions. Cities in particular face increasing environmental, health-related, economic, and social challenges that threaten the resilience of the urban spaces or the urban areas and also the residents. By residents, we mean those who live in the city as well as those who occupy the place for their purpose of work. The challenges can be chronic or acute. Like in Kerala, we had a severe flood in 2018, which was an acute challenge. We have the COVID pandemic right now, which started as an acute challenge, but it is continuing, so we may call it as a chronic challenge. And this can be amplified by a lot of other factors like climate change. Many nature-based solutions have emerged as a concept of integrating ecosystem-based approaches to address all these challenges. These solutions, they address and contribute to improved urban resilience. However, implementing these solutions is not easy. It is considered inherently complex, given the range of the ecosystem services, as well as reaching it across the temporal and spatial spaces. Urban planning in this context can play a substantial role to support the implementation of these solutions, also to manage the conflicts and trade-offs, as well as to ensure the social equity dimensions which are to be considered in this matter. Globalization or rapid urbanization in these recent years have led to newer challenges with higher density of population in urban areas, the greater demand for infrastructure, for resources, both man-made and environmental hazards are on the increase, and all these factors. Cities are trying to cope up with the rising needs through various planning methods by using modern applications, including information technology, and adopting new models. However, each city's landscape is different, and many times these approaches might not adhere appropriately to every aspect of a particular city. One of the worst situations where the resilience of a city would be truly realized is when a sudden disaster strikes the place. The flood that occurred in the state of Kerala in August of 2018 was one such example. It is not only the fact of coping up with maximum damage possible, but it is also how fast human lives can be brought back to the normalcy, the normal stable level. Once this pre-disaster state is achieved, the need to improve the services or to continue as usual is the major question that is to be resolved. Mostly, all agencies, including government mechanism, would strive to attain the best acceptable condition. But it is usually well appreciated if the resilience exceeds the original level with new approaches of design or planning, so that if the disaster strikes again, whether we'll be able to make the damage prevention better the next time. The ability of the city or the extent of resilience shown by the state of Kerala in this regard, I would proudly say was pretty strong, especially when compared to similar scale disasters that struck different parts of the country as well as various parts of the world. In modern times, cities are increasingly focusing on resilience. But the question there is, it is sometimes unclear who is truly benefiting from these efforts. There have been multiple studies in this regard, and it has been shown that hazards disproportionately impact the low income as well as the minority communities. This is because maybe they receive fewer resources to recover, and these disruptions often exacerbate the inequalities that already exist in a society. Thus, for a city to say that it is universally resilient, it must address the social inequity in all its forms. Equity, when we say that, what we mean is a fairness and equal access to the services, to the assets, to the resources, to the opportunities, so that every citizen can reach his best potential. Some cities do emphasize equity in their plans so that they can ensure social justice. But even then, sometimes it is seen that the focus is largely on equal distribution of material resources. Equity is not merely a question of distribution. We should also ensure that the different needs of different individuals, especially those whose identities are underrepresented socially or politically or whatever way it is, whoever are underrepresented, their identities are also considered when we develop such a developmental plan. In a state like Kerala, the urban spread demands more investment in infrastructure development. We have seen that urbanization have sometimes resulted in depletion of our agricultural areas, has increased the cost of housing, increased transportation costs, might have increased the energy consumption also. The high density of population that we see in the state has contributed to at least to a certain amount of urban poverty and unemployment. This has manifested, or this can manifest in different forms, like cropping up of slum areas, development of unemployment among youth, the lack of enough social services, increasing propensity to crime or violence. It can also result in urban sanitation problems, like drainage problems, disposal of waste, can be solid or liquid waste, sewage water, lack of enough safe drinking water, housing problems, and so on. Urbanization and economic development have long been considered as concomitant factors. So, as I began with, policies needs to be enunciated to use the concept, the reality of urbanization as a positive factor to aid the economic development rather than to deter it. Proper development strategies should cater to the development needs of the urban society, ensuring that there is modern comfort levels, ensuring living standards to people while preserving the natural, the historical, the cultural identity of the city. So I hope that this webinar today would be an eye-opener for all of us in this regard. With these words, I conclude and I open the session for the remarks and the words of the respectable panel members. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the excellent introduction and setting the thing. May I request one of the participants, the panelists, to make the presentation. We may start from the Thiruvananthapuram.
Sure, very warm wishes to all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to share thoughts on climate action, which is the need of the hour. The Kerala state, which is sandwiched between the Western Ghats on the east and Arabian Ocean is in the west, is rapidly undergoing urbanization. As we all know, as the rural-urban divide is thinning down, the demand for natural resources are going high. Land use changes are happening at ever accelerated pace. With warmer oceans on the western, land use changes in the east, Kerala is vulnerable to climate change. The extreme climate events in 2018 and 19 is more than enough to rethink about the development planning processes. Thiruvananthapuram is a coastal city harboring about 1 million of resident population and another 500,000 floating population, being the administrative capital of the state. The city is expanding to the suburban and rural neighborhood and is highly vulnerable to climate change. The city is daily facing many challenges. The coastal area, where the density of population is as high as 6,000 plus people per square kilometers. The geological disturbance on the coast is unending, and that is putting the lives and assets of people in danger. This is delaying the development projects intended from improving the quality of life in the coast. The low-lying lands in the city, most of which are converted from wetlands due to high demand of housing, is under the threat of flash floods. Encroachments on water bodies, canals, and like that backwaters and river banks intensifies the issues in many places of the city. Inadequate road rail connectivity is choking the city with traffic blocks. Difficulty in procuring land for common facility is a real challenge we all face nowadays. Despite of these challenges, the city advancing by creating resilient systems and infrastructure. Thiruvananthapuram is the largest city in Kerala, which implemented decentralized solid waste management system. The city implemented green protocol to reduce the use of single-use plastics. The city promoted source-level composting of organic waste supplemented with urban kitchen gardening, which helped the city to recover more than 50% of its organic waste. Decentralized material recovery facilities and resource recovery centers facilitated close to 90% of recovery of non-biodegradable discards of recycling. Promotion of urban kitchen gardening and urban farming have increased the availability of safe food within the city to cater about 10 to 15 of the total demand. Ecosystem restoration and conservation programs of the city is reviving water bodies and rivers. The city is improving the canal systems and other water bodies to improve the drainage as well as water holding capacity to avoid flooding in the low-lying regions. On energy front, the city is improving the utilization of renewable energy. We are in plan to install solar energy systems in buildings under control of the city. We are encouraging the electric vehicle for population or for all people for pollution-free communications. The city launched battery-operated auto rickshaws operated by women in the city. The city also launched battery-operated vehicles for collection and transportation of waste inside the city. The city encourages bicycle in the city in association with the civil society organization called Intercycle Embassy. The program donates bicycles to students, organize cycling events, and provide training. The city is working as on plans to make it cycle-friendly city. Then we are also working to go digital so that people can access the service from home. Smart Trivandrum application, a mobile application provides services like septage collection, drinking water supply, tax payments, submission of applications, and accessing all certificates from online itself. Most importantly, the city has created a platform for youth and student volunteers to engage and get involved in the awareness, relief, and development activities. Now we can see in COVID situation also we have that volunteer brigades in corporation main office itself, so that they can make awareness to the people. The organization called Green Army, the youth volunteer network, with the support of the city, facilitated the relief work during the flood and still facilitating the COVID-19 defense. The pandemic has changed the priorities and conventional concepts about development. The pandemic made us humble and helped us to realize so many things. So I conclude my words by saying that we have established a city disaster management cell to tackle with the disaster situations in corporation area. The corporation have prepared disaster management plan with so many assessments, with so many scientific views and so many people inside that. So my city is committed to climate resilient development to ensure a better future. And I thank once again for this opportunity to all of you. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, thank you, Mrs. Arya, for making the very brief presentation. I feel that in general, within the framework of the theoretical and international perspective given by Dr. Renu Raj, I think Mrs. Arya touched upon each and every specific activities at the ground level, at the household level. She has highlighted the activities which are going on, and she has concern over the future relating to sustaining these services and improving the services, include each and everyone is happy in the city with the basic services. And she has covered all aspects of human life with a vision of sustainable development. I think with this we can we may discuss all these aspects after making all the presentations. I think we should have some lively discussions. I hope the chair will agree with that suggestion and we may go ahead.
Yes, I think that is a good suggestion. We'll go ahead.
Okay. So next presentation by Advocate Anil Kumar from Kochi. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Yes, for having given the opportunity, and thank you, Dr. Renu Raj, the director of our urban affairs, who's in fact leading us and also doing whatever help we need in on taking the equitable resilience of our city corporations forward. We just heard our vibrant young leader of the Trivandrum Corporation, Comrade Arya, voice her concerns. And now we also have, after me, Dr. Veena Phillips, the Kozhikode mayor. And then again, I feel Mr. Prashant, the senior town planner, is also there to make certain deliberations. So first of all, I will convey my limitations because I am held up due to COVID. I am in my room and my presentation is in my office. I don't know how much slides they can in fact share. I feel they will do it. So I believe I start if we can show the slides, if my office can show the slides on the screen, if they can share the screen. Yes. See, this is rebuilding through equitable resilience, the urban thinkers campus we are having. And when you consider Kochi, the next one, please, the next slide. When you think about Kochi, I would have a small reminder about the topography, the history. See, the history of Kochi itself is a rich international exposure, because you know that the Cochin city has developed from the starting the construction of the Cochin port, and the Cochin port, so Robert Bristow way back in 1920 constructed it, and the development of Kochi and the planning of Kochi is more or less based on the Cochin port. And if I take an example in Matanjeri, which was the erstwhile town in the Cochin city, the traders in Matanjeri, they in fact started the planning of the town then. So if you go back to the history of town planning in Kochi, you should go back to Matanjeri, and that too from the participation of the traders there. You know that the Portuguese came here, then later the Dutch, and then the British, and then the Arabians, the Chinese have a very high, good relation with Kochi city that has created the cosmopolitan character of the city. That is why you have the Jewish synagogue here. All this is because of the rich cultural exchange that we had, the cosmopolitan culture that we have. We had an opportunity for exchange because of the proximity to the sea route and the exporting that we had of the spices and all that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, if you a small reminder of the topography. No, the before one, the one before, yes. The demographics, you know that the population is about 6 lakhs. The economic activity is more or less related to port, the IT sector, the tourism, the health, and all those things. Then the land, we have the water body is 22.64%. Park and open spaces is 0.97. Residential land is 53.1. It is the most densely populated city in Kerala. The geography and the climate is more or less a tropical monsoon climate. Yes, the next slide, please. Next slide, please. See me the next slide, please. Yes, and I want to bring to you the Kochi City Master Plan. It was an initiative from our side, the Kochi Municipal Corporation, way back in 2005. Even when I was a councillor, then we decided to make a master plan of our own. I believe that maybe inside the country, we were the first people to decide that a city corporation should start private. The master plan for the city. We made the master plan. We sent the letter to the government of Kerala. They gave the consent. And we in fact made a draft master plan, but it did not move forward. And for 20 years, we took into consideration everything: the equitable development that we are speaking about, the climate resilience we were speaking about. All this was taken into consideration when the master plan was formed. Next slide, please. See the international collaborations we have. Right starting from UN Habitat, you have the ICLEI, you have the DFID. We had very good relations with the DFID, the KFW, which funds the metro inside the city, the AFD, the French agency. You have the GIZ, which is a German agency that is funding us, and Fraunhofer and Reading universities. So this is why I told that the international exposure of Kochi is very high. Next slide, please. See innovations regarding equity and resilience. I will tell that. See canals. I told the coverage when I discussed the topography. I told that Kochi has a coverage of water bodies. A major part of the Cochin city belongs to the water bodies. So using the KIFBI, which is the Kerala Institution for Investment Fund Board. Now we roped in some 2,000 crores, and we are now trying to rejuvenate the canal system inside Kochi. 6 canals are being rejuvenated. 34.75 kilometers canals are to be rejuvenated. Why? Because the climate is giving a disastrous hit on these canals. The water in the canals is increasing. Most of the slums are located just near the canals, and so we thought that when you speak about equity, when you speak about climate resilience, the first place you have to take into consideration is the canals, and that is why the canal rejuvenation project is there in support of the government of Kerala. Now the next one, the GIZ is working closely with us in developing a smart SUP project, and the city, we have been given 100 e-auto rickshaws by the GIZ. We have formed a Ernakulam Jilla Auto Rickshaw Society. This is how a stakeholder participation works. Almost 1,500 auto rickshaws are pooled under this society. There are 6 trade unions. They all come under this one umbrella. We have formed the system. We are working with the system, and through the system, we are going to even now developing an app so that the auto rickshaws will be will go to this modern app system with the help of the Auto Rickshaw District Society, with the help of the GIZ. We have moved at such a proposal. There will be 0 carbon emissions from these e-auto rickshaws. Fraunhofer, I told you just before, Fraunhofer has been closely working with us, and now we are trying to build a sustainable smart city neighborhood project. We have selected 200 households wherein sustainable water supply, solid waste management, energy conservation, and what more, everything is to come under one roof, taking into the Residents Association into confidence. The Kochi Corporation is leading with the association of Fraunhofer to do these things. Next slide, please. Now again, the rapid response policy engagement we are having. This is regarding migrant housing. And Reading University is there with us. We already have 2 workshops. We pinned in everybody. We went for a national exposure, for an international exposure. Everybody who knew about the rental housing of the laborers, we call them Aditi Todilali, or the guest workers in Kerala, because we have a benevolent approach towards all of them. We try to see that not only the Aditi Todilali or the workers from other state, we also feel that the middle income group, they are staying in rented houses. They should not be squeezed. They should not be actually exploited. So the corporation with the national government, it has a policy. We are trying to see that a proper rental housing policy is made. We already have made a policy. We'll discuss it in the council, and then we'll try to implement that policy. You have the Janagiya Hotel. That's the next one, which is placed. Janagiya Hotel, it's there in many places inside Kerala. We are trying to give houses at meals at 10 rupee. It is being heavily subsidized. The Kudumbasri workers are being given the chance to work. They will get some income, and we feel that this particular innovation of ours, it is doing wonders when the COVID hit, because 10 rupees a meal is very dear to these people who are hit by COVID, because they cannot prepare their meals by themselves. So we use this Janagiya Hotel as it was done by everywhere outside Ernakulam, inside Kerala. We did this innovation, and this is Janagiya Hotel. Then another one is a child-friendly city. We are planning to do is the Anganwadis, the digital libraries, the smart classrooms. We are trying to create green walkways and walking plazas. I will try to tell you an innovative decision we made. We have started together today with the help of the St. Teresa's College and all other colleges and schools put together. You know that the UN has decided that restoration of the environment is today's motto of the UN for at least for a decade. We have decided that to put up a eco challenge. The eco challenge will be in such a manner that the students can come with their proposals. They can see the environment before them. They can, in fact, suggest solutions. They will be able to present their solutions, maybe through posters, through coloring, through articles. They will be able to share this. We will run a contest, and whoever is selected from among the children, we will select these proposals and make it part of the budget. This is how Kochi is trying to become a child-friendly city. The next one is on women entrepreneurship. I had this idea when I was interviewed by the BBC radio that I should do something as a mayor of the city for the women entrepreneurs. I made a call for a women entrepreneurship workshop. The industries minister came down, every department came down. We had a very good discussion, and I am pretty confident that women, not only from the Kudumbasri to big investors who are there in Kochi, they were all taken, they all were put under one roof. We had a threadbare discussion of what they need, of what solutions they require, what help they need, how their investments are going to come, what sort of help they need from the government of Kerala. We are trying to make an incubation center for the women entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. See me the next slide, please. Yes. Next one is again the CSML GIZ. We are trying to make 10 smart roads under the smart city. You have a cable deck. You have the footpath, so that you need walkers friendly footpaths. We have put up cycle tracks for 10 kilometers, beautiful cycle tracks. You have a minimum carriageway. You have the cable decks. The importance of this is that See, we are trying to put all the transportation networks under one umbrella, like an intermodal transit system. Like to tell an example, if you go to Vaitila, which is one of the busiest junctions, maybe inside South India, you have a metro rail there. You can come in a metro rail. You can come down there. There is a Vaitila mobility hub. It is from this place where all the buses to the state run from this place. Even to the to other districts run from this place. The city buses come there, so you can even go to the bus. If you don't want a bus, you have the boat, because you have the water metro project, which is again funded by a German agency, which I was describing earlier. So the water metro jetty is there, so you can use this. If you want to cycle, you can get cycles. You can rent cycles from there. If you want to walk your distance, you can walk through a user-friendly footpath. All this is amalgamating inside Vaitila. So this is what is intermodal transit system. The importance is that, see, if you have to be climate resilient, if you have to be equitable, if you have to see that all the people in living in your city should get the opportunities, the ideal example will be to give opportunity to everybody. Will be to give importance to public transportation. Then you have the model roads like this. We are doing model roads all over the city. I don't want to deliberate and go in detail. Then now you have the WRI coming in with us for the boom barrier project. It is with the help of the Navy. We are establishing a boom barrier in the Fort Kochi beach, so that it's not only the cleaning of the beaches again and again, but also we should see that the beach doesn't get spoiled. Then we have the Kochi Eco Challenge. I already mentioned about the Kochi Eco Challenge. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Now with NULTS, before I go to this Bullasheri Canal, I'll go to Bullasheri Canal redevelopment project. See, this is one particular thing. When you speak about your resilient, climate resilient features, see, this is again a model of how GIZ collaborated with us, and then we put up a competition, urban design competition. If you see the diagram, this is the Bullasheri Canal area. It is in the heart of the city, which floods like anything. Bullasheri Canal is one of the canals which takes the water to the Vemanand lake. Now, suppose when it is high tide and it rains heavily, then what happens is that we have a Petit Para installed there, which pumps the water outside to the backwaters. But still, it is a big problem for us, the Bullasheri Canal. So what we did was that we in fact went in for a competition, urban design competition with the GIZ. We took the entire community into confidence. We selected 4 agencies, 4 urban design agencies for the competition. They designed, they came out. We in fact took all their suggestions. This whole canal area was divided into 4. It was given to them, divided into 4, and then they worked on it. They made community participation. They had discussions with the councillors and every urban designers they would meet. And finally, they came up with a proposal. I will tell you the beauty of the proposal is that it is again the green-blue infrastructure. I know that many of the urban thinkers who are up here, who have come down here, the international exposure is that now we are thinking about a green-blue infrastructure, which you see in Netherlands. Netherlands is much more or less similar to Kochi. And maybe from the Netherlands experience, we formulated this plan whereby whenever rainwater falls heavily, we will create certain spaces where you can hold water. So in summer days, it will be converted into parks, and during the rainy days, it will be rain catching areas. And we are trying to design the entire construction in this area in such a manner that you don't give much importance to concrete, but on the other hand, you create more open spaces. You create areas where you create more areas where there can be blue and green infrastructure. Next one. Next slide, please. Now again, the general hospital. We are using the Smart City Fund. This is again a kind of equity. General hospitals, it is one of the best general hospitals inside India. They have received many awards. We have now seen that not only a cancer ward is coming up there, we are also converting their entire database into using the information technology to see that it is converted just like any other private hospital works, the Ernakulam General Hospital works. We in fact put up 100 oxygen beds at the time of COVID with the help of the Cochin Port. We took the Samudrika auditorium from the Cochin Port and then we did it. Even at the time of COVID, we had the crowdfunding. wherein all the private sector came together. We, in fact, have distributed at least 2 lakh food packets from a central kitchen inside the Kochi city, which is popularly known as the TDM Hall. Not even a penny from the corporation exchequer was taken. The whole fund was from the CSR funding of the public sector. It also came from private institution. Private sector came handy, and not only the private sector, even people, individuals started contributing. Now, I believe that when in Kerala we think about an urban plan which can be climate resilient and which can in fact be equitable which can go to an equitable development, I feel that if you have the sustainable development goals in your mind as your motto, then I believe that you can in fact even receive individual funds from the world all over to see that you get the funding. Next slide, please. Now, before I go to this slide, I also want to say that with the help of the NULTS, we are doing another program. That program is trying to see that the cargo movements are also converted into just as we were planning auto rickshaw for passengers. We are also seeing that such kind of climate resilient methods are also used in the case of cargo movement. We have had some 3 or 4 workshops already. We have the RTO taken into consideration, the private sector operating into consideration. We are trying to see that Kochi gets some carbon space because of these innovations. And then we have the United Metropolitan Transport Authority. Whatever we do in Kochi, today I had its meeting, the Kochi Metropolitan Transport Authority. You know that it is there in London, it is there in Singapore, it is there only in few cities in the world. But Kochi has already started it. Within 1 year, we have tried to grow. We have tried to institutionalize the whole thing. We have tried to strengthen the institutions and the whole metro, the railways, the waterways, the cargo movement, the auto rickshaws, the buses, the cycles, everything will be under this one roof. And the Kochi City Corporation will be there to take this forward. And to conclude, I would say that what we need. Now, what I get from this experience is that, what I want to share from this experience is that, see, Kerala is a particular place, a peculiar place, a place to study. That is why we are even better than much of the developed countries in regard to the social and health standards. If you consider, we are in fact, we can in fact boast very proudly, we can say that we are in front of India. And we can in fact compete with any other country in the world. But we have to change, that is for sure. We have to bring in infrastructure. But when you bring in infrastructure, our thrust is that there should be a climate resilient approach. Because of backwaters, the water in the backwaters is slowly increasing. We have now seen that the waterways are entering the compounds of not only the poor people, even the rich people. The Vembanad Kayal, the Vembanad waterways, backwaters, the water is entering the canals. Through the canals, it is entering the households. Now we have a problem in our hand. We have a challenge in our hand. We had a challenge in the form of COVID. We had a challenge in the form of the floods, but we are learning from these experiences. But whenever we learn from these experiences, I will tell you that Kochi and Kerala has a rich historical experience to see that we stand on our foot, we stand on the ground, we learn from international exposure. We can take all the international technical expertise that we have, which we don't have from the world over. We are ready. We are recipient to all these things. We are opening our windows to see and doors to see that all technical expertise should come to us. But whatever we do on the infrastructure side, it should be to fight the climate change. It should be to understand what is happening in the cities internationally, what is being done. How is Netherlands coping with all these things? How are they doing their agriculture, even on the water bodies, how they are cultivating, how they are milking their cows on the water bodies. There are many things to learn. We have only limited knowledge. We are ready to learn. But whenever we learn and whenever we do things, we are sure that we are not only an inclusive society, we are an equitable society. Thank you for the time and patience. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Advocate Anil Kumar, for a wonderful presentation. I would like to observe that the Kochi is very careful in dealing with many aspects because of the historical and the size and operational nature. And there are different organizations, the Metro Rail, and GCDA, etc., etc. But the city is, your presentation, I feel that you are looking the city as a whole. That is the vision which we require. We need cooperation. We need cooperation with, that is very, very important. As its introductory remarks, Dr. Renu Raj pointed out the need for developing city as an engine of growth. We consider every city as a potential for survival, but we should be very careful from the environmental friendly. I feel that from the Trivandrum presentation and from the Cochin, there are a lot of good models, which has to be a little bit more discussed at the larger level in the among the municipalities in Kerala. That will give them more confidence and in this direction. Mr. Anil's presentation is very deep, and I think he touches all the frontiers of knowledge level, and his aspiration for learning further is very encouraging for all of us, and hope we will have more opportunities. And this will place, this kind of discussion will place our cities at the international level. With this, may we go to the third presentation from the Kozhikode?
Yeah, definitely.
Madam, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you a lot. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Welcome. Over to Kozhikode.
Sunny sir, I'm here.
Madam, yes, please.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes. So shall I start?
Yes, please, madam.
Yeah. I was really impressed by Advocate Anil's presentation because he had done it so well, fast, and the most of the content which he wanted to convey was there in the form of PPT and also through his words. So I feel I can start my presentation through just a minute. Okay, just a minute. Can you all see me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, right. Presentation right now. Shall I click? No. Yeah. So it's a small, a short profile of Kozhikode city, and you all know Kozhikode got its name from Kovil Kotte, and then it became Kozhikode. The Portuguese people called it Calicut, and the English people, changed it to Calicut. So you all can see the municipality formed in 1866 July, and it is upgraded as a corporation in 62. And we have, it's all self-speaking, so I need not spend much time on it. And our corporation, a picture of the corporation is seen here, and this is our
madam, that slide is not displayed. Kindly share the screen. Screen share. Go for the screen share option.
Just a minute. Just a minute, sir.
It's okay.
Yeah. Can you all see
now
right
it is
now?
Fine.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Okay. So this is the corporation office in front of the longest beach, I believe. And this, I think, it's so unique of Kozhikode Corporation, especially the town, that is Mananjara, which was supposed to be the pond where our former or the last king of Kozhikode, that is, who's known as Samorin, where he bathed, and it was in front of his palace, which is not there. Instead, there is a contrast factory, a weaving factory is seen, which also is not functioning right now. And so this entrance gate is towards that that Mananjara. We have made it a park. And our city is also known as a city of food, city of hospitality, city of sculptures, because Shilpa Nagaram, and the sweet meat street or Mithai Teruvu is also very famous. And people are so hospitable. So again, almost all the visitors who visited our country, they have recorded this as a city with the most hospitable people. And where should I press for the next? What is this? Okay, I can use this now. Okay. So major achievements. As you all know, we have the first thing that we can claim is in education. Our former MLA had a dream of making our government schools to international levels, and he made 2 schools. Now he can claim that 4 schools into that standard, into that level of his dream. And this school that you see is the Karaparambu Government High Secondary School, where only 200 students studied. Now there are nearly 700 students studying. And the very particularity of that school is they have their roof covered with all the solar panels, and they produce the electricity which they can use, and they also sell it to the Kerala State Electricity Board. Thereby they have an income. And another achievement of Kozhikode is housing. As we all know, LIFE and PMAY project together. This house, particularly designed by an engineer and architect, is actually built with that money of that LIFE and PMAY scheme. And like that, we have nearly 3,000 houses completed, and we are so proud of those houses. And 1,400 houses completed, and we have to complete more house, and we are getting more than 5,000 in the 3rd phase of LIFE project. And this is another achievement we can claim. And I think for that, we got the that award due to COVID, I forget things very fast. Scotch Award. That is on the left, you can see the old slum area called Kalluthan Kadavu. And on your right, you can see the flats which accommodated the people who lived in that Kalluthan Kadavu, and also some of the municipality quarters where they were in a dilapidated condition, and those municipality workers also are accommodated in this flat. And another thing is renewable energy. I think when the state government started the Nilavu project for replacing all the old lights and replacing them with the LED, the Kozhikode Corporation started this in 2018. And now we have completed nearly 90%, or we have replaced nearly 90% of the old lights with the new LED bulbs. This is the beach road in front of the Kozhikode Corporation, where you can see almost all the street lights are replaced with LED bulbs. And this is about our renewable energy, because what we do here is, before these people came, this is from the Karnataka Government Electronic Corporation, and they undertook making the whole of corporation under that Nilavu project before it came, and we replaced almost all, as I told you. And before these Karnataka Government Electronic Corporation people came, they were shortly called Kionics. We paid nearly 47 lakhs of rupees as our electricity bill to the KSEB. But now this month, that is 2 months, of course, we paid only 14 lakhs rupees. So that way we gain a lot. Then livelihood for all, as this is the Ayangali workers in corporation, as we all have. And they also have, as we all know, that they get only 100 employment days in a year. And that is one thing. And we have, the Kudumbashree units. And one very particular thing about Calicut Corporation is that we have Harida Karma Sena. People who are in Kudumbashree also join hands with the Harida Karma Sena. But this Harida Karma Sena, they do collect all the waste, plastic waste and all solid waste from the households. And then they they send it to 2 different places where, we have the MCF, that is material collection facility, and material recovery facility. Thus, our Kozhikode Corporation, the streets look so beautiful and clean because of the hands of these Ayangali, I must rather call them these Ayangali soldiers. and the Harida Karmasena soldiers. And natural resource management. As you know, and that Anil Kumar was telling about their Mullasheri canal, we have yet another canal called Kanoli Canal. Kanoli was the collector of Kozhikode, who actually connected Korapuzha, that is one river, a large river, and with the Kallai Puzha, which is a small, another river which joins the Arabian Sea in Kozhikode. He connected these two rivers through this canal so that, you know, all the goods which are to be sold, it all, you know, people traveled and they carried their goods to be sold in different markets through this Kanoli Canal in olden times. On your left, you can see the plight of Kanoli Canal. Before we made it a yajnam, like, you know, we made it clean. We almost stopped all the drains and all the drain or the waste materials which were allowed to go into this canal, and thereby we made it so clean. And even we could see the small fish, you know, swimming in the Kanoli Canal. Before that, if you put a fish there, it would naturally die. That was the Kanoli Canal rejuvenation that we did. The Kanoli Canal has a length of 11.2 kilometers. Another very particular, you know, achievement we have is zero waste city. I don't say that we achieved 100%, but still we have achieved it more than 80%. As I told you earlier, MCF and MRF is the place where we collect and we segregate the waste into plastic, sometimes metal things, sometimes glass things, and different variables which we can sell. And there will be very little reject. That reject will be less than 20% if we consider. And when they segregate it at the MRF, what happens is all the products segregated can be sold off, and the municipality can actually incur an income also. Harida Karma Sena, I already mentioned, who are actively participating in making the city clean and waste-free. And clean city missions, apart from Harida Karma Sena and Kudumbasri, we have, you know, different missions joining hands with us. Harida Kerala mission, Shujitha mission, and they are all joining hands with us for so many other cleaning ventures. And Clean Beach is another mission where our collector, he joins hand with the mayor of corporation with the help of NSS volunteers and any other youth ready to participate. Also, he declares that Sunday we are going to clean the beach. I don't know from where, so many young men and women, or rather I would call them boys and girls, they come to the beach and all together we all clean the beach. And finally, what we collected, the waste material, will be collected by the municipal corporation contingency workers, and it will be, as we mentioned earlier, will be moved to the MCF and the MRF. Then Sundara Padayoram, where we encourage people to make the Padayoram, means the side roads or the footpath, where we make it beautiful by planting flower plants or making them small gardens. Mission Telinir, again, is rejuvenation of water bodies, as we mentioned, Kanoli Canal, where we have, you know, rejuvenated a place called Mundagan Tode, which actually caused flood in its flowing areas. But after cleaning, now you can see so clear water flowing through the canal. And the people on both the sides, you know, they happily say this year we never had any, I mean, when the summer rains, we never experienced any flood. And Project Green Grass, again, is another project where, you know, we encourage, paving green lawns in front of the offices and some part of the roads, and especially in the junction of roads, when we create a green grass, you know, that lawns, and that's the project we call Green Grass Project. Zero waste in tourism destinations, as I told you, it is on the mission. And this is another achievement, that is Animal Birth Control Program, which we say ABC program. I don't know whether some foreign people are listening to this seminar. In India, we are not supposed to kill or harm any stray dog. So the law protects the stray dogs. So what happens is they, in fact, there are so many stray dogs in Kerala. They attack the children as well as elders, and we really suffered a lot with them. So Kozhikode Corporation started a sterilizing unit. A veterinary surgeon is there, and with the help of the nurses and other paramedical staff, he sterilizes nearly 10 dogs a day. Thereby, within 5 years, we expect that the population of these stray dogs will come down to 50% of when we started, what we had when this ABC program was started. So people from other corporations like Kochi, Thiruvananthapuram, and different states and districts come to our ABC center to learn more about what we are doing. We are also planning to start another one because almost all wards we have the problem of these stray dogs. And this is a municipality urban development. In that, I think in Kerala, we had the first, what do we call it? Escalator. Escalator is the word that I studied in class 8. This is what COVID has done to me, Mr. Anil Kumar. So anyway, this escalator was, built there, and people are so happy to cross the road, especially in that busiest crossing in Kozhikode city because of the Mofussil bus stand. Another thing is this escalator was constructed under Amrit project. Where we never had such funding in the olden days, but now luckily from state and from center we are getting enough money to develop the urban areas. And drinking water supply, you wouldn't believe 68,000 connections we gave under Amrit project. And I could very proudly say that 98% of the urban dwellers, they have their fresh water pipe connection in their houses. And another city beautification, as I told you earlier, it is also known as City of Sculptures. You can see 1 or 2 such sculptures placed in the middle of Mananjira Maidanam. Mananjira pond I mentioned. Next to that, we have this Mananjira Maidan, where people come, they enjoy, the children play there, and there you can see. Moreover, there are more sculptures made and put on the beaches of Kozhikode city. And in that picture, on left side, what you see is Sarovaram Biopark. Sarovaram Biopark is a place with that serene, that green, lushy green Kandal forest, as well as other plants, and it's very calm and quiet. You can walk through that small roads in the water bodies and looking at the birds and butterflies who are all flying around these trees and small plants. That is another achievement of Kozhikode city. On the right, what you see is, top right, what you see is the newly renovated Mithai Theruva or SM Street, where it is being lit with all the LED lamps. And we have a plan to make all the buildings without losing its heritage. We are going to renovate that place, rebuild that, and so that now many of these maybe they're all more than 200 years old, so they need support, and we are going to make it looking alike with slight differences, and at the same time retaining its old heritage look. And with this on the left top, what you see, Oru Therivinte Katha, is the Malayalam script, old Malayalam script, and that is the story written by S.K. Pottakad. And where the SMC starts, we have a beautiful a bust of S.K. Pottakad, and we see these are the city beautifications, and that's what we have seen. And these are the parks that came under, parks and roads that came under Amrit project. And there are so many in our Kozhikode Corporation. Some of them need more attention, because after completion, the COVID came and people stopped their habit of going out. And the roads, especially, people used to say that we couldn't believe that the Kozhikode roads became so beautiful, so broad and scientifically made. And yet another, achievement that we claim so proudly about inclusive development. You can see the BUDS school that we plan. We already have private BUDS school, but we have started another BUDS school in our corporation area, and yet we have two other are to be built again, and where we are planning to accommodate these differently abled children. And that area that you see is the old building which has been renovated, repainted, retaining its beauty, and at the same time gardening, and as I mentioned, that green lawns and all make it so beautiful. And inclusive development, as we discussed, we have yet another thing to say, that is gender park, which is an idea where we have so many places, so many conference halls, so many other establishment for gender. Gender includes those who are marginalized, especially women, children, old age people, differently abled people, and transgenders too. So for all of them, we have places, we have centers to be proud of, where they can come, they can sit so proudly with so much of self-esteem, with confidence, so that they feel that they are also included when the government planned such beautiful centers. And a great achievement that we can claim is in COVID-19 management. You all might have read in the newspapers that in Kozhikode, when other panchayats or municipalities or corporations send lakhs and crores of rupees for feeding the COVID-19 patients and COVID-19 affected families and the other state workers, we in Calicut can very proudly say that we didn't send a single pie for feeding those people in Kozhikode, especially during the COVID pandemic. That's one thing. And decentralized governance we applied. Each ward is responsible for finding out the people, the initiative, the initiators, the volunteers, and each ward has to find the source to produce medicine, food, or whatever a COVID affected family needed. Each ward was responsible. Of course, we had large amount of funding coming from very famous, like Chamber of Commerce, Calicut Management CMA Association, and also about from the Young Men's Club, and so many other organizations were there. But mainly the control was with the councillor and with the ward committee. Rapid response teams, we all know that those teams did a wonderful job. Whenever someone came from Europe or England or the Gulf, these RRT members will inform, they will call, and they will see that these people are quarantined, isolated in different houses that we called FLTCs. And they were also ready to get news. They had a kind of WhatsApp group, and they did a wonderful job. Hospital management, the private hospitals also were ready to accommodate the COVID patient, and we actually made first line treatment centers where we had doctors and nurses, and then when they had problems, they were shifted to ICUs and all. This time we started so many ICU wards, and we strengthened our clinics or urban centers or under the NHM, and we had our own corporation health centers, family centers. We strengthened them so that people could go to these clinics and get good treatment and good medicines, and especially we also started this oxygen beds, where we could give oxygen, especially in the second phase of COVID. As the whole world know, the Nipah virus management was again done, initiated by the former health minister, our dear Shailaja teacher, and it was all done in Kozhikode because of the readily willing team of intelligent doctors. Community resilience, as I told you, this is a community kitchen where food is packed in packets and it will be delivered to homes. And that's what we did. It's very famous. And on that basis, we again got a Scotch Award this year. Then, as we mentioned, community resilience, I want to tell you something. In public participation, this year, I mean, expecting another flood
One
or
second,
natural
madam.
calamity.
Madam, one
Yes.
second. We are
Yes.
very running out of time, sorry, because we have to
I'm going to stop.
begin the next session. So conclude within,
I'm going to, we have so many opportunities, we have so many challenges, and we have so many future plans. Parking plaza, maybe it is the first one in Kerala, and care home and night shelter, we have she lodges, we have septage treatment plants on the anvil, not yet completed, and the community market and the mobility hub where we plan a transport nagar where the lorries can be parked and they can have accommodation. And like, we have so many different ideas in our mind, which we slowly plan to, establish, or rather to make it a reality within 5 years. This is what our dreams are about Kozhikode Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very detailed presentation, madam. Very informative, and your love for the literature, sculpture, and heritage, everything has to be appreciated. I am not able to comprehend the things within one or two sentences. So, because it is a large amount of information you have delivered here. Thank you very much. Let us go for the next presentation. Presentation by Mr. Rajesh PN.
Rajesh PN, Senior Town Planner.
Respected Honorable Mayors, respected Chair, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rajesh, Senior Town Planner working in Chief Town Planning Office, Local Self-Government Department, Planning. Basically, so happy and so much of projects that has been deliberated in the last sessions. My presentation is basically on the place-based innovations, which is translated into spatial planning and how the master plans have to be implemented, how it has to be conceived. That aspect I will be talking about, and then what are the issues, and generally what are the potentials we have. See, sustainability, as you all know, it's basically the development that that should meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations. Resilient planning, basically we need to update our plans, policies, standards for a better and prepare to accept the likely shocks and stresses which we are going to face, and so that we will be able to foresee the unexpected events and shocks. Looking into the population growth and urbanization in Kerala, we have seen that there have been a very decline of growth rate. If you see the 2001 and 2011, where we have only 4.8% growth rate, and in 2021 we are expecting a 3.89 growth rate. But the studies say that it might even go below the natural growth rate of 3.4. So that is a little alarming situation. Like, we don't have a population growth which is sustainable. But if you look at the urban population, as earlier the speakers have talked about, we have a very high urban population which have changed from 2001 to 2011. We have seen a quantum jump from 25.96 to 47.72. It is not generally the urban population that has been increased because of our urban agglomeration that has happened in our cities. The threshold limit of our census classification, like 75% of the male population should be working on non-agricultural areas. Population density should be 400 persons per square kilometer, and 4,000 is the minimum population density. These all factors have just pushed our threshold to this level of almost 50% of the urban population. But if you look at the general population growth rate, the population growth rate has been on a lower side. If you look at it is very interesting to see that though the population density of Kerala has increased a bit, we will see that urban population density has come down. Why the urban population density has come down? Because the area of urbanization or the urban sprawl has increased. We have, even in Kochi, we have an urban population density of only around 5,000 to 6,000 persons per square kilometer. The average population density of Kerala is 2097. So which shows that we need actually to look at control the urban sprawl. Our wetlands are getting depleted. I'll come later about when you are talking about the risk-informed planning, and there are chances like more floodable areas are converted into residential areas. These are the issues which need to face in the future, which through measures we have to build a plan where we are more resilient to accommodate these kind of disaster and events. Looking at the different time, after the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendment, in Kerala was the first state to have a town planning act, which is more, which is oriented towards our 73rd and 74th constitutional amendment. The act empowers the local body to prepare plans, get prepared, adopt with or without modifications. These are the different options that a local body has for doing the plans. First, we have the state level perspective plan, then we have the district perspective plan. On the local body level, we have master plans, detailed town planning schemes, and as per the new amendment, we have special area schemes which enable the local bodies to prepare small plans on a small area wherein you can have specific plans, like for a heritage area, we can have a specific plan on a spot within a short span of time. And it is very important to note that for those special areas and for master plans, we can have building control regulation over and above the existing building rules, which is prevalent all over the state. And for Kozhikode, we all know that we have a joint planning committee, which was the best master plan which we are able to produce through a joint planning committee. Because joint planning committee, it is very difficult to convince all the local bodies and bring together on one platform. In Cochin and Kozhikode, we are able to do that. And planning to be more resilient. Resilient planning is a long-term planning wherein you have to have proper updation and review of the data and analysis of what has happened. Inclusive cities, which includes actually all residents, has to be involved or included to voice their governance, planning, and the budgeting process, which actually in Kerala we have done through this participatory planning. Participatory planning in the term itself, the way in which we have been doing projects, we have been doing master plans, have incorporated a lot of ward level inputs into our master plans, so that our master plans can have develop proper updation and review of our long-term planning. Strategies has to be developed from these plans and inputs from different social and economic people, and then we have to build up strategies. And from there, the most important part I'm coming is to build projects from the master plan, which is generally has been absent in our plans. If you see the last 40-50 years of planning, after the constitutional amendment and the new act, local body has already the powers. I'm talking about when I'm talking about the local bodies, it is not the Trivandrum, Cochin or Kozhikode Corporation. It is basically the lot of other municipalities and local bodies which have to be empowered, or which they should understand that the plans which are prepared is basically the master plans which they have to own. Presently, all the master plan are having a regulatory framework. Through the regulatory framework, the people feel that these master plans are only used for regulating development. It is not. It has to change from the position of master plan being a regulatory plan rather than being a plan which is implementable. So the local bodies have to understand that these plans are owned, have to be owned by the local bodies. And now after that, after the plan is prepared, a lot of coordination is not happening. The lack of coordination, which requires implementation with the line departments and involvement of the line departments to integrate with the urban local bodies to implement the projects which is being developed through the master plans. The master plans are generally derived, the projects have to be derived from these plans, and fund allocation has to be changed and has to be made on a long-term basis, so that the projects are implemented on a not small projects. The convergence of master plan into projects is an important process which we have to put attention and look into it. So compartmentalized approach of problems and project has to be changed, and line departments have to be involved for the preparation process. What are the potentials we have? We have a very educated society and communities which are willing to form a part of the development. Technically, we are competent to deal with almost most of the issues. As a part of Rebuild Kerala initiative, we are in the process of preparation of two risk-based, risk-informed master plans, which as a pilot project already two municipalities we have done. That is for Manandawadi and Chenganur, and a lot of deliberations and discussions have been done at different levels, and from the finalization of these plans are in the process. In these along with the other various sectors that has been analyzed and compiled, we have also included the hazard and the various risk that is involved in each area, so that the people are aware about what is the hazard or the risk in the area where he is living. And according to that, risk mitigation plans will be developed. From the mitigation plans, we will have a priority action plan, which has been in the new amendment. We have already incorporated in all the master plans. There should be a priority action plan. Priority action plan will have some very important projects which needs priority for that area or for that city, which will develop to a 5-year or 3-year budgeting process and the development of those plans. And convergence of these master plans into project is an important aspect. The general myth is in Kerala we don't have land for development. We have plenty of land for development. As we have already mentioned, the density of population even in the urban areas are very low, and if you see the built density, it is only in the main cities also we have only around 30 to 40% of the built density. So it is only to have to develop to suit our needs rather than going into grids. We all know that as per the 2017 housing study, we have around 16 to 17 lakh houses lying vacant in our state. And coming to how the plans are implemented in other states.
One second, Mr. Rajesh.
Yeah.
Considering the time limitation.
This is the last slide.
Yeah. Please, sir. Please.
Operations are very powerful in terms of revenue collection in other states. Local bodies have the jurisdictions of all the projects which are being implemented within their jurisdiction. And even if a line department is going to make a project or implement a project, that project, the local body will have a say on that project. So if you take the Chennai Municipal Corporation, once the project or the master plan is ready, the projects will be listed out for each line departments, and they will send the projects to the line departments for implementation. If you see the developed countries, all the continuous monitoring of these projects and plans are being done, and to achieve the ultimate goal. And lastly, I would like to tell in Cochin also we have utilized the services of Urban Designers Association and other agencies, which are a lot of agencies like Architects Association, there are Landscape Designers Association and Engineers Association, Langsford, Rensford. All these associations are ready to help local bodies in implementing and supporting in project preparation and implementation. We should be able to gather our best utilization of all these associations for implementation and helping technical inputs in this. Thank you for the time.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rajesh, for the wonderful presentation. Considering the time limitation, we will go for the final words from Dr. Renu Raj, the chairman of this session. Over to Dr. Renu Raj.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sunny. I think we had a very, very fruitful session of presentations today. Our topic was mainly focused on two things. One is how to build resilience in our cities, and two was how to ensure equity. So the first presentation from the Mayor of Trivandrum, as you mentioned just after the presentation, actually touched all the ground realities of how things are happening. And the second very passionate presentation from the Mayor of Kochi, though he is unwell, actually covered a lot of things which require discussions in detail. Right from various programs that are being implemented there to a very disaster-prone location of the city, how they are trying to tackle it by planning it properly. So that has got a scope of a lot of discussions, I feel. The third presentation was from Dr. Beena Philip, the Mayor of Kozhikode Corporation. Madam has actually Madam has actually gone beyond our point of discussion to ensure that to present the entire city management in a nutshell by including how things have actually changed the life standards of people in the city to a newer level or to much better standards. And the final part by Mr. Rajesh was it has covered the technical side of our entire discussion, because as we mentioned in the beginning, as I also pointed out when I started with the discussion, the entire crux of the matter is finally in the planning of the city. That is where we have to start with. That is what ensures that in long term, we are achieving the goals that we are planning right now. So I strongly believe that we had a very fruitful 4 sessions of presentation on this topic, and I think we have a little bit of time. We would open the session for a small discussion, maybe a couple of questions we'll have from the participants who are there, and then maybe we will wind up the session.
There is no questions so far. There are appreciation notes only. There is not much. So I think it is considering the next session also timing, and there is no sharp questions, only appreciations.
Yeah.
So we express our deep gratitude to Dr. Renu Raj for chairing and visioning the discussion and concluding it in a very wonderful manner. We are also thankful to Advocate Anil Kumar, Mayor Cochin, Dr. Beena Philip, Mayor Kozhikode, Mrs. Arya Rajendran, Mayor Tirunduram, and Mr. Rajesh PN, Senior Town Planner. Thank you very much for joining this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Good day to all of you.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank you all.
Joy sir, I want to tell you something.
Yes, please.
ഇന്നലെ ഞാൻ ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ തമ്മിൽ മാത്രമാണല്ലോ, അതുകൊണ്ടാ പറയണത്. Change my topic because I didn't sleep a wink of an eye yesterday night. My husband. Yeah. Yes. Okay, sir.
I'll call you.
Yeah.
Hello. I think we have some of the speakers for the next session. Dr. Devjani Ghosh, who is going to moderate the session, is here. I can also see Dr. Marius Moore. Hopefully, Binoy is as well here.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Yes, Binoy. Yeah, Mr. Laghu Parashar is here. Dr. Devjani, are we good to start? Can we start at 5?
Yes, I think Mr. Amit Bhatt and Mahesh They both of them are yet to, I think.
Okay.
I don't see them
Amit
at
is
least.
here. Amit is here.
Is
If you
here?
yeah, Amit has just joined. Maybe Mahesh.
Okay, so I think it's only Mahesh.
Okay.
Maybe I'll just send him a message.
Yeah, it's just about a minute to go. So meanwhile, I'll just introduce the moderator and then hand it over the session to you for conducting. So thank you everyone for joining as well as staying with us through the last session, which focused on place-based innovations for equity and resilience in Kerala. Now we have a session which is organized by National Institute of Urban Affairs, which is a co-organizer for this Urban Thinkers Campus. And the session is titled on climate change and urban planning. So we have a range of experts who are looking at different aspects of urban planning.
Hi, Mahesh.
The session is going to be moderated by Dr. Debjani Ghosh, who is an associate professor at National Institute of Urban Affairs. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to introduce Dr. Debjani Ghosh. She is an associate professor at NIUA and she has more than 15 years of affiliation with the institute. Her expertise is in the areas of urban planning, governance, service delivery, and capacity building. In the past, Dr. Ghosh has been a faculty at the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and an assistant professor at the Center for Urban Development, Haryana Institute of Public Administration, Gurugram. Dr. Ghosh is also an expert member and resource member of various planning and development authorities, member of Board of Studies of Planning Schools, technical member, appraisal committee of capacity building for urban local body project of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Over to you, Dr. Ghosh.
Thank you, Ajit. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everybody around the globe. It's a privilege for me to be, moderating this session, which talks about urban planning and resilience, because I'm an urban planner by trade. So, and we all know that when we are talking of resilience, it can never happen unless we plan a city well. So, well-planned city is always better or a more resilient city, we all know. So, this session on resilience and urban planning is basically trying to, find the interface of climate change and urban planning under the umbrella of equity. So, I think all of these three terms are very important in order to understand what resilience is and how best urban planning can contribute towards making a city more resilient. And we have a very distinguished basket of panelists here today, both national and international. And each of them will talk about their work in this umbrella, under this umbrella, with respect to the city in which they are working in Kerala. And they will also try and highlight the familiarity of the issues and challenges they are facing in order to take their work forward, and how Kerala or the cities they are working in the context of their work, has been able to, enlighten them more in their task. So, without going into much more introduction, I would like to introduce you to the panelists. We have 5 panelists today, and the 5 panelists are Dr. Mahesh Rajashekhar, who is the chair of Urban Resilience Unit at NIUA, Dr. Marius Moore, who is the head of Innovation, Field Water Technologies and Resource Recovery at Fraunhofer Institute, IGB, in Germany. We have Mr. who is the Executive Director of the Integrated Transport of WRI India. We have Mr. Laghu Parashar, who is the Deputy Project Director of Smart SUT of GIZ India, and Mr. Binoy Peter, who is the Executive Director for Center for Migration and Inclusive Development. Gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you. And I will start today's panel with calling upon Dr. Mahesh Rajashekhar. How we are going through with this is that I will introduce each panelist and give them about 10 minutes to speak on their work, how they are taking forward the work of resilience and planning, and also give them one leading question to each of them, which they will try to answer through the work they have been doing and how they have been able to tackle that. So now I first call upon the first panelist, Dr. Mahesh Rajashekar. Let me just introduce you to him quickly. Dr. Rajashekar is Chair Urban Resilience Unit, as I mentioned before, and is heading the Climate Center for Cities, or CCube as it's known, at the National Institute of Urban Affairs. He has over 18 years of experience in developing risk reduction strategies, climate change analysis, institutional strengthening of governments, INGOs, and multilateral agencies. His recent efforts have been towards bridging the technology and communication gap to enable informed decision making. He has been the team leader and project manager for some of the pioneering risk resilience efforts in India, including implementation of early warning systems, urban disease surveillance, and city resilience strategies. Mahesh, I have one question for you, which I hope you will be able to cover with your presentation. My question to you is, as the head of C3 at NIUA, what are your major concerns in this context, and how should cities reorient their policies and plans? Hopefully this question will be answered through your presentation. Over to you, Mahesh.
Thank you very much, Professor Divjani, and I hope I'm audible right now. Thank you very much for the nice introduction, and it's a pleasure being part of this particular session with eminent experts talking about what we can do to cities to improve their climate performance, not given only the current scenario, but in also looking in terms of their development needs. So yes, of course, I'll try to answer the key question, that how can cities improve their climate performance over time, and what needs to be done, and what are the key challenges within the same. Right now, we are going through a pandemic, and people do have a differential experience of the same. Of course, many are affected directly, and many are also affected indirectly due to the ongoing disaster at a global scale. But that said, our cities in general, and Indian cities more in specific, are more prone to chronic stresses on a day-to-day basis. Lack of affordable housing, or either it be traffic, or either it be pollution, or aging infrastructure, or availability of infrastructure that leads to chronic stress, which they have to deal with now and then. But that said, while we are catering to the current needs and trying to manage the future needs, it's also quite important one looks in terms of the acute shocks, such as floods, sandstorms, and earthquakes, and also severe heat waves and infrastructure failure because of all these things. Why this is important is a key question. Given India's current development, I think there is a huge amount of investment which is going to go towards infrastructure. And in urban areas, with India being 33% urbanized as of 2011 census, but when the 2021 census comes out, we would have realized that we would have at least increased our urban population by 20 to 30%. And this is going to continue for the next 20, 30 years. And given that our current infrastructure deficiency is already 40%, and with the future growth, I think it'll more optimistic to assume that 50% of the infrastructure is yet to come. And while this 50% of infrastructure is yet to come, it's more important for us to think about how this infrastructure is going to be, whether we can create a system through which whatever investment is going to be made, can we have sustainability of this particular initiative, but also more in terms of sustainable, not only from an environmental perspective, but sustainable to take care of future risks which are emerging as we speak. So in order to do that, the Climate Center for Cities was established within National Institute of Urban Affairs. Our key goal is to enhance, of course, the NDCs and SDGs, and also looking in terms of Sendai framework, things like that. But more importantly, it is how we can strengthen the capacities of city officials to keep in line with most of these nationally determined contributions and also global goals and strategies. And how can we share good practices through which we can avoid failures, avoid repetition, avoid reinventing the wheel, and how we can create a platform where partners can come and engage at a single go, rather than in as we all know, everybody is working in the area of climate change, but little coordination or collaboration does take place. So many a times a city gets more than one partners, especially true in terms of the development agencies working on multiple sector. But many of the cities don't have such kind of facility, especially the smaller cities. So our idea, even though is grounded and piloted within smart cities and Amrut cities, our idea, the intent is to take it up to all the 5,000 plus urban local bodies which are in India. And what we do is, of course, we build capacity, but we also try to create matchmaking of partners and cities. We all do conduct an assessment, a much more detailed assessment of cities' performance and with respect to climate. And we try to make use of data for creating informed decision making and how we can innovate both within our practice management and also in terms of technology to augment and climate actions within cities. So currently we have been working closely with cities. In 2019 we did this climate smart city assessment across 96 cities in the country. And in 2020, when the revised framework based on our baseline experience, we launched it during the pandemic, and it was quite surprising and overwhelming that 126 cities in India, this includes 100 smart cities, but also 26 cities which are capital cities and 500,000 plus population taking part in the assessment. And a detailed assessment was conducted across 5 thematic areas covering urban planning, green cover, biodiversity, energy, green buildings, mobility, air quality, water and waste. And this is monitored through 28 indicators, and what we call them as development stage indicators, because many a times ranking a city either it doesn't motivate those which fall behind in the ranking process, and it doesn't really give direction to those who are far ahead in the ranking process. So here we took a different approach. So we took a development stage indicator approach where each city can be a climate beginner in one of the indicator or in one of the thematic area, and we provide them directions to move towards to become a climate accelerator. And what that means is climate beginners are cities which have not yet started including climate planning and design within their current set of activities. Explorers are the ones who have started forming committees, start having experts to guide them in the process, or start collecting data. For example, in our case, that also becomes important to inform their growth path or create a pathway for them for future development. And then we call climate pathfinders. These are cities which already have a strategy in place. They have a committee in place. They have a certain kinds of action plan in place, but they are still looking for investments to initiate actions. And warriors are cities which have initiated budgets within their budget line, climate for spending around climate actions or for looking in terms of climate informed development. And accelerators are cities which were able to implement actions over the last few years and are able to showcase impact. So even though we have very few cities in accelerator in India, I think much of our cities are either in the stage of explorers or pathfinders. There are few cities in the beginners, but over the last 10 years, we have realized that many of the cities, given the state of our the current climate variability and also the recent cyclones, heat stress and things like that, people have become conscious. Cities have started thinking about it. But cities alone can't do much, right? It is a multi-stakeholder approach is quite needed to bring a collaborative and a collective action. Therefore, within C-Cube, we work not only with the cities, but we work with different agencies, including development agencies, bilateral, civil societies, intergovernmental organizations, of course, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and also with other researchers within NIUA and industry partners to mainstream action. We have created a platform where people can come in and collaborate. So far, 53 agencies have committed to work with us. And in the last 1 year, 120 on-ground professionals were provided to cities to enable them to initiate actions around climate change. And the most important thing is the COVID has given us also freedom to engage with more number of officials from the city. Earlier, we always used to call the city officials to NIUA or to India Habitat Center to provide them with training. And usually our engagement were limited to few officials, few key officials to provide training and capacity building. But in our case, during COVID, this we have opened it up through a digital interface, and we were very much overwhelmed with more than 1,000 officials, city officials undertook various training programs, and in many of the cases there were more than 5 or 6 people from the same city sitting together or sitting together in the same forum and discussing with our experts to initiate climate action and debating around what they can do. So of course, we are also in the process of augmenting certain finances through ministries, program and projects to also bring in certain finances. But many of these development partners whom we have associated with it as also committed to provide guidance to the cities in their preparation of plans and strategies, if not huge infrastructural investments around it. So it is a good starting point. Like I said, we are just 1 year old, but we have this partners website currently active. So people who have not yet registered at an institutional level do reach out to us. And we are also going to start a new program for professionals who can register. And this registration is going to open up tomorrow. We'll provide more news about it. So any climate practitioner who wants to work with cities, students who want to engage with cities, or cities who are seeking professional, especially the small towns, tier 2, tier 3 towns, where they are not able to get right technical knowledge. We want to make use of this platform to connect both of them so that cities get right professionals to engage with them, and the right professionals also get experience of working with cities, not only in their region, but across India. Thank you very much. With that, I'll stop and will be happy to take any questions, if any.
Thank you, Mahesh. I think the given the structure and the time, maybe we will take the questions after all the panelists have spoken, and we welcome everyone who has any question to put it in the chat box, which will be collected at the end of the session and then taken forward. Thank you, Mahesh. A very enlightening presentation, and I hope we see a day very soon when climate beginners will all, turn into climate warriors and climate accelerators among all the cities. That's something we look forward to. Yes. So thank you very much, and may I now go on to our next panelist in the session. The next panelist in our session is Dr. Marius Moore. Marius, a very special thank you goes out to you for having found time among all this to be part of this panel. Dr. Marius Moore is the head of Innovation, Field Water Technologies and Resource Recovery at Fraunhofer IGB. Dr. Moore has been working with Fraunhofer for close to 17 years. He has been involved in projects concerning technology transfer in the area of wastewater treatment technologies in Namibia and Romania, and in research and development projects for companies in Germany. Dr. Moore has coordinated the project Smart Water Future India from 2017 to 2019. wherein the water sector of the South Indian city of Coimbatore was analyzed and a water innovation hub for long-term cooperation between local stakeholders, German institutes and companies was set up. Since 2019, he is in charge of the City Lab Kochi, India, in the context of the Morgenstern Global Cities Initiative. I will leave Marius to tell you more about the project in his presentation. Mahesh, I think you have to, now we see Marius. Hi, Marius. Welcome. So my question to you, Marius, is that how is climate smart community designed? And can you please explain the process of planning, designing, and implementing using your experiences from Germany and India? Over
Thank
to
you very,
Marius.
thank you very much, Debjani. Do you see my slides now?
Yes, yes, we do.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So, yes, thank you for inviting me. It's a very big honor for me to be presenting here in this very interesting forum you are having. And thank you also for the introduction, Debjani, so I don't have to say anything about myself anymore. I will go through a couple of slides quite quickly, so to just give you a small input for the discussion. Just let me tell what my employer is. So Fraunhofer is a large organization for applied research, mainly in Germany. So we have more than 30,000 people working for this research organization, split up in around 70 different institutes. And my institute is situated in Stuttgart, so we are also cooperating very closely with the University of Stuttgart. And it's special. Our institute is special in a way that we are non-profit, so we don't have any interests in certain technologies, but our drive is to bring innovations into reality, so to make applied research. And of course, we depend on certain funding. So we also have here, like in this project, I'm presenting the funding from the German Ministry of the Environment with us. But now I jump through the slides quite quickly. It's very important in this current project that we have a lot of cooperation partners. For example, NIUA. So that's because what you saw in the last presentation is very close to what I'm showing now. So I think there is so many synergies that we it's really important to go ahead together. And of course, we've already been mentioned in the very interesting presentation of the mayor of Kochi, Mr. Anil Kumar. And so, of course, the partners in Kochi, especially the Center for Heritage, Environment and Development, is a very important partner. In this project, it's about a global smart city. So we are not only looking at Kochi, but as well at Piura in Peru and Saltillo in Mexico. But what I will tell you is no more about Kochi. But the interesting thing is that we think cities worldwide can learn from each other and share experiences, and that this has a additional benefit. Yes, I already told you the three, we call it pilot cities. We are researching, and of course, we hope that then the solutions we find in these pilot cities can also be transferred worldwide. The background of our project is so-called Morgenstern Initiative. So it's a network that already exists nearly 10 years now, with the idea to form a network between research, the private sector, and cities, so the public sector more or less, to exchange ideas and to find solutions that work in the cities and that can be implemented with a vision of a sustainable city of the future. That is, of course, resilience. So resilience plays a big role. And we already applied this methodology, City Lab approach. So we developed it under the framework of the Morgenstern Initiative, and we already applied it. And the idea of the City Lab is to have a tool to analyze a very complex system as a city in quite efficient time with a quite efficient small team. to see the city as a system, to get an understanding of the city, and then also to come up with a strategy and also measures that can be implemented short term. So, but I could now go on and explain you the methodology because it's quite complex for another half an hour, but I won't do that. I will just show you there is a methodology behind what we did, and different steps from analysis to finding measures, and also the findings from Kochi. I have some slides. I will go through them quite quickly because I don't see that that there is a time at the moment, but maybe if you're interested, we can discuss that later in more detail. Here is the timeline again. It's first of all, it's the understanding of the city, then it's co-creation. So very important, we need strong partners on the ground. In every city lab, it's not possible to come from outside and understand everything, but we need the partners, the exchange. And then it goes in the direction of transformation implementation. The very important thing is the on-site. So we usually have a team of 4 to 6, 8 people being on site for 2 weeks, conducting interviews. So we are listed here the ones for Kochi to visit sites, to get a feeling for the city, and then also have a workshop where we discuss already first potential solutions. And of course, when I now talk about solutions, of course, we don't invent them. We don't come from outside and tell you do this and this and this, but they are based on the input we get, so on the interview. So it's very important to have the right partners to talk to, and then to extract the right ideas, and maybe integrate them a bit, give some other experience from outside, what works, what does not work, but then try to come up with a set of measures that might help improve the sustainability of the city. Okay, here just an overview. We collect a lot of indicators in each city. So here are some for Kochi, and then of course we rate them as well. Is it in a good state or in not such a good state? We identify so-called impact factors. So from these interviews, what is important in the city, where what has an impact on what's happening in the city. Then we rank these impact factors. So which impact factor has how strong impact on the other impact factor. So finally, we can distill some levers that when you see the city as a system, that will change things, and that will also reflect changes, and some things that maybe only reflect changes, and some things that are difficult to change but have a strong impact, and some factors that are not very reactive, I would say. Oh, sorry, now I clicked too quickly. From this analysis, we come up with certain amount of ideas. That's what I already told you. They don't have to be invented by us, but that things, when they are implemented, push the city forward in a positive direction. And then we also cluster them regarding short, medium term, and have a long-term goal for the different areas. And yeah, I will come more or less to an end now. We discussed them, rated them, and finally, under this project we are now talking about, this MGI, we are having the funds for developing of one project a bit more in detail. So we have written a report with all the project ideas, so they can be taken up and hopefully are taken up locally and developed further. But with one project, we can develop further from an idea to hopefully an implementation, also bring in some financing, and also look together with the city stakeholders for more financing options. And this is the Sustainable Neighborhood Kochi, which we identified. So for around, we said it's very, I loved it in the first session. Dr. Shekhar mentioned that this green infrastructure, that it's so important to really do it, to really test it on the place and collect experience. And this is exactly what our idea is about. So we defined an area of around 200 houses. So Mr. Anil Kumar also mentioned it already, where we now try to develop the integrated solutions. So from energy, water, wastewater, and green infrastructure. and to see how it works together. So if you're talking about cooling roofs, it has a demand of water. At the same time, wastewater sewage treatment is a big issue in the city. So why not treat the sewage and then use it to keep the green infrastructure green? So this is an idea, and to combine it with photovoltaics and so on. So this is the idea to design a pilot, which, if it works well, can then be transferred inside Kochi, but then also to other cities outside of Kochi. And with that, I come to an end. So if you're interested in this project, there's certain options to follow us, either on the website or on different social media channels. And with that, I will just maybe quickly come back to your question, Dipjani, climate smart community. So I think with this project, I just mentioned, I think we can make a step, but what I did not mention yet, and what's very important, is I mentioned it under the co-creation. So we have to develop these solutions together with the people and together with the stakeholders. So via our partners, we try to involve the inhabitants, give them ownership and also responsibility, because especially for green infrastructure, the maintenance is so important. So a lot of these projects are not working well because they are not well maintained. And so the people have to have an understanding of it, have to see their benefits from it, and have to be part of it, have an ownership. So with that, I will close, and hopefully I have answered the question halfly at least. Thank you, Dipjani.
Thank you, Marius. Wonderful presentation. I think what's important, what you mentioned, was that co-creation is an important thing, because that is something which is going to lead to a local solution, and that is what is required. A lot of global thinking has gone behind this shortlisting this project, and I think ultimately what we are trying to achieve is a local solution, which is something which is going to be sustainable as well as be a pilot for replicating in similar circumstances. So thank you so much, and we will wait for the questions at the end of the session. And I will now go on to the next panelist in this session. I now welcome Mr. Amit Bhatt, who's the Executive Director of Integrated Transport in WRI, World Resource Institute, India. Mr. Bhatt is the Director of Integrated Urban Transport at WRI India, and he's based out of Delhi, which provides the vision and leadership to all transport initiatives, managing relationships with partners and stakeholders. Mr. Bhatt has over 18 years of experience in the field of urban transport, non-motorized transport, public transportation, road safety, and urban development. He writes extensively on the issues of transportation and road safety for some of the leading media houses like the Hindu, Deccan Herald, Times of India, etc. Mr. Amit Bhatt is also a visiting faculty at the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. With that, may I now call upon Mr. Amit Bhatt to come and present. Amit, I have a similar question for you as well, because you and Mr. Parashar both will be talking on urban mobility. So my question to you, which hopefully will be answered with what you're presenting. One of the serious challenges experienced by most Indian cities is the absence of an integrated mobility plan with primacy to public transport. So how essential does such a system to address the challenges of equity and resilience come forward? That is something which we would like to know from you. Over to you, Amit.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Ghosh. I hope you're able to see my screen.
Yes, yes, we can.
Yeah, so I think just quickly starting, WRI, and we've been working with Kerala for almost 8 years now. And the engagement started somewhere in 2014 when KMRL asked us to look at some possibilities on how can we improve the sustainability. And that conversation led to the next year where we looked at developing safe access manual for transit. Then we also kind of took one of our initiatives called Rahagiri, which is Open Street, and we kind of demonstrated a proof of concept on what does a safe and vibrant street looks like. And then in 2017, we actually signed a formal MOU with KMRL on helping and providing assistance to some of the urban transport as well as the urban development initiatives. Then in 2018, we did a kind of urban mobility thinking workshop. In 2019, we did a very interesting initiative called STAMP, which looks at how do you solve the first and last mile using innovation and entrepreneurship. And then of late, we've been kind of in 2020 onwards, helping in the recovery of public transport post-COVID, as well as kind of helping support the KMTA, Metropolitan Transport Authority, and some of the other initiatives that we've been involved in. And I think this is where we all started, is that how can we use innovation to solve the problems of mobility? And that's where I think some of the very interesting and path-breaking and cross-cutting work has happened in Kerala. Incidentally, Kerala became the first transit agency to open up its data for the first time. And which is very interesting in the sense that how can you then create more problem solvers in the city and the state rather than you creating or solving all the problems itself. So that was very interesting that the GTFS format of data was put on the web, and then entrepreneurs and technology providers started using their data to develop some kind of services. And then I think we also moved a step forward, is that looking at how can we better integrate commute and provide a holistic commute to metro. We did this STAMP challenge, which was basically using entrepreneurs and technology providers to solve the first and last mile for metro. And that led to the whole issue of how do we redesign our street, because streets are the biggest connectors, be it metro, be it mass transit, be it just plain walking and cycling. And so we did this interesting experiment at the Dronacharya intersection as part of the under-17 FIFA World Cup, is that using tactical urbanism, which is small interventions, to transform a kind of intersection, which was like a football field, if I may use that word, into slightly more defined area where people have defined and designated path for walking, cycling, as well as crossing the street. And this was very well received. And then, as I said, this was Ragri, an open street initiative that was first done in 2018. And the idea was to give people a proof of concept on what does a safe, vibrant street looks like. And this is something that we kind of co-created in 2013 in Delhi. And since then, the whole initiative has gone viral. Almost 70 to 75 cities in India have adopted this kind of initiatives of blocking traffic on a particular time of the day, on a particular day of the week, and opening it up for people to walk and cycle and basically experience street as a form of public space. And then the conversation actually moved forward, is that how can we move beyond these pilots? And that's where I think we were involved in three very interesting initiatives. One is to develop an action plan for electric mobility. And because we realize a lot of states have come up with a policy, and I think it's a great starting point, but then in order to implement a policy, you need a very concrete action plan. And then Kerala became the first state in the country to actually detail out an action plan on implementing electric mobility. So that's something that we are very proud to be involved with. Then we also helped Kerala Road Safety Authority to update the Road Safety Action Plan. And this is very interesting because as part of the Stockholm Declaration, we have, as a country, have committed to reducing road traffic death by 50% by 2030. And Kerala and Tamil Nadu are some of the states that have been championing this cause of road safety. And so how do we move beyond this action plan and create something substantive that can be enforced and monitored on ground? So that's another interesting thing. And the third thing, which we've been very actively involved in, which actually addresses Dr. Ghosh's question, is how do you develop this integrated plan? And that's where I think we've been helping the state to develop the transport policy. And the transport policy does talk about an integrated, seamless connectivity across the state through multiple modes of transport. So that's something, but we have also been involved in some of the other initiatives which is slightly non-transport, and one is definitely a very concrete area of initiative work is the whole work around energy. And so to kind of introduce some proposals on net zero energy building. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, there was a power cut. So yeah. So I was saying that energy is the another area of work that we have been very actively involved in. And just to briefly tell you on what some of the actual initiative that we have been doing right now. And this is something working very closely in the initiative which is led by GIZ on transforming urban mobility, looking at the Fort Kochi area on how do you kind of basically look at three areas. One is develop a signage policy and a plan. Second is to Ro-Ro jetty proposal. And third is wayfinding map for the city. Looking at the resilience as well as the linkage to the mobility, one of the very interesting area of work that we have been involved in and is that Kochi Municipal Corporation actually is a founding member of an initiative called Cities for Forest. Cities for Forest is a global initiative. It kind of brings political, social, and economic support among city governments as well as citizens to very interestingly integrate the inner, nearby, and faraway forest into a city development plan in the program. And this is something which is very, very interesting and unique that we have been working in Kochi. And it really talks about how can we bring resilience into the planning. Kochi is also very actively involved in Nurturing Neighborhood Challenge, which is an initiative of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, along with some of the other partners. And looking at CSML has identified Anganwadis in Fort Kochi area as one of the areas of intervention. Similarly, how can you use database decision making on developing parking strategy for local areas is something which is very interesting happening in the city, which is how can we basically look at streamlining parking in Kochi with Kochi Metropolitan Transport Authority. This is something which is current work in progress, is developing a slightly robust infrastructure about zero emission mobility, which includes some of the work that we have done on looking at pre-feasibility for hydrogen fuel cell buses in Kochi and Kerala, as well as I said earlier, developing a robust roadmap for Kochi on deploying electric mobility. And that includes a very detailed analysis on geographic analysis, on location of charging infrastructure, business model, and also looking at how can the same be implemented on ground. So to sum it up, I think the initiative or engagement in Kochi, Kerala started with doing small but very strategic pilot interventions. And then the conversation moved forward is that how can we create slightly more robust and an integrated framework of transforming the transport system. And that led to one, I think, created a unified transport authority, but more importantly, creating a transport plan for the state, which does bring in together some of the key components of sustainability and resilience, which is integration. And that is something which we are looking forward towards in a post-COVID scenario, that this the plan will actually transform into some tangible action on ground so that it becomes a kind of a lighthouse for some of the other states to follow. So with this, I'll end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt. Very enlightening presentation. I think you have very well showcased that innovation has really been imbibed in every aspect of urban mobility, be it the pilot or the integrated transport which you have been talking about. So I think we have all realized that innovation, how much of an important role it has played to scale up the pilot into something which is citywide, and not only mobility per se, but a lot of other aspects which are integrated and intertwined with the urban mobility sphere. Thank you so much. With that, we will go on to the next presenter, who will, I think, be again in the domain of urban mobility, Mr. Laghu Parashar. He is the Deputy Project Director of the Smart SUT GIZ India, and he is been in this position since March 2019. He's a transport planner who has more than 16 years of experience in planning, design, and implementation of sustainable transport projects. He has been instrumental in drafting the urban bus specifications, UBS2, and various model documents, policies, and urban transport reforms for the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. He has been Honorary Secretary of Institute of Urban Transport, India, and is active as a visiting faculty in leading planning institutes such as SPA Delhi and CEPT Ahmedabad. I welcome you, Mr. Parashar, and I have also a question for you. See, we are seeing that urban mobility is one area which has been reviewing a lot of new knowledge and innovation, whether it is related to planning, engineering, designing, types of vehicles, energy, etc. So my question to you is that how well equipped are our cities to respond to these innovations? And will you also be able to bring in the challenges of equity inclusion per se, because that is something which is the theme of this event? And while doing so, whether you can reconfigure this into the system. Mr. Parashar, over to you.
Do we have Mr. Parashar with us?
He was there.
I think he was there, but probably he logged off or dropped.
Okay. So in that case, should we carry on with Mr. Binod and then wait for him to join back? Oh, I think he's back. No.
This is Benoit.
Yeah, he's
Yeah. Ajit, what do we do? Sorry?
Parashar is probably back. You can just check. I think he has registered from Deepti Parashar.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I think he's on. Over to you, Mr. Parashar.
Nima, where is? Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. We can hear you and we can see your screen as well. Yes. We can hear, we can see your screen,
Hello.
but yes, yes, we can see you and hear you as well.
I'm sorry, there's thunderstorm outside, so it's like
yeah. Yeah.
It seems it's raining outside and suddenly got
Mr. Parashar, I think there is some problem with your audio. We can't hear you. We can see your screen.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hello.
Hello.
Debjani, if he has an unstable internet, maybe because of the thunderstorm he was telling, it might be good to invite Binoy first and then.
Yeah. So maybe you can just message him saying that we'll take on Mr. Binoy first, and then.
Oh, he's the.
Yeah.
I think he's not able to hear. Probably. Let me just call him.
Yeah, you can call him.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, you are audible now.
Yeah. I'm so sorry about the technical glitches. There is storm outside, and
not a problem. Not a problem.
Yeah.
We understand.
The moment Amit finished, I don't know, thunderstorm started outside, and I got frequently Wi-Fi disconnected. Sorry.
Yeah, it happens. Not a problem.
Yes,
you can start. Over to you.
Yeah. So good evening, everyone. I'm Lagu Parashar, Deputy Project Director, Smart SOT, as have been introduced. Thank you very much for that. So I represent a project in GIJD called Smart SOT, Sustainable Urban Transportation Project. And under this project, we are supporting 3 states and 3 partner cities, namely Kochi in Kerala and Bhubaneswar in Odisha and Coimbatore in Tamil Nadu. Our role and our support and relation in Kochi and Kerala is very deep, and it's getting deeper, I would say, month by month. And because institutions, I would say, in Kerala are very, very active, very, very proactive, I must say, based on the experience we have in other part of the country. And so, looking at our level of involvement, if we can divide and categorize in 3 parts, we are working with the city at a institutional strengthening and capacity building, and developing the planning and the strategic documents, which is for long-term strategic planning. And we are very actively involved in implementing the activities and the projects. Some brief I would like to take up on that. With Kochi Municipal Corporation, we are working on this transport strategy document, which is a long-term document, strategic document for this island of West Kochi area, and talking about the inclusive and the sustainable mobility implementation and the vision and strategy for that particular area. This is almost at the final stage, and its consultation has already been done. A second level consultation is being done, is yet to be done before we finalize this. These are the few projects and activities which have been identified as a part of this strategic document, which we have been supporting city in implementing, including launching shared autos, e-autos in the Kochi, local connectivity map for the Fort Kochi area. I will take up all these in next slides. So tactical urbanism, which we are going to start as soon as this pandemic will be over, and we are basically it is a simulation of on-ground simulation of the events and the sustainable mobility measures which are going to present. One event which we already did as a part of Cycle for Challenge initiative on a small stretch of Kochi. And we are going to do another, we're going to support the city in demonstrating another in the West Kochi area. Launching shared e-auto, here we are not only supporting as a technical cooperation, we are also supporting in kind of a financing of the e-auto rickshaws. We are working with our partner Kochi Municipal Corporation and the Auto Rickshaw Society since last 2 years, and I would say this is a tripartite partnership between these between us and these 2 organizations, which we are supporting them in building the capacity, developing the business plan for implementing the e-auto rickshaws basically, and as a first and last mile connectivity option in the city. So currently, the business planning and the alternate models for implementation has been finalized. And after numerous consultation with the private sector, with the auto rickshaw society, with the KMC and the OEMs, and we are in a phase of where we are going to launch. We are going to procure the autos and going to launch through the existing auto rickshaw society. And the last 2 years, a lot of capacity building and training initiatives have been taken for building the capacity of auto rickshaw society. Local connectivity map basically comprising all the identified milestones which is within that area, and we are also exploring the digital map for this. So, yeah. Similarly, a comprehensive transit map is being explored and is being prepared, which is comprising for all kind of mode, kind of a digital map, and of course also in the physical map we are supporting, basically comprising all the modes which are available in the GCD area. Yes, this is again, so urban street design guideline. We supported our partner in developing these guidelines and provided the training in the KMC and the engineers for these guidelines. And these guidelines are comprising the complete street design, inclusivities, and all those sustainable principles which are required to be for the safety of the pedestrian, safety of the cyclist, and the public transport system. So this is USDG. NMT support basis, which we are already doing it. As I said, in the FKM for Fort Kochi Matanchari area, we have been developing plans, and we are trying to implement those couple of measures with the Kochi with the KMC. Practical urbanism measure, as I said, we have implemented for Cycle for Challenge. So more of an involvement, if you look at that, it is more in the activities implementation and project implementation, and demonstrating small pilots, and pushing the city to implement and scale it up, the pilots, based on the learning. This is Ayodhya Ayyappan Road, which we have developed based on the principle of the complete street design, and the KMC based on the design and the which have been prepared by us. KMC is going to implement. KMC combined with the KMTA and CSML are supposed to implement this based on the principle of the complete street design. This is again done. Institutional strengthening, yes, this is something which is an interesting aspect of our overall involvement, because as you may be knowing that the involvement of GIZ is more of as a partner, not as a consultant. So our aim is to institutionalize the work, institutionalize the efforts which we have been doing with our partners, and building their capacities, identifying the gaps in their capacity for implementing the sustainable measures, and building their capacity so that the sustainability of the work which we have been doing with the city should be long term. So we are supporting the KMC, Kochi Municipal Corporation, Auto Rickshaw Society, and Kochi Metropolitan Transport Authority. This KMTA is a very new organization. It is a very known concept called Unified Metropolitan Transport Authority in India, and I would say KMT is one of the most active UMTA right now and most functioning UMTA right now as of today. So we have been working with them in operationalizing the KMTA by developing the organization structure for immediate implementation and for long term. What kind of people will be required? What could be the job description of the people? What could be the basically HR policies? Basically more focus on the operationalization of the KMT. Second thing is the financing part. So how to raise the finances from the alternate revenue sources. So we have been working with the KMTA on developing a concept of urban transportation fund, and from the various sources, basically based on the principle of the polluters pay principle, and how this can be raised from the car owners, from the fuel, and from the other alternate sources, so that we can develop the sustainable modes of transportation and cross-subsidize those modes of transportation from the cars and the private vehicle owner. So basically, this is the concept is being developed. And ultimately, the plan is that KMTA will be the custodian of the urban transportation fund, which will be used for developing the sustainable transport system by using the various agencies. Okay, so KMTA will remain the nodal agency for planning and the coordination purpose, while the execution agency could be different. At the same time, recent with the, if I can tell you the recent request and the support which we have started doing is the integrated comprehensive mobility plan. So the last mobility plan for Kochi was developed in 2014-15, and now the plan is to implement another mobility plan. Mobility plan, as you may be aware, it's a vision document and a strategic document for 30 year, comprising the sustainable transport principle. So we have started supporting the KMTA and developing the concept. So we are working on the baseline study for a time being. And this is a very recent development, 2 weeks back development. So these are the various initiatives which is currently being taken. If I look at the top level, which is at a state level, so I will just skip this slide. Yeah. So at a top level, if I may say, at a Kerala level, we are supporting the city in a new concept like a hydrogen fuel cell, and we are developing a roadmap, basically supporting Transport Department Kerala and developing a roadmap for hydrogen fuel cell. And I would say Kerala probably is the first and the only state as of now which is exploring alternate fuels other than the e-mobility and for its transportation system. The Transport Department has a plan to implement at least one route using the hydrogen fuel cell for the bus system. Overall, and other than that, we are preparing, we are working with the Kerala State Road Transport Corporation for basically structuring their route planning and for efficient utilization of their fleet, efficient utilization of their crew, and basically the purpose is reduction in the cost, optimum utilization of the existing resources. So currently the route plan and the operationalization plan which we have prepared and which we have discussed with the KSRTC have been approved. And now we are in the second phase of implementing the route rationalization plan with the support of KSRTC. So these are the spectrum of our involvement in the Kochi, in the Kerala. Yes, I should also mention one of the interesting work which we are doing, which is in progress. And yesterday only we had a very detailed consultation and workshop with the state officials. We are working on the gender study, basically gender in the mobility and how to ensure the safety of the women in the mobility and various transportation mode, how to enhance the employment of the women in the transportation system. As you may be aware, the transportation system, especially the bus transport system, they are not the best of the best employer for the women. So how to bring more and more women at a top level, at a decision-making level in such organizations, public transport organizations, at a functional level, at a crew level, and of course, bringing the safety of the passenger, women passenger who are going to use that. So at an overall level, how to bring more and more women within the employment as a passenger. So this is interesting work which is in process. We are going to, we have presented it to the state officials, and now we are taking up the specific recommendations of this study to the various organizations. So there are recommendations which are related to the KMTA, there are recommendations which are related to KSRTC. Let's say, for example, the disaggregated data collection for the women. So currently the kind of data for the transportation planning purpose which we collect have no disaggregation as far as male and female is concerned. So one of the outcome of our this research study is that now onward the city should also focus on the disaggregated data collection. Okay, how so that you can exactly identify the travel patterns of the women within the city, so that travel patterns at the different times of the day and at a different locations within the public transport system which they are using, so that various local treatment can be done as far as safety of women is concerned in the city. So it should not be generic treatment for the safety. It should be supported by the data. So that is the whole focus. We are going to work with the KMTA regarding the disaggregated data collection, specifically the women and the gender. So this is the spectrum of our activities, which is very wide in the Kerala and the Kochi specifically. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Parashar. That was a very detailed discussion on inputs of GIZ We all know GIZ has been a very long-standing partner working in Kochi with various projects. So I don't know whether you got a chance to hear the question which I am putting forward to all the panelists. I will repeat my question again in case you didn't hear. So urban mobility is one area which has been reviewing a lot of new knowledge and innovation, whether it's related to planning, engineering, designing. So how well equipped do you think are our cities to respond to these innovations? And also, do you think you will be able to bring in this the challenges of equity inclusion while considering these into the system?
If I may talk about the one challenge which we have been finding with all the cities, and this is may not be particularly with the Kerala and the Kochi, which is in general, I would say the capacity of the cities and the capacity of the people in the organization who are working. So this can be brought with a more and more training and more and more sensitization and more capacity building program. I still believe that cities, probably at a national level, state level, or city level, there should be more and more focus on the training and the capacity building aspect. So while the market is coming up with the new and new innovations as far as urban mobility is concerned, on a daily basis, you will find new innovations are coming. Amit was talking about the data challenge and all these things. But ultimately, at a receiver end, who is there? So at the receiver end, the people need to be more and more trained and more basically innovative, so that they can best utilize these efforts and these innovations which are happening around. So I still believe the bigger challenge will remain the training and the capacity of the people and the capacity of the organization. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Parashar. Very, very enlightening discussion. Thank you once again. And with this, I will go over to our ultimate panelist in this session. Dr. Binoy Peter, he is the Executive Director of the Center for Migration and Inclusive Development. Mr. Peter is an expert on internal migration in India with over 20 years of experience working with marginalized population. He is a co-founder and the Executive Director for, as I mentioned, Center for Migration and Inclusive Development, a non-profit based in Kerala. Mr. Peters has a PhD in Population Studies from the International Institute of Population Sciences and has been the lead researcher and co-editor of the book Leaving No One Behind, Lessons from Kerala Disasters, one of the globally pioneering studies on the impact of natural disasters on marginalized population. Welcome, Mr. Peters. I have a question for you too. Would you like to throw some light on the major challenges experienced by the large number of people who are moving from one society to another in search of jobs, livelihood opportunities, especially when they are confronted with climate-induced risks such as flood, pandemic? In the present context, it's very topical. Over to you, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Dr. Jabjani. And I must say, in climate change, as the first speaker mentioned, I am a beginner. So pardon me with my limited understanding of the subject. But what I was expecting in this discussion was predominantly issues related to resilience and inclusion and equity, which probably because of my wrong expectations, I did not find much, except the one or two speakers mentioning about the gender issues. So I am a bit concerned how the marginalized populations, how are we, placing all our discussions in the context of the various vulnerable populations we are dealing with, irrespective of whether we are dealing with Kochi or Kerala or other places. Because when there is a disaster, or irrespective whether it is climate induced or other, these most vulnerable people are the ones who will be impacted severely. And when one say resilient or equitable or response, by design, we leave no one behind, irrespective of whether these are, persons with disabilities or the coastal communities of Kerala or the Adivasis or women, children, or say interstate migrant workers in the state. So that discussion, that was something probably which I was expecting when we were speaking about equity, irrespective of whether it is transport, mobility, etc. So uh, uh, let me try to put my perspective of how in climate change vulnerable populations are substantially impacted. So I was also looking for images in the presentations which I've been seeing, that how we are considering or placing the equity element in the planning, particularly in the urban planning. So that's the overall concern I have. So with that I'll move to my particular topic of migrant workers. So just to give, by dealing with migrant workers, I'm just illustrating to all of you how vulnerable populations are unique, have certain inherent vulnerabilities which are compounded by climate change. Plus we also need to see other factors which are also happening parallel to or simultaneous to climate change and how it is impacting people. Just to give you an overview about who are the migrant workers in India, irrespective of whether they are in Kerala or any other part of the country, Delhi, NCR, or Mumbai, or Alang shipbuilding yard in Gujarat. So these are people from the most vulnerable communities in the whole country, Adivasis, Dalits, and religious minorities, and from poor rural areas, which we all know are substantially impacted by climate change. And when we talk about urban poor, so who are these all urban poor is something which we need to really ponder over. So urban poor is none other than, most of the urban poor, or a large share of the urban poor, are none other than the rural poor migrated to urban centers for a living. Because, and then particularly when we examine, this is a picture we see about the migrants in Lucknow, how they live. So most of the urban centers have listed and unlisted slums where the vulnerable populations are concentrated, irrespective of whether they are migrants or others. I would rather call them as urban poor and marginalized. These are the ones who generally miss out in the urban planning and governance, whether we are talking about climate change or we are talking about urban transport, or any, for that matter, any issues related to it. And I must remind you that most of these people move to other places basically because of the issues impacted at the rural areas, substantially and directly linked to climate change. We see increasing droughts, floods, landslides, earthquake, and these migrant workers move to urban centers to cope with these climate-related issues, which they are grappling to deal with in the rural areas of the Indian countryside. And I must say, a substantial population of migrant workers in Kerala are from the Eastern Indian belt, particularly Orissa, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Assam, and UP, Bihar, in addition to Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, which are the neighboring states. And wherever we speak to people, they say we have either no rains or substantial incessant rains or floods, earthquakes. All these are the reasons why people move. And to the places where they move are also highly vulnerable to disasters and climate change. Take the case of any city in Kerala. Most of the cities are on the coastal belt, highly vulnerable to substantial climate impact. what happens to a particular group which is vulnerable? Well, we have, when we generally take everybody, overall it may appear good to us, but when we select certain subpopulations which are highly vulnerable to the impact of climate changes, these people are, as I mentioned earlier, these people come with certain inherent vulnerabilities and poor agency because of the historical marginalization they have been facing. And in the destinations, they by and large are invisible, not just to the planners, to the entire system, which makes the response or even planning complicated, because mostly there will be hardly any data on who are these people, where do they come from, what are the languages they speak, and then what are their vulnerabilities. These data may not be available generally. And we saw during the national lockdown, there was very poor response to the distress of the migrant workers in urban centers in India, primarily because of the poor preparedness as well as the poor capacities of both government systems, urban local bodies, and CSOs. And as you all know, in an environment, particularly when we consider an urban local body, the elected representatives are by and large interested or more inclined to consider the issues of their voters, whereas the migrant workers who come from alien lands are secondary citizens when it comes to the priority. And we have noticed that when in the destinations where they come, irrespective of whether it is Kochi city or Patambi or any city, these migrant workers cannot afford to have a good accommodation, so they tend to choose places which generally are vulnerable. Say it could be close to a river, it could be a low-lying area, or it could be a place, it could be dilapidated housing which they can. So by design, by their affordability, by their vulnerability, they tend to cluster in places which are highly impacted when you have a disaster, particularly a natural disaster. So it and then generally when we have the alerts related to a high intensity event, natural disaster, mostly the alerts are in the local languages. So most migrant workers generally miss these alerts, and and once they miss the alerts, there is poor preparedness, and once you are poor prepared, there is substantially larger impact on you than compared to a person who is prepared. And because of the poor preparedness, there will be heavy damage and loss to not just life, property, everything. And when people on a hand-to-mouth existence are impacted, that becomes catastrophic, because their resilience or their coping strategies or their fallback mechanisms are very limited compared to others, particularly the natives or the receiving communities. And then and we just saw this during the national lockdown in March 2020, so I'm not explaining it in details. And then in terms of fallback mechanism, their access to social protection schemes by the government or the urban local body are very limited. And in addition to this, there will be a lot of stigma and discrimination. So I've heard elected representatives from the local body saying that we are not able to cater to the demand by the local people. So how do we how are we discussing the case of migrant workers? So this kind of discrimination or alienation faced by the workers. And then during the disasters in 2018, there were separate shelters prepared for the migrant workers and the local communities. So there is a secondary citizen kind of treatment in the case of migrant workers. And typically in Kerala, migrant worker is either known as a Bai, which doesn't really mean brother, but a northern a person from a migrant worker from northern India who has come to work, or Annan, who is a Tamil or Kannadiga worker in Kerala. So, and then by and large, the government also calls them as guest workers, which means workers with limited privileges. So all this has made their they just compounded their vulnerabilities at the destinations, and then they often are missed in the relief and rehabilitation when you come to an extreme climate event. And disasters at the destinations also severely impact source areas, because the remittances which make the source areas or the rural economies resilient, or they adapt with the climate change in the rural areas, are disrupted because of the loss of remittances. But despite all those, Kerala has done a remarkable job in terms of its response to the migrant workers during the national lockdown. So why did that happen, or how did we do this? How did we make it? Because the state has been constantly getting exposed to disasters, and then obviously we know that Odisha is so resilient because Odisha is so prepared, because it is so exposed to extreme climate events. Similarly, the past few experiences of the state resulted in recognizing migrant workers as a community which is vulnerable, and this resulted in very clear focus on targeted interventions to reduce their distress. Obviously, the decentralized response by the local bodies, irrespective of whether they are urban local bodies or the panchayat bodies, really helped to do a resilient, to have a resilient response. To sum up, what I am trying to tell or convey or struggling to convey is that all our designs look good at the outside when we look at the macro picture, but at the same time, it's very important for us to look at the vulnerabilities of, or inherent vulnerabilities of, the marginalized populations. The coastal communities will be substantially impacted due to any kind of sea erosion or other related disasters. The way we are promoting urban transport in Kochi, like the metros, are not really useful for the grassroots or the layman or laypersons. Also, the way we are heavily investing in construction of flyovers or a metro rail is also we are substantially impacting the climate by doing so. So, to sum up, I would say the urban planners, the urban local bodies, the entire systems, including the civil society and the academia, whoever is involved, need to have a lens of inclusion and equity where people are put at the center of the planning, which is unfortunately not happening to a great extent. When there is an impact of climate change, it impacts people differentially, and the most vulnerable are the ones whom we should be focusing in terms of urban planning, so that no one is left behind. And I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Peter, for your excellent I should say discourse and bringing out a very important point. I think across I don't know about the world, but in India, definitely we have realized, how important or how vulnerable the guest workers are because of this pandemic, because as you rightly said, they are the ones who've been most directly and most brutally affected. So all this talk about them being provided housing at the place of work and livelihood not being helping them, this has only come about unfortunately due to the pandemic. But that is one topic which I think everybody in the development sector is talking about. So thank you so much for highlighting these issues and bringing all this in the limelight. So I take this in the interest of time. I think we've just about made it good. So we have about 7 minutes, I see. So I don't think there is I don't see any questions in the chat box. So I will just, I think, do my bit in trying to sum up, because time now is really short. Thank you to each and every one of the panelists for bringing out, though Mr. Peter brought out that this the session was about planning and resilience. I think most of the panelists have in their own way tried to share their perspectives on climate change and urban planning. The crux was, I think, everybody was trying to talk about sustainability. And I would say that sustainability is a very important part of resilience. So in that context, whether it is mobility, whether it is working at the community level, whether it is preparing the cities to, be able to be resilient towards climate inconsistencies, I think all of them are talking the same about achieving better resilience, making our cities better prepared. And we all know that better planning is something which will enable us to do so. I will also take this opportunity to highlight two more projects which NIUA is associated with in Kerala. Both of these are in Kochi. One project is Cities, which is the City Investments to Innovate, Integrate and Sustain program. And it is conceptualized to assist a few of the Indian cities implementing urban infrastructure projects which are integrated, innovation-driven, and sustainable. So the cities project is supported by the ministry and funded by AFD, the French Development Agency, and European Union. NIU is the project management unit who's managing and coordinating the overall project. And in Kochi, it's finding an e-health solution. So that is being developed and implemented by the Kerala State Health Department, which integrates all departments and government hospitals into an efficient hospital information and management system. And this e-health solution success will contribute enormously in improving the lives of common people who depend on public healthcare institutions. So more of this project can be seen at the NIUA website. The second project also is a very unique inclusivity-oriented project, which is called Capacity Building for Smart Data and Inclusive Cities. Again, Kochi is one of the cities chosen for this. And in this project, also funded by the European Union, we are trying to, find out an inclusive data strategy at the city level, wherein, a city is better prepared to deal with any kind of decision making which is data driven. And this data driven decision making is including the marginalized and the vulnerable sections of the population. This is a project which I am leading from NIUA and working since the last 3 years. And I think both of these projects are things which try and address the inclusivity and resilience component. So with this, I take this opportunity to thank all the panelists, Mahesh, Marius, Mr. Bhatt, Mr. Parashar, and Dr. Binoy. So thank you for your time and such excellent articulation of your work in Kerala, which I'm sure will go a long way in bringing about equity and resilience. So can we have the camera on from all the panelists for a group photo? Ajit is, I think, mentioning that. Marius, Mahesh.
And also the participants, if they are able to.
So I think first, are all the panelists do all the panelists have their camera on?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hello.
Of course, you may have to edit by name.
Yeah, I know you are able to take a photo, no? Screenshot.
Sure, sir. Just send.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you so much. And Ajit, I think we've made it in good time, so you shouldn't
Yes.
have any complaint on that.
Thank
you once again.
Our next panel is already here. They have just, most of them have just joined. So thank you for organizing and moderating the session. It was very lively, and I think since our audience is fragmented, no, some are watching it on YouTube, some are watching Facebook, some are watching here. So I think it doesn't give that real force. So questions are also filtering the questions. So anyway, I think it was quite helpful to have this deliberation. And I'm sure Kochi Mayor might have heard, he would be pleased. All the attention is around Kochi.
Yes.
So he would be very pleased to note this.
Sure. I am finding my city.
Right okay, you are here.
Oh, he's there.
Right in the heart of the world.
Yeah, sir. Right. But Binoy is also bringing a very important point to the discussion, sir. I mean, having got so much of attention, you need to make the city really equitable. That's what he tried to force very clearly to all of us. So let's work towards that.
He has to understand us better.
All right, sir. Okay. Thank you. So we will have the next session, which is focusing on the European experience, and we have the speakers as well as the moderator here. And this session will go for another 1.5 hours, starting from 6:30. So the theme is Urban Europe Strategies for Equity and Resilience, and we have Mr. Mart Griesel, who is the director of European Urban Knowledge Network, with us. Yes, can moderate the session. He, along with this panel of speakers, are here. I'll briefly introduce Mark and hand it over to him for conducting the session. So Martin Griesel is a highly experienced urban professional working at the interface between policy, practice, and research at the European and wider global level. He's also a strong strategic thinker and knowledge partner of national governments, European institutions, and UN Habitat. Mart has more than 15 years of experience in European knowledge exchange and cooperation with European Union member states and European Commission as well. Long track record in policy-oriented research commissioned by various presidencies of the European Council of the Council of the European Union. He had a strong involvement in the formulation of the urban agenda for the European Union and the new urban agenda, which was brought by Habitat 3. Experience in coordinating various European Union funded projects and programs in urban sustainability, energy efficiency, youth and employment, labor mobility, migration, urban poverty, social inclusion and integration, smart cities, polycentric urban regions, and regional economics globalization as well. Mart secured an executive master's degree in strategic urban studies from the Netherlands School of Public Administration, and he is also an alumnus of the Universities of Paris and University of Groningen, Netherlands. Over to you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ajit. You have a very busy program today because, indeed, without any interruption, you go from one meeting to another. But I'm delighted indeed to be the moderator for this next session. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm happy that to be able to be at least mentally back in India. I've been to India a couple of times, and I was always impressed by the quality of the interventions and the interactions that I had with colleagues in India. I'm very happy to present to you a panel of other experts, partly from India, but also from the European context, or at least people working within Europe. Because indeed, as you said, the topic of today is Urban Europe Strategies for Equity and Resilience. But I must emphasize that we're not going to talk exclusively about Europe. The main target actually of this panel discussion is really to explore possibilities for partners based within Europe to set up projects of exchange with India. So what we want to do is to review a bit some of the more general approaches to resilience and equity within the European context, but also in the wider global context, and to zoom in a bit on the specificities of India with colleagues from India, also from Kerala itself. and then indeed look into possibilities for collaboration in the future. I think that will be really interesting. Let me briefly outline to you the program of today. We have 90 minutes, and that means that with 5 panelists, we decided we would start with very short pitches from each of us, including me as the moderator, to set the theme for the discussion of today, and leave as much room as possible. At least that means approximately 45 minutes for discussions between the panelists, and hopefully also with attendees in the same meeting, and hopefully also from outside this meeting itself, people who are watching us via YouTube and Facebook. We would really appreciate also your suggestions for any questions that that might come up to you, so that we can actually take those questions in our debate. Now, let me briefly share a few slides, and I also ask the panelists to only use a minimum of slides, and some won't even do that, to share with you, to leave as much space as possible for our discussion. And if everything is, you should now be able to see my slide. Is that correct? Do you see it? I think you can.
You can see.
Yeah, sorry, I just need to click away some of the other issues. So indeed, let me briefly introduce the theme of today, and present to you the panelists of today. So we have short intervention from Didier van Kutsen, followed by, I will introduce them in further detail, Nea Miriam Kurian, Satish Kumar, Panagiotis Karamanos, and then Gerald Querley. I will introduce them in further detail in a minute. But let me now indeed briefly introduce to you the theme of today. Actually, we will be talking really about strategies for equality and resilience. Huge topics, of course. Now, especially also within the current time frame. We're facing we're part of an extraordinary moment in history where the COVID pandemic, which is striking so hard now in India, but not exclusively in India, I mean, all parts of the world, really. We're all in the same, well, not really in the same situation, because I must say that India is, the situation in India is quite bad, of course. And but still, I mean, this is a unique moment in history where the global world is really involved in this crisis, which really is a wake-up call, probably a once in a generation time moment where we really need to think, I mean, is there any possibility to really learn something from this crisis? There's this famous saying, never waste a good crisis. Well, this is definitely a good crisis. This is by far the worst crisis that we've ever faced in our lifetime, probably. And it means that we need to see if there is a different way to really learn from that crisis and to not go back to the old normal. I think that's one of the key takeaway. And if we look at for instance, I mean, at some of the graphs that we can take about climate change, here we see the impact of the COVID pandemic on the CO2 gas emissions. So there's indeed a dip. We also see the same. I could have also shown you graphs of air pollution. You will see indeed that with the global hold that was an effect of the global confinement in many countries, we actually saw the impact of the old economy on our countries. That means that we need to actually learn from that. And the point now really is what will happen after the COVID pandemic, hopefully at a later point this year. What will happen with the CO2 emissions? What will happen with the air quality? We have wonderful policies in place, as we all know. We have the Agenda 2030, which says we need to reduce the global heating by to keep it under the 2 degrees globally. We have at the European level very ambitious strategic agendas. We have the ambition of Europe to become the first climate neutral continent in the world by 2050. But we also need to face that if we look at the targets for 2030, we must say that 2030 is around the corner. It's practically tomorrow. And it also shows that we need to act, and we need to act fast. And that's one of the reasons why in the Netherlands, there were some interesting trials quite recently. There was a trial from a group of activists who went to court to blame the state, saying that they are not taking their responsibility towards their citizens seriously enough. And this case has been reconfirmed also in higher courts. And it means that the Dutch government, to give you one of the examples, now actually need to speed up its climate actions. Very interestingly, the same happened even this week, where a similar group of activists, partly the same, by the way, went to court to blame Royal Dutch Shell, saying that they need to cut their CO2 emissions by 45% by 2030, which is something that they would not achieve if they would continue the way they are doing. They're saying we have plenty of time. We have a beautiful strategy for 2050, but the court did not believe that and said, no, indeed, you need to change your strategy. That means that we see that social activists are indeed using different strategies and are getting truly impatient to speed up to put pressure on both public bodies but also on private companies to change this. And I am sure that this will happen also in other countries. So that's extremely interesting to see. That indeed pressure from civil society is growing to make sure that public bodies, but also private companies, invest more in their sustainability programs. And if we look at the growing urbanization, and I can show you many graphs, but let me just show you only this one about India, where the urbanization is growing rapidly. We know that Kerala is a largely rural region or state in region basically in India, but on average urbanization is growing very fast. And that also means that knowing how the relation is between urbanization and climate change, we need to be aware of the different strategies that need to be adopted. At the European level, we have a European Green Deal, which will have a big impact also on urbanization, saying indeed there shouldn't be any net emissions of greenhouse gases after 2015, and that economic growth needs to be decoupled from resource use, and that no people should be left behind. In other words, there is this target of investing in sustainability and in equity. And that's also one of the, let's say, key elements of a new political strategy that just has been adopted at the European level, with a new Leipzig Charter, which is the name of that document, that emphasizes the good balance between a just city, a green city, and a productive city. These are all policies that are in place. And with the rising urbanization levels in India, it is interesting to see how India and Europe can actually work together on a similar kind of strategy to work towards systemic transformation, where we can actually use, perhaps, I hope at least, COVID as an accelerator for change, to see that we cannot go back to the old normal, that we need to invest in nature-based solutions, in circular economy, to ensure that no one is actually left behind, and that we can actually build resilience and equity. And with that, I would like to start the panel discussions to see to what extent we can actually build concrete exchanges between India and the EU. And I'm really happy to introduce to you our first speakers. And I will start with Didier van Kutsen, who is one of the directors of ISOCARP Institute, and a global renowned expert working in the field of different aspects of urban development. He has been involved also in capacity training activities across the globe. And I'm delighted, Didier, to give you the floor for your 6-minute pitch. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Martin. So I will thank you very much for the introduction. I will try to be very short, because I think it's quite important to have a discussion, right? Based on these very crucial aspects. I have 4 points for you, 4 points of view. And the first point is catching up with what you were mentioning before. We are facing one of the biggest, I would say, global crisis ever. It's not the pandemic crisis, it is the climate crisis. And I think that more and more people are slowly realizing that it is an existential threat to the world. So let's have a short time for a reality check, yes? If we are continuing, I'm not going to show you slides, but I will give you some key points, key aspects we have to take into account. It is not because we have a Paris Agreement that we are safe. Not at all. We need action, and we need action on the ground immediately. And if we keep our current trajectory by 2100, and we look at the global temperatures we have, we will grow up to 3 or 4 degrees more, which is devastating. I mean, we can see the catastrophic situation in Kerala. We can see all the situations in Africa, in Europe, everywhere in the world, and it's getting worse. So what we need is immediate action in terms of dramatic reduction of carbon emissions. So in Europe, we say 55% by 2050, right? 55%, cutting by half all the emissions. We need to build from now on carbon neutral cities with all the process and complicated process we have to face, but we have to make this happen. And third, we need to make the mitigation actions as soon as possible, mitigation adaptation actions, because otherwise the costs to change and the cost to adapt will be too high for all the communities. So that was the first point. Second point, we saw how the global community was able to deal with the pandemic situation. Within 1.5 years, within 2 years, we were able to manage a kind of global pandemic. Why are we not able to manage this kind of crisis, right? As we know very well that it's going to happen, right? And then for that, we need some principles of solidarity. We need environmental justice for that. We need also environmental restoration. And especially we need to think about the next generations. And this is, I think, one of the key message. And Martin was mentioning before with the Shell climate trial. We had the same in Germany now with the German climate trial, went to the court and they won. So the people and communities won. The third point I would like to mention you is the EU Green Deal. This is the first time in the history that EU has a climate law, right? So that was adopted last year, but also the first time that the EU has a climate ministry. So the DG, the Regional Development Agency, is focusing only on climate adaptation and all the climate measures. And this climate adaptation strategy is also considering the preparation of the communities to the next challenges. It means putting people at the center. So people at the center, it's a center-based and center-led community development or center-led discussion, accelerating also the transition to the future. It means co-designing and co-creation of different measures. And the third, then within this adaptation strategy, is building deep resilience systems, resilience infrastructure, and scaling up all the solutions developed. And I'm going to explain you a little bit more what kind of solutions we are expecting there to create in order to create impact, because we need impact on the ground also as soon as possible. What kind of actions? There are a lot of, a big catalog of actions included in this EU Green Deal and EU strategies. And I was simply selecting 7 out of them. The first is regeneration of the social infrastructure, making the public space and the whole place making discussion, right? Available to everybody. The second is the nature-based solutions, which is going to be one of the key elements when we are talking about adapting and creating this kind of community spirit. Third is reconsidering and rethinking also the water management systems and the water infrastructure system. Yeah. The fourth is the urban-rural linkages, and especially when we are talking about production of local food, right? So the whole local food system has to be well implemented. Within the EU Green Deal, we are talking about fork to I do not remember exactly.
Farm to fork.
Yes,
farm to fork.
Thank you. But also the next point is the data system and the artificial intelligence solutions have to be included also in these considerations. The government process and especially also transparent processes. And lastly, the point number 7, this is the capacity building processes. And I think it has been mentioned several times also in the presentations before. We need to make the people understand, well, that they are able to understand and that they are able to act also, and that they know what kind of processes are behind, right? And especially, so this is not only local people, but also decision makers, that everybody is really available and really understand what is going on then at the moment. I don't know, Martin, do you have 1 or 2 questions more? 1 or 2 minutes more?
Your time is up, I must say. So you need to wrap up.
Thank you so much, and let's talk and discuss later on with all the round.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, exactly. We have plenty of time indeed to for our discussion, because now indeed it's time to introduce to you Nea Kurian, who is the program coordinator at the Kerala Institute of Local Administration.
Your mic.
Wait, I was.
We can hear you, Martin.
You can hear me, yeah, exactly, because I did not even unmute. So okay, must have been a Bluetooth thing with my headset. Okay, but indeed, I want to introduce you, Nera.
Martin, you have to activate your mic.
Yeah, wait. Technology is always. Do you hear mine? Right now, because
I can hear you.
I switched off my. I wasn't unmuted, so that's why I'm a bit confused here. I didn't even unmute myself. Do you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I switched off my my headset because what is it? I wasn't even unmuted. But let me then introduce to you now, indeed, Nea Kurian, who is the program coordinator at the Kerala Institute of Local Administration, and she has been working a lot on a project to upscale community resilience through ecosystem services for disaster risk reduction. That's one of the indeed, big effects of climate change also. I'm extremely happy, Nera, to have you on board to give us a bit of an overview of the situation in India and how you are working also in strengthening self-governance at the Indian level. So please, the next six minutes for your pitch are yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Martin. And I hope you'd forgive me if I cut off my video because my internet seems to be slightly unstable. So I'd like to just cut it off for a bit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for having me on this panel, and it was great listening to Didier and his ideas, really. And going on to the topic, I would really position my 6 minutes in the following way. I would just present a short context and then certain tools that Kerala has been using in the over the past couple of years. And then I will also go on to mentioning some of the challenges that we're facing, where maybe we could have more discussion on how the solutions could come forth from the
European side as well. So moving on to the first point, I would like to refer to certain concepts that were mentioned earlier by Dr. Binoy Peter as well in the earlier session about how Kerala has a very unique context in the sense that it has primarily urban landscapes where we see a very heterogeneous population, both in rural and urban areas. And especially this comes down to the concept that there are very marginalized sections which are there in some of our urban areas, who often fall, like they do not fall in the public eye as much as they probably should. So this is, he was mainly mentioning about the migrant laborers. I would also like to mention the fishing communities of Kerala. He had briefly mentioned them. So fishing communities of Kerala who are basically facing multidimensional risks, not just as a result of climate change. Of course, they all live on the coast. Kerala's average density population is 859 persons per square kilometer, but the population on the coast is extremely high. Much more than 2,000 in fact in most places. So, and most of these people cater to the cities. So even when they live technically in rural panchayats, they sometimes cater to the city areas. So we can't really say that they are in rural areas per se. So they would fall within urban agglomerations as well. So these persons who have multidimensional risks, we also need to take care of them during such crises that we are seeing nowadays. And I would now like to go on to certain tools that the Kerala government has been utilizing in the past, especially post the August 2018 floods that we all keep hearing about so much. So post the August 2018 floods, the Kerala government actually introduced this particular instruments called the local level disaster management plan. So basically this is, okay, it does sound like one more plan. We have a lot of plans around, but it is basically one plan which all the local self-governments have been mandated to make basically. So all local self-governments across Kerala, including rural and urban, have been building these plans, which I would say falls very much in line with the Sendai framework, which basically places local self-governments as a main stakeholder in disaster planning, which basically says that they have to follow directions from the center and the state level, but at the end of the day, they also have to be part of decision making. So these local level disaster management plans, I would say, have basically two components, of which one is the long-term planning, and then the second would be disaster response. So the long-term planning, of course, going back to what Didier was mentioning about the EU Green Deal, nature-based solutions are in fact one of the primary things that we are in Kerala pushing through or trying to push through in these as part of long-term adaptation and not mitigation, but adaptation and resilience building steps as part of this long disaster management planning. So, and of course, you were mentioning the project that I'm currently working on, which is also for ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction. In fact, Dr. Shekhar had joined us earlier. He, along with others who are also talking tomorrow, are basically all part of this big project that Kerala is now trying to take forward. Kila is also facilitating it, the Kerala Harita Mission, which was also formed in 2016, which is basically an umbrella framework to pioneer and initiate, or rather help or support local self-governments in their process as they go forth for nature-based solutions. So we're partnering with all these organizations to drive nature-based solutions right now in Kerala. So I would just go in a little more into depth to explain what type of nature-based solutions we have been looking for. So in urban areas, though, the thrust is right now primarily on like urban flood mitigation through using nature-based solutions like urban swales and other sorts of mechanisms through which water can filter into the ground. We are also looking at other measures in, say, the rural areas, especially because it's relevant, especially because most of our main cities are placed on the coastal belts, which in fact faces the impact of actions that happen in our high range as well as in our rural areas, because our land topography is such that we have 44 rivers, which are very short, and they all flow into the Arabian Sea, which is basically on the west coast. And so we have a situation that we need to have integrated watershed-based management planning. which is basically what another thrust of these nature-based solutions that we are going for in Kerala right now. So, and then going, so this is primarily, I think, on which we should be discussing, but just going a little more to touch upon the local level disaster management plans as well, and to touch upon something that Binoy had mentioned, which is basically that through these disaster management plans and the trainings, etc., that we've been giving, we're trying to basically make sure that everybody, including the marginalized sections, gets support during disasters, including like COVID, and because we're going for a clustered approach where one volunteer or so gets, cluster of houses in a particular local level disaster, local self-government. And so basically there are people taking care of basic needs of destitute people and of other marginalized sections of society. This is another approach, or rather another component that we're trying to push forth in the local level disaster management plans. Of course, these are not without challenges. Of course, there are some of the challenges are, of course, policy related. For instance, the fact that local self-governments at the end of the day have not much role in climate change policy as such at the national level, which is unfortunate, but true, because as far as also in the legal frameworks, the local self-governments have very limited role. Most of the environmental legislations, for instance, that actually would be very relevant for climate adaptation and mitigation, for instance, are mostly central legislations or made by the union in India, which means that local self-governments have very little decision-making power in them. So these are policy issues that I wouldn't want to touch upon too much in this conversation, maybe. But when it comes to implementation of nature-based solutions or these projects through our local level disaster management plans also, it sometimes happens that we should probably focus more on sustainable and long-term solutions rather than going for a cookie cutter approach where we just take something from abroad and basically just transpose it in our settings, which sometimes can be quite problematic, in fact. And that sort of micro level planning, unfortunately, is not happening. And that's something I think that Mr. Rajesh had also mentioned earlier in one of the sessions, that we need to go for a very local level micro plans, which basically will have to look at the specific issues through consultations with marginalized sections as well. And also, another challenge, of course, is upscaling. We heard about quite a few brilliant projects that are happening, especially in Cochin Corporation. But at the end of the day, we have to understand the fact that most of these are very isolated efforts. And unfortunately, they've not been translating as fast as they should, especially in the light of how big the crisis is, as Didier rightly mentioned earlier. So, and of course, the issue of equity is always there, and ensuring equity. And I think I'm done with my talk. And thank you so much. I look forward to a great discussion on this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nera. Well, absolutely important indeed to have this insights reporting on the context in Kerala. Now, we're going to zoom out a bit from the Kerala region by giving the floor to Satish Kumar. Thank you very much to have you on board. You're a very experienced researcher, Indian by origin, but working in Ireland already for over 25 years. You were the director of the Queen's Academy India and director of internationalization in that university. And as such, you have been involved in many different projects, linking also research between Ireland, the UK, and India. And I'm delighted to be able to give you the floor, Satish, to give your 6-minute pitch. And I promise to share my screen for you. And this is something that I'm going to do now while you can prepare for your short intervention. So here we go. Please go ahead. You need to unmute. Sorry, Satish, we don't hear you.
So back again. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you very much, Martin, and to Ajit for inviting me across, and also good to see old friends in the panel as well. My starting point for the 6-minute pitch is that if you look at the first slide, it says actually our model works much better when we leave the people out altogether. And I think you can get the drift of my 6 minutes pitch. I want to start by saying a few words about resilience, because I think resilience has become a buzzword. And I think as an academic, I need to be able to provide a bit more of sort of critique about where we stand with this whole debate. So let's look at it. Why should everyone think that cities can save the planet? Why do we have to think that? And I think there are three fears that we have started and we have grown up with. First is about the fear about global warming. The second is about environmental catastrophe. And the third is the uneven expansion of urban areas. So these three areas, three fears, is what is motivating us doing what we are. So in order to deal with the issues of an environmental crisis and urban crisis, we have to look for a term sustainable city. So that's the starting point. So we look at the solution that the city provides, and we say urban areas or cities provide global solutions to global environmental problems. So where did this start from? It started from the whole idea of urban sprawl in the global north, in the United States and other places, and that the expansion would threaten human existence. So that was one part of the argument. The second was about the informal settlement, the slums, the favelas in the global south. That became another major issue of environmental problems. And the third was about climate change. And it has become a global threat, connecting both the north and the south for the first time. And we are talking about reducing carbon emissions, etc. So resilience, some thinking about resilience, that city as a solution, whether we think about resilience as a solution to sustainability issues. And that is a question, that resilience provides solutions for sustainability issues. When we talk about resilience, resilience appears as a normative goal, okay? So I would use the term, and I would use Bruce Braun's idea that resilience is a dispositive, and that is, it's a tool. It's a tool for the government to make use of all the opportunities to deal with issues that I've just highlighted. So resilience basically is highly conservative insofar as it's about restoration of existing systemic relations rather than transformation. And this is a key point. It doesn't talk about transformation. Secondly, it is not ideologically neutral because it has other resolutions about it. And then fundamentally, it's about maintaining the functioning of the existing system in the face of threat. So that's my piece about resilience. I want to take this moment to move into my own experience of working with local development plans in the city of Belfast, which was basically launched in 2017. And that's the time when the Habitat 3, bringing the people back, okay, making everyone inclusive, that concept emerged. And the idea for this plan, local development plan in Belfast, was how to bring people back into the city, a city which was fractured by 50 years of conflict. People had moved away from the city. How to repopulate the city again? That was a challenge. So I set up a young civics leaders group for my students in 2015 because I wanted to have a youthful voice to all these programs. And what we observed, that really speaking, there is a political deficit, whether it is Belfast, whether it is Europe, whether it is India, there is a common political deficit that people are not able to engage with the challenges that we face and not able to engage with the plans that we set forth for them. So the focus of this LDP was on green active spaces, smart, resilient city, vibrant economy. And this whole idea was how to climate proof against all the challenges that we face or we are going to face. So getting the cities to engage with the urban managers became a huge problem. What was missing in this entire program was the civic buy-in. There was no buy-in from the people themselves. The youth was left out completely. Art and heritage was left out. Culture was left out. So resilient place became an engineering resilience approach. It was a solution of engineering solutions. So private and public developers fought against each other, together with each other against the people. And the people objected to high-rise buildings coming in an area which was traditionally low-rise buildings. So all these issues came in. I'm not going to go into too much detail. But one thing which was very important to understand is that social equality was acknowledged in the local development plan, but it was forgotten in many of the debates that followed subsequently. We also find that idea of regeneration was about connecting disadvantaged places in the city and other places as well. But again, it did not really generate that sense of trust, that sense of engagement. So resilience must be intended for everyone involved and not simply to normalize a particular ideology. So I want to move very quickly now to providing some framework in terms of how this idea of resilience and how I looked at the question of resilience and took it to India. And my work in Majuli, in the Brahmaputra River on the eastern part, next slide, please, was basically looking at Majuli, where we looked at the role of cultural heritage in zero carbon footprint. And again, working with the communities there, I went with the intention that I need to build up capacity. So the buzzword from here was, let's build capacity for the people in Majuli. When I went there, I realized that people already had the capacity. They've been living with floods for 400 years. What capacity am I going to build for them? In fact, I went to tell them something and I came back learning something, because that was the way you could learn. So my focus was largely on looking at the whole idea of how to reduce carbon footprint, how to reduce the single-use plastic in those islands, and use nature, the natural products, as a substitute for things that they were using on a day-to-day basis. So in conclusion, I want to just introduce an idea that instead of thinking about resilience, let's talk about resourcefulness. The politics of resourcefulness is far more important as an alternative to politics of resilience. And again, the idea of resourcefulness is to bring social relations together, to acknowledge the diversity of knowledges and what I call traditional ecological knowledge systems, which is really crucial in the nature-based systems that we can use to provide some sense of climate justice to the communities that are left and forgotten, whether it's in the city or in the regions as well. So politics of resourcefulness really helps to engage with issues of injustice in terms of redistribution and recognition about all the communities who are stakeholders in this group. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Satish. I would say that is extremely interesting. And let's come back also to some of your points later in the discussion. I mean, I already have plenty of ideas for further debate. But indeed, I would like to move forward with our next speaker, who is Panagiotis Karamanos. He is actually working in, well, he has over 17 years of experience in different projects, working also with grassroots organizations and other forms of trainings, building capacity across the globe. He has been recently working also a lot on in a project called the European Union International Urban and Regional European Union Urban and Regional Cooperation Project. And that's a fascinating project because here indeed cities within the EU are actually paired with the cities in India. One of the aims of that project, if I understood you correctly, Panagiotis, but you will explain this to us in further detail, is how indeed cities in both regions can actually learn from each other, talking about using local environmental knowledge. Perhaps that's also here an interesting tangle. So indeed, I would like to give you the floor now. And as with Satish, I will also share my screen to show 2 slides that you prepared. And I'll do it right now.
And I can start until it shows up. Thank you very much, Martin.
Yeah,
and for
you should be able to see it now.
introduction.
Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
Thank you. So the European Union, I will try to build also on what the previous speakers have mentioned. The European Union has a very strong cooperation framework with India since many years ago. More recently, I can mention 3 relevant elements that have to do with the 2016 EU-India Agenda for Action. In 2017, the Declaration on a Partnership for Smart and Sustainable Urbanization. And just maybe even less than a year ago, the EU-India Strategic Partnership, a roadmap to 2025, which includes a number of elements which are very closely related to the discussion today and on sustainable urbanization and so forth. On the other side, we have India that has taken a number of initiatives over the last few years, the Smart Cities Mission, more recently, the Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework, Swachh Bharat, of course, and a number of topical, let's say, events, for example, on public bike sharing and so forth. So these kind of elements can come together through EU projects. And one of these EU projects is the one that you mentioned just a few minutes ago, the International Urban and Regional Cooperation Project, which started in 2021 and will end at the end of 2023. Now, the IURC, as we call it, covers a large region with more than 2 billion people. So it covers Japan, Korea, Malaysia, Indonesia, and many other countries. But of course, one of the main countries is India, given the important role it has to play regarding urban issues. So a number of cities are involved. And out of these 64 cities that I mentioned here, 14 will come from India. And there are a variety of topics on circular economy, smart city, urban planning, mobility, and so forth. And all these, of course, or several of these are very closely related to resilience. The whole idea is to, through soft, let's say, measures and targeted initiatives, through events, visits, meetings, thematic clusters, workshops, and other initiatives, in order to promote cooperation between Indian cities and EU cities. And this is not out of a vacuum. There was a previous program called International Urban Cooperation, which had the same kind of idea and the same concept based on cooperation between European cities and Indian cities. And one of the most characteristic examples was the cooperation between the city of Kochi and Vilnius in Lithuania, where they worked on solid waste management, doing an exchange visits, understanding the needs of each area, and developing a relevant workshop. And that's why Kochi is going to be one of the cities that is moving on also with IURC. I can give you 3 examples, if we can move to the next slide, of this cooperation besides the one that I mentioned with Kochi, and some of them are more or less relevant to nature-based solutions. In the case of Surat, Surat has been cooperating with Rotterdam regarding the design of a pilot water plaza to manage heavy rain during the heavy rain period, for example, during the monsoon period in India, but also create a recreation area which is accessible to the local population during the non-rainy times. So this is quite popular to some degree in Netherlands. So the 2 cities have been cooperating in developing a relevant concept. And actually this concept is being presented as we speak in the London Biennale. Leh, as several of you know, quite small but fascinating city in the north and very high levels in India, high altitudes, is cooperating with a number of Greek cities that share some similar characteristics on the promotion of sustainable tourism. In a more, let's say, technological related aspect, the city of Panjim has been working with Dubrovnik on the design of a smart parking pilot area to, in a way, of course, this is more technical in nature, but also it can allow more fair and accessible system for the population in the city center. So the messages that we have learned from these cooperations, I think there are 3 important messages and 1 important question that I have. I think the most important condition in making these types of cooperations and finding the right solutions is to work with the right people, motivated people, knowledgeable people, enthusiastic people. And to give a very specific example, not to break ranks from what the previous speaker said, we have found this cooperation in the city of Kochi, where we have been working for a long time, both with the city of Kochi, but also with the Center for Heritage, Environment and Development, and developing very interesting initiatives. That's number 1. Second, I think when we look at European experience, we need to adapt. Of course, it's not comparable to look at European cities and Indian cities. There are so many differences. So whatever we see and we want to learn from each other, we have to adapt it to the local conditions. And finally, I think it's very important to see what we have learned from COVID and how we can apply this new knowledge to us. In a statement a few months ago, I read specifically said the climate crisis is very much like the COVID crisis, but in slow motion and much graver. So if we accept that, what are the lessons learned? So these are the 3 elements that I think 3 messages that are important, and they build also on the idea of resourcefulness, which Dr. Kumar just mentioned before me. And as a final point, and this is, let's say, an invitation to the audience here, is that as we are looking for these 14 cities, Indian cities, to pair them with European cities, if your city you think could cooperate with the European city on a topic that is relevant to resilience, sustainable urbanization, equity, you can contact me through Ajit, and we will be happy to look into this possibility. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Panagiotis. I think that's wonderful that you already offer this as an opportunity for Kerala and its region to actually benefit from the let's say the funding scheme that is available also via your project. I think that's a wonderful gesture already. let's, before indeed we already start discussing, we still have one more guest. And I'm really happy to introduce to you Gerald Query, who is a, well, actually is a colleague of me at the Humanity Hub in The Hague, although as a result of COVID, we have never met in person, but we have been in meetings before, and I'm really happy that we're again here now in this Indian context, also in the same at least virtual space. Let me put it that way. The Hague Local Academy, and you will say a few more words about that, of course, is one of the organizations in the Netherlands that is very active when it comes to capacity building and training, more specifically to strengthen the local governments. And we already have mentioned the importance of capacity building in different interventions, but it will be interesting also to hear from your side, Gerald, your perspective on working with local politicians, local officials, and how the Hague Academy can actually provide any form of support in strengthening the quality of local governance. So again, I will share my screen with you one more time. Yeah, so the floor is yours with that, Gerald. Please go ahead. Yeah, indeed, unmute and go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Martin. Indeed, I'm Gerard, as Martin has said, and I work for the Hague Academy for Local Governance as a program manager. The Hague Academy for Local Governance was started by the Dutch Association of Municipalities in 2006, with, of course, the support of the Municipality of The Hague. And the idea behind the Hague Academy was to see how can the Dutch Association of Municipalities support indeed local governments in the delivery of the social contracts that they have signed with the people they represent? Because the philosophy of the Hague Academy is based on the idea that indeed reliable local services, inclusive local policies, and effective partnerships, all within the local communities that different local governments work in, are crucial, of course, in achieving stability, promoting sustainable development, and of course, increasing the quality of life for citizens. And in that sense, then there was the need within the Dutch Association of Municipalities, which has associations all over the world, 240 associations across the world. How was that going to be achieved in supporting the capacity of local governments to deliver on the social contract, for being responsive, being responsible, having a clear vision for their communities, and ensuring that they manage the whole process of inclusive service delivery in a transparent and effective manner? And that is when the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs in 2008 indeed came in to support the development of the Hague Academy to become a center and an institution for local governance innovation. What do I mean by local governance innovation here? I will use three approaches to define what we look at or what we consider to be innovation in terms of local governance, and why that was actually important as part of our identity within the Hague Academy. We all, and I think COVID has demonstrated that better than I can explain, the whole non-territorial impact of challenges. We have seen a virus emanating somewhere from Wuhan, at least if the information we have right now is anything to go by. And then it spread all over the world and causes a lot of disruptions in every part of the world. So there is, even with societies that have very robust health systems, they have been affected. So the non-territorial impact of the challenges was one of the reasons why we decided to make the Hague Academy a center for innovation. And the second element is the imperative, that motto, if you want to actually call it like that, imperative to respond as a global society in the face of problems. Is it climate change? Is it pandemics? Is it conflict? Whatever it is, there has to be that imperative of responding as a global society. And the third part that really gives the Hague Academy that identity in terms of its innovation and approaches to capacity strengthening is the peers engineered solutions. What I mean with that is our trainings endeavor to bring experts from all over the world. We have a pool of around 350 experts from all over the world, Europe, Asia, US, and Africa, coming together during our trainings so that all the perspectives about a certain problem. I liked the way Nehu was saying, you know, countries which are especially dealing with this kind of issues, one of the mistakes they can do is to start shoehorning problems and solutions from developed countries to solve local problems. That is likely to be very problematic. But how we try to avoid that through innovation is to bring experts together and also participants for our courses from all over the world, so they sit together, share ideas through peer solution engineering and see, this is the context I'm coming from. This seems to be a solution that is working elsewhere. What can we learn? What inspiration can I draw from Colombia, from Nairobi, from Belgium, from India? And then they carry those inspirations back home to spice up local solutions to address the challenges that they face. So in that sense, that is how our innovation within the Hague Academy indeed is stationed or is engineered. And in that sense, I want to go to the next slide to explain then our approach, or if you want to call it our theory of change. And you can see there, it's unfortunate that it's not so visible right now. The local government for us, is it unions, is it associations, or whichever level of government make decisions at the local level is very important for us. They are up there, but for the achievement of all the sustainability in terms of even development goals and whatever, then they play a very key role. And that is why the Hague Academy focuses on those people who drive decisions at the local level. And with those decisions, then we look at issues of governance, we look at issues of inclusiveness, what is the role of the citizens in terms of decision making, what is the role of community in terms of holding these decision-making organs responsible in fulfilling the social contract we have signed with communities. And in so doing, then we are able to create a holistic approach to addressing some of these challenges that the other presenters have been mentioning so far. And the other slide, I will briefly highlight the thematic focuses that we deal with, from citizen participation and inclusive governance, decentralization, local economic development, and we have programs right now cooperating with very many local governments all over the world, across in 42 countries as I speak right now. And even when you think about climate adaptation, nature-based solutions, which falls under the last bullet point you can see down there on urban governance, we have very vibrant cooperation with the Dutch municipalities. Again, informed by what I said, we need to respond as a global society to the problems that we face. The Dutch Association of Municipalities has established a partnership through the Dutch municipalities. There are 355, and actually other associations across the world, where when the participants of our trainings come to The Hague, then we take them to different municipalities for them to see what are the innovations which are being implemented in the Netherlands by different municipalities, and what can they learn as they carry that information back home. Because let's be honest, if a certain municipality in the Netherlands has a solution for anything, if that solution is only kept within the territory of the Netherlands, global problems, global challenges, they don't know territory. So, and from that sense, the Dutch government is very, very keen on ensuring that innovations, which could be partly because the Dutch government may have more resources than a lot of the countries that are in the world currently, if they happen to have extra resources for developing solutions, how can that information be made available for other countries and other nations and other local governments, for them within the means and the resources that they have, to see how they can also utilize those kind of innovations. And the Hague Academy facilitates that kind of information, peer learning with municipalities in the Netherlands and local governments, associations, unions from other countries. And we actually have a cooperation right now with the India Railways Corporation, and they are bringing a team of climate activists, local governments, urban planners, because they want to learn from the Dutch railway transport system and see what they can actually do to improve mobility transport in India. So there are already these cooperations between the Hague Academy and also within the Indian territory. And as the Hague Academy, indeed, for this particular focus, we are able to facilitate those kind of exchanges and share information in terms of how local governments can respond to the services and delivery of the services in their localities. Thank you so much, Martin.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gerald. I will stop sharing my screen now and allowing us also to move to the discussion. We have now indeed around 30 minutes for discussion. I would also like to promote the idea that either the ones that are in the same Zoom meeting as we are can ask questions in the chat. And otherwise, I already see one. That's very good indeed. But I would also like to invite those of you who are watching us via YouTube or Facebook to ask questions. And I know that Ajit will watch over any possibilities to forward questions to me. So I will also have a look at the same time on my email to see if Ajit can help me sending some more questions. So, okay, I'm working here with different screens, but we'll manage with that. Well, thank you very much for your pitches. I think it was really interesting to listen to what you have to say, what you had to say. And I must say that I was intrigued by by many observations that you made. Let me perhaps start by referring to Satish, is a remark that we should not forget how important local knowledge is and how important it is to work with, let's say, the knowledge, the local environmental knowledge of people on the ground. I must say that with the European Urban Knowledge Network, we are participating in a project on nature-based solutions with an exchange with Latin America. Actually, I would be welcoming such a program also with India. I think that would be fascinating, but okay, that remains to be seen. But one of the things that also struck me within that project was that people were saying exactly the same, that we need to work also with the knowledge of indigenous people in Latin America. Now, you are actually saying the same, but then indeed referring to the Indian context. Can you give us a few examples, Satish? And perhaps that Neha can also join in to bring in also her perspective, working in India directly in the Kerala region, how actually we can work with that local knowledge and how that can also enrich our experience of working indeed more with nature instead of against nature, as is often the case in today's economy. So please, Satish, could you please elaborate a bit on the idea of working with local knowledge?
Yeah, thank you very much, Martin, especially in terms of the nature-based solutions, which as I said, I use the term traditional ecological knowledge systems. And given the fact that I was actually engaged with this community, which has had almost 400 years of existence with recurrent floods every year, 2 to 3 times a year, I had an interdisciplinary team of people from geologists down to political scientists and others who were working with me on the field. And what we really realized is that, that is one of the big challenges that somehow with the modernization that we emphasize, that things have to be discarded in terms of to be seen as being progressive. And what we observed is that children were moving away. Young generation, youthful generation was all moving away from everything that was traditional. So when I started emphasizing a lot about the understanding of traditional knowledge systems, I asked them about questions about how did you deal with recurrent floods and whether you're having, in terms of construction of houses, traditional tribal construction of mission houses was quite different in terms of the architecture. And we saw those traditional, those forms and designs being used in modern houses as well. So again, you can see the adaptation from there. They have a festival which is run every 3 years. It runs for 4 days every year. And that festival had a problem because there was a lot of plastic which emerged as a major garbage with coming out of the festival, the religious festival. And there are about 25 monasteries which are under severe threat from climate change, from changing water courses. Out of 74 monasteries, only 23 exist. Rest have been disappeared. So we were trying to see how to protect this cultural heritage of the people. And that's where we started looking at options that they had against plastic. So in terms of a zero carbon option, what can we do? So looking at traditional materials, resources that were used, we had a stall that we sponsored to bring in all the local materials from the cottage industry, the informal sector, bringing them together and getting the endorsement from the chief abbot, the chief priest from that particular monastery. And he made a pledge along with the community that they will not have plastics for that. So it was almost a direct, and it also linked with my sustainable development goals, which I have to mention, that the SDG goals are really critical in terms of meeting the targets of adaptation and resilience. And I think that's a perspective which I thought needs to be reiterated in terms of, for us coming from Europe, and for me being engaged with both Europe and India, sustainable development goals is the way forward. I know there's a lot of issues about recalibration of sustainable development goals post-pandemic. We haven't given any thoughts about it, but we need to start thinking now.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, I would also like to hear your perspective on the use of local knowledge, local environmental knowledge, especially also within the context of your experience with working with self-governments, self-local government. So please share some thoughts from your side.
Thank you, Martin. I would like to add to what Dr. Satish had said earlier. We in Kerala, we have been following certain policy frameworks for this and trying to ensure that local indigenous knowledge does get tapped. When we talk about plastic, etc., we have our certain framework works, like for instance, the Harita Mission has been spearheading work through the Kudumbasri, which is a group, which is a mission basically for self-help groups for women. So through that, etc., a lot of initiatives have been initiated against use of plastic and use of more eco-friendly measures. Also, I would also like to refer to my legal background while answering this question, that there are in place a lot of legislations, in fact, in India, which actually support or rather institutionalize the use of indigenous knowledge for making plans and going for nature-based solutions. How effective they are is another thing, but at the end of the day, there are legislations in place. For instance, the Coastal Zone Regulation Notification in India basically supports indigenous coastal communities, as well as the Forest Rights Act, which basically supports the knowledge of indigenous Adivasi populations, or rather our tribal populations. There is also the whole I mean, there are certain legislations like the Biodiversity Act also acknowledges their knowledge, but how local self-governments have been able to tap into this, maybe at that level, it has been slightly limited. But there are efforts to consult with them and make sure that our traditional systems are carried on to the future. Farmers especially are consulted, I think, more when it comes to certain solutions in integrated watershed-based watershed management planning. So that has happened more, I would say, more than the traditional indigenous populations as such.
Yeah, let's continue a bit also on capacity building. You mentioned that the decision powers of the local self-governments are relatively limited. So my question then is, what would be needed to, let's say, to further promote also the participation, or for that matter, because in the European context, we're now talking a lot not only about participation, but also co-creation and co-design of policies. Is this also something that would be envisageable in an Indian context? I would like to hear a bit more from that too. Yeah, if you can, you just switch off your video, but perhaps you can also say a few more words about that, and then we'll enlarge it a bit also to the other participants.
Sorry, my internet just went for a bit there. Can you just kindly repeat the
Okay.
question? I'm really sorry.
Yeah. I just lost you. I also lost you indeed. Okay, that explains everything. No, but you said that the decision powers of the local self-governance are relatively limited in India. Now, in Europe, we are talking not only about participation, but also about co-creation and co-design of policies. Actually, what I said in my introduction, I contributed also to this new Leipzig Charter, which is now one of the, let's say, fundamental strategic framework documents when it comes to urban policies for member states to work together, acknowledged also by the European Commission. And here, indeed, we make a very strong argument in favor of co-design and co-participation, of co-design and collaboration of co-decision of policies. Now, that could be a way forward, of course, to strengthen the decision powers of local communities as well, or indeed self-governance in an Indian context. But is this a debate that can be further developed also within an Indian context? I mean, that would be interesting also to hear from your side.
Thanks, Martin. So are you asking about whether local self-governments are actually partners in decision-making, or are you talking about communities in decision-making? You're talking about
yes, well, of course, yeah.
Right?
Well, I mean, in principle, it should be both. Indeed.
Yes.
So both communities and the governments as well. I mean, indeed, because politics are urban developments perhaps too important to be left only to governments. You need to see to what extent actually you can also involve communities. And I'm sure that Gerald could also say a few more words about that. But let's start with you, Neha.
I would like to just clarify here. So basically, it's also about our Indian, the structure of the Indian governance framework, that when it comes especially to some environmental legislations. So I personally believe that there are a lot of the environmental frameworks, the legislations especially, have a huge role to play when it comes to dealing with climate change disasters. So for instance, watershed-based planning, whether it be things like the coastal zone regulation that I earlier mentioned, it's basically a very high, it offers a high level of protection, actually giving no development, basically demarcating no development zones on the coast to give protection to coastal communities against seawater ingress, or rather to protect against global warming, essentially. So, but when it comes down to the role of local self-governments in actually implementing these laws, it's quite limited, unfortunately, which is what I said earlier. So basically, it's not about just the community not having a hand, but it's also sometimes about the local self-governments not having an adequate, and this becomes very stark when you come to a context of disaster. Because I earlier heard somebody mention that disasters are maybe into the future, but it's not into the future as far as Kerala is concerned, because we have been facing a lot of disasters. I mean, they're going on in the sense that there is heavy coastal erosion that was brought on by a cyclone called Taute in Kerala just recently, and we are awaiting the I'm not talking about COVID at all. This climate disasters. So basically, these are things that are happening. And then when you come down to the fact that local self-governments are the actual implementers on the ground who are dealing with the real problems, and then their role when it comes to the national level of dealing with their decision-making power at that level, I find that sometimes it is unfortunately limited. It is changing, of course, through certain differences, frameworks that are coming forth. But unfortunately, as far as disaster, this thing is disaster decision making is concerned, sometimes their role is limited. But that's a much more systemic policy issue that I'm not sure we can really pinpoint in. It's a very complex problem as well. So thank you.
It's absolutely complex, yeah. And to be honest, I mean, I was actually even a bit surprised that when this political document that I just mentioned was adopted by all ministers at European level, that there was no real discussion about it. Because if you really take that seriously, I mean, it would have a huge impact, of course. I mean, I know there are some experiments in my own country, the Netherlands, and in the city where I live, in Amsterdam. Indeed, there are some experiments with really co-creation of policies, but it's not an easy thing to do. I know, Gerald, that you are working a lot also with local communities, and perhaps you can also share some of your experiences with that. But I would like to link it to a question that I received from Joy Ellerman, who is asking you actually to tell us a bit more also about local action and about the development of local action on climate adaptation and resilience. How is this developed, and what are the tools and the methodologies that you have been using to strengthen capacity or to build capacity with local communities? So Gerald, perhaps you could combine a bit the two, how to strengthen indeed the not just the participation, but I mean, if possible, even indeed, I mean, a higher form of participation, which I would like to call indeed co-creation and co-design of policies. And how does this relate also to concrete actions and tools and methodology when it comes to building capacity in the field of climate adaptation and resilience?
Thank you, Martin. One of the tools that we have developed, the Hague Academy and the Dutch Association of Municipalities, is a tool that is called LIA, Local Inclusive Agenda. And the LIA, the central philosophy of LIA is that communities are not recipients of development. In fact, for so long, they have been unutilized potential to bring about local solutions to some of these big issues that we face also from a local and a global scale. So within the LIA, what we do is we bring this new way of looking at communities and their participation in actually bringing solutions and infusing their voices in local and also even global policies. And the tool is very elaborate. It takes the local authorities through a very rigorous process on how they can, first of all, changing the mentality. I saw someone asking from the question, I think it is actually Neha, how do you change the behavioral mentality of people? Actually, it starts also with the local authorities. They need to change the mentality to start looking at communities as the recipients of development, to actually the most unutilized resource in designing solutions that we need. And the local inclusive agenda has all the scoring criteria, has very specific ways where once the capacity of local governments have been enhanced, then they can actually engage with what we call democratic dialogues with communities. Because normally communities are seen to approach local authorities from an activistic demand perspective, which usually is counterproductive. So we say, let's move away from that traditional demand for services. Through the LIA, engage communities in decision-making, but through a democratic dialogue. And the minute that mentality shifts, the behavior also shifts with the mentality. And that tool has been very effective. Concerning the local action and the resilience, we are working with UN Habitat, the Hague Academy, in looking at how to really break down, for lack of a better word, the Sendai disaster risk reduction framework to fit specific communities and the challenges which are very specific in different countries. So, and I'm with this team of experts from UN Habitat, and we are looking at how to domesticate that together actually with the CLG, cities and local governance associations. And we are involving also local governments, municipalities to look at what elements within the Sendai disaster risk reduction framework that can actually be domesticated at the local level. And in so doing, then we hope to contribute from a localized point of view, from a grounded approach to disaster risk reduction and the resilience through the adoption of this particular risk reduction strategy. So we drive the innovation by involving communities through this local inclusive agenda, and it has very specific criteria on how to do that within local government.
Yeah, thank you, Gerald. Yeah, it was interesting, Neha, that you asked a question also about Amsterdam. Though I'm living in Amsterdam, and but you were asking indeed how we can. How it would be possible to let's say to have a behavioral change when it comes to biking, for instance, to bicycle, the use of bicycles as a way of transport. Well, I can tell you that we do not need that much of a behavioral change in the Netherlands when it comes to cycling. But it's true that we're so much used to use your bike as a way of transport. But there are some measures indeed, and of course we're in a very luxury situation where there are really there's a perfect infrastructure for bicycle lanes. So indeed, by far, using your bicycle as a form of transport in many of the well, at least Dutch cities, but not exclusively. I mean, there are other countries in Europe which are also really very much advanced when it comes to bicycling. Not all of the European countries, by the way. Sometimes if I'm traveling, when I was traveling more than a year ago to other European countries, I'm sometimes surprised to see what's happening here, that pedestrians and cyclists are using the same public space. And this is something that is totally distinct indeed in many of the Dutch cities, but the same would apply also for Germany or for Denmark, to give you a few of the other examples of countries which are very much advanced. But indeed, I mean, the local government's trying to discourage the use of cars to a large extent. So, I mean, the city centers are almost, I mean, to a large extent, are not open for cars, or only to a limited amount, a certain number of hours per day, for instance. So really to use, I mean, the government really tries to promote what's called sometimes active forms of mobility, walking, cycling, for instance, as much as possible, wherever possible, and to make it as difficult as possible for cars to be used also within the boundaries of the municipalities, for instance. And this is something that that does work indeed, and you see the changes also. I mean, if I look back, I mean, I've been living here in this city for over 25 years. You see huge changes indeed, and the infrastructure for biking lanes, for instance, has been improved a lot over the past 10, 20 years or so. Let's continue with our questions. Let's move to let's continue a bit more on capacity building and also innovation capacity building. Didier, I know that you are engaged a lot in capacity building as well, but one of the experiences of the COVID pandemic was that it was difficult to meet. Of course, it was difficult to travel. Now, I know that you have been, and you are quite active also in providing online forms of capacity building. I'd like to hear a bit more from you. I mean, how you set it up, and what are your experiences with, let's say, different countries across the globe when it comes to building capacity without being physically there. Can you share some experiences with you?
Yes, very good. Thank you. So I can share with you several experiences on the European level and also on the global level. On the European level, with my experiences at the university in Brussels, where we are organizing Erasmus programs, which are online programs for all the students at the European universities. We do simply online seminars and online workshops, and also connected to living labs. And the living labs are simply happening online. And so we have a collection of seminar sessions, so where all the students are attending and then developing and producing their experiences and presenting their experiences to a jury. And all the experiences are collected into and accumulated and presented into living labs. So this is on the European level. And we did it in a hybrid way with the local students and professors and teachers and the students online happening. So that was very well connected. But also on the global level, what we did with the ISOCAP Institute was online training for mayors in Indonesia on resilient and climate adaptation. So that was a European, or this is still a European project called CRIC, C-R-I-C, right? And this is also funded by the European Union. And one part of this CRIC project is simply delivering training to mayors. And what we did was simply a 2-day session for mayors in Indonesia, India, Bangladesh, and explaining what are the challenges of climate change and how to make cities more resilient. And what we had as an experience was fantastic. A high level of participation and high level of discussion. And in fact, we couldn't stop the presentation and the Q&A sessions because there were too much discussion. So I think it's quite easy to organize, okay? But we have to organize a platform, database, knowledge-based database, right? So where the people attending can also have access to the documents. They are a little bit prepared, so they know exactly what is the topic, and we can have this interaction also. What we are doing exactly now, yeah. But very well, very good experiences, and I think now in terms of pandemic, is key. It's key that we can have this kind of online discussion. Yes, Martin.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can only second that. I mean, we also completely changed our working methods over the past year, and we also found out that, and when we needed to shift immediately from physical meetings where people from all over Europe went to Brussels, for instance, for meetings, and when we needed to have virtual meetings only because there was no alternative, we also found out that in some cases it really worked extremely well. Not in all cases, I must say, but in many cases it did work. And this is something I'm sure that will stay. And the fact that we have this interchange now also with colleagues in India is another good example of how you can have interesting meetings without traveling for days. Although we do miss those physical meetings also from time to time.
Where we can see the limits is in the human interaction, of course. As soon as we have a hands-on workshop, for example, and we say, okay, we have a intensive session, and then we do a 2 days, for example, brainstorming session on documents, then it's clear that somehow online discussion has some limit, right?
Absolutely.
But most of the time it's quite successful. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'd like to ask a question now to Panyotis. I mean, you've been a bit silent, but I mean, you were in a situation where you were actually working on the ground also with the cities in India. And I was quite fascinated what you said also about the experiences between Rotterdam and in the Netherlands and Surat in India when it comes to water management. Now, this, of course, is a highly relevant topic also for the Kerala region. And we all know, I mean, how much they suffered from the floodings. Well, I mean, not just last year, but also in previous years. And I also see a question here from actually the mayor of Kochi, indeed, who is asking about what actually Indian cities can learn from Rotterdam. And what sort of technical expertise can be used there. But I would also like to add to that question the other way around, actually. What can also, I mean, cities in Europe learn from experiences in Indian cities? Because your practice is really about exchange and pairing of cities. It's not a one-way communication from, let's say, the old idea that in Europe we know everything best, but that we can actually really learn something also. I mean, this is for me always an important aspect when it comes to working with countries outside Europe. We can also actually learn from local knowledge and from experiences in countries like India. So please, Panagiotis.
Yes, thank you. First of all, so I mentioned before the example of Surat with Rotterdam. But through this new program, the IURC, we're also looking at what we call cluster meetings. And cluster meetings is bringing together cities from all over the world, whether they are in India, in Asia, or in Europe, that can share some experiences. And given the strong interest and the challenges that Kochi is facing, I think it's a very natural, let's say, extension that we include Kochi, we include Rotterdam in these types of discussions. So there will be groups of cities working together. We already have the, let's say, background information about Kochi, and we already have the contacts with you, Honorable Mayor, but also with a number of experts from your city. The second point that you mentioned and you asked, Martin, is a very important one. It's relevant to what I mentioned before regarding adaptation. We cannot take the European solutions and just put them in India and vice versa. We need to adapt. I'll give you a very, very simple example because it's something that I think that a lot of people get astonished when they visit both countries. If you go to Europe, and especially Northern Europe, and especially in the winter, after 6 or 7 o'clock, it's very quiet. Okay, so you have a water plaza, I assume. I've never been to one in Rotterdam in the middle of the winter, but I assume that around 8 or 9 o'clock it will be very quiet. Well, go to India at any time, whether it's 7, 8 o'clock or even at midnight, and it's going to be full of people, and especially given the climate. So you need to design for a different, let's say, audience in this case. So I think also about your question about what can we learn from each other. So I think maybe we can learn some principles of design, but then we'll have to adapt them to the specific situation. What I find astonishing and very fruitful that is happening in India is this type of ground level awareness. And if I can, I don't know if I am allowed to share one a picture. I'm not sure if this is visible, but this is something that we did as part of an earlier project, a very simple idea that we worked with an organization in Mumbai called Sri Mukti Sangatana, which works with women at the ground level regarding solid waste, which was basically a mobile exhibition about solid waste management. A very simple idea done in English and Marathi, giving the main concepts about solid waste management. So what we talked about before about intervention of the community, it's a great idea. At the same time, it's important also to go to the ground level and communicate, increase awareness. So this communication, this contribution can be more effective.
Yeah, thank you so much, Panagiotis. I'm looking at the clock. It's almost time, dear colleagues, and there are still so many questions. I mean, I also have, we haven't talked about local food production, about urban-rural linkages, which is a big topic. We haven't talked enough about learning capacities for cities, which is another fascinating topic. That is perhaps also a topic that we could even have in a whole debate. I mean, absolutely fascinating. There's a lot more also we can talk about the impact of digitalization on our economies, for instance, but we simply lack time for that. And so I think we need to think about a follow-up event. I already see Vatsal. Hello, Vatsal from, we've been in other meetings before, and I look forward to other Urban Thinkers meetings, because I think I need to hand over to you to chair the next meeting. So let me thank.
Quick screenshot.
Yes, let's do a screenshot, of course.
I think everyone who is happy to open the camera, I think it would be great.
Including you.
Indeed. Yes. Including you, indeed. And let me thank all our panelists for this very dynamic debate, indeed. And I look forward to the next discussions. But indeed, let's smile and thanks everyone for the wonderful discussions.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you, Mark.
Then,
thank you all the speakers.
Yes, Ajit. Yes.
No, I was.
Hand over to you, Ajit.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you are. Yeah.
For moderating as well as for keeping the time and probing the panelists as well. So it has been quite a rewarding session. I think those who are watching and listening us here, as well as through other platforms, would certainly have enjoyed listening to this. And a lot of food for thought. Thank you all. We will now.
I do hope indeed. Yeah. I just hope that we can indeed set up some form of cooperation between colleagues in India, either in India itself or elsewhere, and indeed some of the
participants here. So I think he may want to respond to that.
Perfect. I'll switch off.
Definitely, Martin. We'll be in touch. Definitely. This is
okay,
not a
one-time.
This is not a one-time event. It is actually, it should trigger collaborations.
Exactly. That's the whole purpose, indeed. Thank you so much. Sorry. Okay.
No one can work alone. Bye-bye. No one can work alone nowadays. We have to work together.
True. Perfect. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin.
We will now have the last session for the day. This will be moderated by Dr. Vatsal Bhatt from the US Green Building Council, and this session is looking at experiences about climate justice. So sustainability to climate justice, how the cities and regions in US have moved from discourses related to sustainability to ensuring and securing climate justice. So Vatsal has a panel who are going to talk about their experiences, their learning, the barriers they have been experiencing while they were enterprising in this process. So let me quickly introduce Dr. Vatsal Bhatt to the audience, and then I'll hand over the session to him to moderate. Dr. Bhatt is an urban and regional planner from India, and he further went to United States and then went on to get his doctoral degree. And he has helped to conceptualize and operationalize the LEED for cities and communities. The LEED rating system, known to most of us, were for buildings, but Vatsal has helped in expanding them for cities and communities through his work with the US Green Building Council. He serves on the US Technical Advisory Group for the ISO's Technical Committee for 268 Sustainable Cities. He's also serving on the Board of Advisors for the Wellbeing City Award mobilized by the New Cities Foundation. Vatsal led the US Department of Energy's US, India, China Cities Partnership for Energy and Environment during 2007 to 2014, and provided technical assistance to the governments of India and China and state and local governments on low carbon urban growth strategies and eco-city planning as well as implementation. Dr. Bhatt serves as a senior advisor to the US Department of State managed US-China Eco Partnership Secretariat. Dr. Bhatt was an advisor to the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority of New York State's 100% renewable study and EPRI project on New York electric system climate resiliency. Dr. Bhatt is a lead author of the US Global Change Research Program's 5-year assessment of the effects of climate change on energy production and use in the United States. Very pleased to welcome you here, Vatsal. Over to you now.
Thank you so much, Ajit. I also wanted to thank Dr. Ramon, Kerala Institute of Local Administration, and all the colleagues that have organized this particular event. I think we are very pleased to go after Martin's session. I think, thanks, Martin. It was very engaging discussion with all your panelists. And what we would want to talk about is some learnings that we have had from United States. And as Dr. Alamon said a couple of minutes ago, that it's not a one-time collaboration. This is just the beginning. So I'm very happy to get this discussion started, Dr. Alamon. We would want to make this discussion quite organic. And I would work with two of my fellow presenters organically in getting this discussion started and keeping you engaged for next 1.5 hours. So as Ajit kindly elaborated my background, I would want to really focus on what are various issues on resilience, whereas my colleagues are going to be focusing on different other activities that they are involved in. Deepa Vedvyas, who is the sustainability manager in the mayor's office of sustainability in Cleveland, Ohio, is going to be talking about what all they are doing on the ground. Cleveland is a big industrial city, and now they are doing hundreds of different strategies and policies and projects on the ground. So she'll talk about that. My dear friend Kiran Bachu works for a long time. He's been working at Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Many of you may have heard about CDC as an acronym from United States that has been managing a pandemic for a long time. And Kiran has been working on geospatial analysis and using various analytics to really talk about how do we use data on public health and how do we represent it for people's benefit. So he's going to be talking about his experiences, and we all know that when we talk about resilience, health-related resilience and how to really use data and represent it for people's usefulness would be very useful. We had a couple other presenters, but I think they had to excuse themselves due to a couple different reasons. One traveled outside of the United States and got sick. Another one had to get into another official meeting, so she could not participate. Nonetheless, I will try to at least represent some of their work and provide you the context that we were thinking about. So once again, I would like to really thank Kila for this partnership. I respect this beginning, and I would like to now comprehend this discussion a little bit more so that you all know where we are going. And you all work in urban sector in different capabilities. So I'm preaching the choir, but I consider myself as more about systems thinker. And as Ajit and a couple of my colleagues have known, I am an urban planner, but I have been working at the level of energy economics and climate change mitigation for the last 20 years. And I have been using various kinds of econometric modeling to support this. So when I recently started, almost 5 years ago, started to think about how do we comprehensively talk about urban systems, I developed some of these graphics, and you can see that the graphic on the left-hand side is almost 5 years old, but graphic on the right-hand side is was probably developed few months ago, 2-3 months ago. You can see that the concepts do not change. And this is why I wanted to put it up here. Both of these graphics have some focus on smart cities. You can see some of these things, but it is not about smart cities. It is about talking about larger concepts comprehensively with the systems thinking and seeing how these concepts are interconnecting, how these concepts are really helping each other, and the cross-cutting issues are always arising. So point is that each and every city community is different, and we need to really start thinking from people-centric discussion, start thinking about first providing them access to basic services, then talk about 24/7 services, then talk about advanced services, and then look into whatever smart city related things that are going on these days in our worlds, respective worlds. Martin was also referring to that. So I think point is that we really need to start focusing right from people-centric discussion and see what works, what doesn't work, where and how. However, our cities and communities are ever evolving, so there is no end point to it. And you all know that we are doing and redoing things in our cities and communities. Nonetheless, these kind of frameworks always help us in comprehending things in much more holistic manner. So you can see that from this discussion, I developed this kind of graphic, and obviously then parameters, then aspects, then issues and topics, as well as various strategies and projects and policies that come out of this discussion are very, very important. And I think this is no way comprehensive, but I think we did look into nearly 30 different systems, frameworks, whatever you call it, and try to assimilate complementary aspects so that we can talk about comprehensively various aspects of urban development. And again, I'm just trying to give you a flavor of all these details. You all might be working in your own right, so many different things. But I think when I'm talking about right from sustainability to climate justice, I thought to bring up a little bit of discussion, but as I said, it's not dated because we deal with these issues in our everyday life as well. So just giving you more context around this thing. And I think point here is that when we start looking into health, it has impacts with climate, transportation, water, and then education becomes an integral part of it. So I think these things, even though we try to put it in these kind of segments, these kind of colors, I think these are so many interrelated things. And if at all I start putting feedback loops, I think there can be thousands of those feedback loops. And I learned system dynamics when I was doing my master's here in the United States. But I think the point here is that it's really hard to start putting all these connections on a paper in a very simplistic way. So I thought to just show this simple graphic. Many of us are planners here, but I think we are not taught much about what happens after we plan. And I think Ajit earlier was working with a university, and he and I have talked a lot about this feedback loop. Right now at Kila also, he and you all working at Kila are trying to work with cities and communities in all these different ways in which you can impart knowledge to them. And I think that is where I thought to put up this particular graphic, because it doesn't end at planning only. We need to really complete all these feedback loops with one another so that we can really improve the way in which we can really talk about globally high performing cities and communities. And I think that is where so many mechanisms become a part of that integral discussion. Now, let me try to highlight a little bit of priorities that we have for today's discussion on climate resilience. And I was hoping to have our representative from New York State Department of Environmental Conservation participate on this, but I did try to capture some of the aspects. We all know Kerala has been experiencing so many different types of impacts of climate change, right? From landslides to sea level rise and many other aspects of it. So you in US, our states are facing so many of such consequences of climate change. This is not only New York State, but some of these things are very common in other parts of the states as well. And flooding, whether the flooding is due to a river, flooding is due to a kind of sea level rise or rising seas, and all are integral part of the discussion. You can see some of these images. I don't need to really elaborate them, but you can see this landslide discussion. It's because of a river or because of an ocean high waves and so on and so forth, and poorly sited infrastructure, our houses and other things. These are another big part of the cyclones that you recently saw. And in the United States also, we see these quite often. This is happening in my neighborhood. I'm around New York City, Long Island region, but we had a big superstorm called Sandy in 2012. And these are the damages that have taken place in communities all across the tri-state that we call here, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and down in South as well. We have infrastructure that is above ground, and I hope many of the urban areas in Kerala doesn't have this kind of above ground infrastructure, but this is a very common phenomena. Last summer, actually, we had humongous storms and high rains and all, and in my neighborhood, we didn't have power for 7 days, and it happens quite often in New York City. This is an example from the same Sandy superstorm in 2012. Entire New York City was out of power, out of natural gas, and so on and so forth. You can see lights mostly from cars and all, and some of the other emergency lighting and all. But similar things have been happening in and around New York City, New York State. Brownouts, blackouts of 2003 summer are also very well known. So I think these things are integral part of the discussion. So New York State is very, very mindful of this discussion, and they have a humongous activity going on with New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, and many, many other organizations within the New York State. You can see they're talking about climate act. They're saying we all are part of it. It's a reality, we all are part of it, and let's get together for that purpose. You can see that they are talking about, Community Risk and Resiliency Act. They did it in 2014. It's not new. But recently, they launched something called 2019 Climate Leadership and Community Action Act, which is going much farther than the CRRA, Community Risk and Resiliency Act, that was put in place in 2014. You can see the details of what all they are working on. I don't need to go into most of these details, but they're talking about sea level rise. They are talking about considering future climate risks. They are trying to look into smart growth and public infrastructure. At the same time, putting policies on ground so that they can deal with sea level rise, storm surge, flooding, and many of the other ideas and other infrastructure related issues. They also are providing a lot of guidance on natural resilience measures as well. So at a state level, definitely a lot can be done, but at an urban level, they can start putting into model local laws, looking into climate risk, and how these model local laws are going to be helping. They are working on it community by community, and I'll be soon enough talking to you about it. Here, they are also, it's not only about the resilience part of it from the impact, vulnerability, impact, and in preparedness in that way, but it's also about climate change mitigation, right? Mitigation is a big part for our long-term considerations. And you can see that they are talking about reducing 85% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2040, bringing 100% zero emission electricity by 2040, and renewables by 2030, and so on and so forth. And I was part of many of these discussions. I was on the advisory committee for creating these pathways report that we call, and I'll be soon talking about this thing. So you can see that they are trying to put in a lot of plans and practices. Nonetheless, I would want to highlight this Climate Action Council that they have established in 2019 after the CLCPA, the climate legislation. And that is basically looking into various aspects, but I will try to highlight this Environmental Justice Advisory Group and Climate Justice Working Group, because we are talking about climate justice here. You can see that these discussions are so recent. They are talking about various aspects of the climate change in monthly meetings. And this is a part of Climate Action Council. I'm just putting all these links so that you know where to look for. And you can see that, as I was telling you, New York State Energy Research and Development Authority and New York State Department of Environmental Conservation are co-chairing this discussion. So as I was telling you about some of these groups, some of the advisory panels that are part of this discussion, one of them is about Just Transition Working Group. And you can see in Just Transition Working Group what all they are talking about. Here, they are trying to not only looking into equitability in one dimension, but they are saying, what will we do with the workshop? I mean, workforce, skill development, training. What are the impacts to businesses? What are the impacts to our existing infrastructure? And what happens to jobs? So there are various aspects that they are looking into in their monthly iterations and various aspects of energy intensive industries, what happens to carbon leakage, and many, many aspects of these discussions. I just wanted to highlight. Part of this study for last 5 years, looking into achieving 100% zero emission electricity by 2040 and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 85% by 2050. But you can see the aspects that they are trying to look into it are very widespread. That's talking about clean grid, talking about a comfortable, affordable, and safe energy efficient homes and businesses, talking about clean and reliable transportation, clean energy economy for everyone. It's talking about zero emission transportation. So many aspects are part of it. As I said, healthier jobs, affordability, empowerment are integral part of this climate leadership discussion. And as I'm very much into all these discussions about zero emissions, so now after working on that aspect about 85% reduction by 2050, now they are talking about going to zero emissions, carbon neutrality by 2050. And I was recently appointed on another advisory panel as late as last week to look into going to carbon neutrality by 2050. And you can see the kind of strategies that they are trying to deploy. This is just a glimpse, but we call a pathways report, and this graphic is a little bit out of pixels, but point here is that we are looking into so many scenarios, and that's why we call it pathways. So whether at a city level or a community level or a state level, you are looking into all these different strategies. You can see that it's not one size will fit all. There is no silver bullet, but all things are considered, all strategies are considered, all policies are considered in our efforts to go carbon neutral with climate just outcomes. These are another examples of how much detail New York State is working with their planning on climate smart. You can see that they are now trying to talk to each and every community to talk about identifying climate hazards, assemble municipal plans, complete the evaluation, explore related resources. And these resources are available to any small community. So New York State has a big program called Climate Smart Communities, and the person I was trying to invite leads this discussion. So I thought to just catch up of things from that discussion and put it up here. But point is that, big cities like New York can do a lot of climate smart planning, and they have been doing it for a long time. But small communities, 500 people, 5,000 people, 50,000 people are unable because they don't have resources. So New York State is providing all these resources to them about climate smart planning. And you can see the details. I'm just trying to throw out more details, but there are humongous reports and assessment tools being created by New York State to help communities work on these things. So in Kerala, when you all are working with local administrations, you may want to develop these kind of assessment tools. You may want to develop these kind of guidance so that you can help them. Who can work into it? Who can use assessment tools? How you can work on it? How you can start looking into getting the answers that your community wants to accomplish, and so on and so forth. With that, let me try to pause here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'll come back soon enough. But meanwhile, we will hear from Deepa and Kiran. So Deepa and Kiran, Ajit was very kind to give my introduction, but I believe that rather than my, twisting and turning your background and your accomplishments, I would request you both to start with giving your introduction and your background so that we can do enough justice to it. With that, let me stop sharing. Deepa, may I request you to please share your screen? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vatsalbhat, and thank you for the organizers of Urban Thinkers campus today and for having me here. I am Deepa Vedavyas. I serve as a sustainability manager with the City of Cleveland's Mayor's Office of Sustainability. And my background is in architecture. I did my bachelor's in India in Hosur, Tamil Nadu, and I did my master's in urban planning from Virginia. And I have also served in my previous position as a community development corporations director, serving in Cleveland neighborhoods as a neighborhood planner. And I've focused a lot of grassroots level work in sustainability and neighborhood engagement in my previous position. And I've also had an opportunity to serve as visiting professors in India when I was briefly, when I returned back to India in 2014 to 19. So engaged with institutions and I've served in the Board of Studies in architecture and planning schools during that time. So having returned back to the United States in 2019, I joined the Mayor's Office of Sustainability. And I would like to share a brief journey of the Office of Sustainability, who we are and what we do. So I will get started on that. So first to set a context setting, I would like to share this slide. While many parts of the country and the world faces rapid urban growth, Cleveland, which is located here very close to the 5 Great Lakes, and we abut Lake Erie, we face what is called urban decline because our city continues to lose its population. What you see to the right is probably a dated data, but it's still quite relevant for this conversation, because in 1950 we had close to 1 million people reside in Cleveland, and today, as of 2019, we have about 383,000 or so population, and it continues to decline. So our challenge here is not urban growth or urban explosion that many cities in India face, but we face urban decline, so leaving us with a lot of blight and structures which the city has to manage and find a newer purpose and reimagine itself to continue to thrive and continue to be sustainable while holding on to all these older infrastructure. So that's kind of, I want to set the stage with that. And Office of Sustainability was officially launched in 2005 and became part of the Mayor's Office in 2009. Our office goals, some of our goals include reducing cities' ecological footprint, using sustainability as a tool for economic development activities within the city, provide tools and resources to make sustainability as business as usual within city departments. We act as more of a facilitator, not as a direct implementer. So we work across city departments to enable them to include sustainable green building policies and incentives into community development planning efforts and so on and so forth, and also provide tools and resources for residences, businesses, and the communities, fostering a culture that embraces sustainability action through education. And as Dr. Elamon mentioned, we cannot work alone. So we are intentional in our efforts, and we are all about collaboration, and we'd like to work with the communities and across departments to do that. And Sustainable Cleveland 2019 is an initiative, is a 10-year-long initiative that ran out of Mayor's Office of Sustainability since 2009. Originally, it was conceived as a 10-year initiative. And why 2019, you may ask? It kind of, I have to give a very short background. In 1969, Cuyahoga River caught on fire for almost, I think it was the 13th time the river caught on fire because of all the industrial pollution that was let out into the water. And the water was, burning for days together. And that caught national attention. And that almost facilitated or was an instrument and instrumental in creation of what we now call the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA. Subsequently, that led to the creation of Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, and so many other national level initiatives and programs and acts. So by 2019, it marks the 50th year since the burning of the river. And our mayor was intentional in sharing a positive story and a story of sustainability during that year. And that was what led to this 10-year-long initiative, where we focused on, every year was focusing on one of the aspects of sustainability. A year focused on water, a year focused on energy, year focused on local food, and so on and so forth. So every year we brought in, through Sustainable Summit, we brought in people from across the country. It had almost 500 to 800 attendees every year across 2 to 3 days. It spanned out. It was very organic. Many working groups were created as an offshoot of these summits, and the momentum continued to grow even after the summit and beyond. And every year, whatever we did as an effort kind of added layer on layer incrementally. We started growing in our sustainability efforts. And one of the the best summary of our work is our climate action plan that came out during the 10-year efforts. So the first climate action plan was released in 2013. It was later updated in 2018. And this kind of acts as a roadmap to address the challenges associated with climate change and reducing our greenhouse gas emissions from 2010 baseline is one of our focus areas. And as community engagement is a key, we engaged a 90+ member climate action advisory committee. And we brought in experts from various fields and from the community who had input in the creation of this climate action plan. It has a heavy emphasis on neighborhood engagement, and all the objectives and actions were not just put there just only looking at the outcome, but we were very mindful about creating a climate action racial equity toolkit that was developed as part of the process. So every objective was run through the lens, are we engaging everybody from the neighborhood, or is it only a certain people from the neighborhood that is being engaged? If so, where is, are we having disproportionate impact within the community? And how is the economic opportunity distributed? Is it fairly distributed where the need is and where the disinvestment is? Or is it only going where the people are able and drawing attention? Or, our language and the communication, because there are communities, Asian communities in the city, there are Hispanic communities. So are we able to engage them, and is language a barrier? So we looked at all those. These are just sample indicators, but there are many indicators that were looked at, and I'll be happy to share a list of compiled resources through Dr. Butt, and he can share to the rest of the attendees today. And as we started thinking of moving beyond 2019, we had to figure out what was the next, how are we going to aim and drive ourselves towards improving our sustainability journey. And Lead for City, came in as an excellent tool for gap analysis, because we wanted to look at how we were doing until now, because we have worked on sustainability for 10 long years. And we also did not want to lose the momentum that the city had built over this 10-year period. And that is when we decided to pursue Lead for City as our way to benchmark our performances. And so it is truly a great tool that helps cities become more sustainable, equitable, and resilient. So in 2020, as soon as I got on board in December 2019, this was one of the first grants that I sought out. And we were fortunate to be one of the 20 cities that were part of the 2020 Lead for Cities cohort, which I'm sure Vatsa would come back to towards after our presentation. So we were one of the 20 cities who went through this process last year, and we are currently in the preliminary review stage. And we are excited about this process because, one, it's not purely about the certification itself. It gives us a closer look at what we are doing and where we can improve ourselves. And our goal essentially is to become a Lead for Cities Platinum city, but we know that it is not going to happen easily without a significant improvement or tangibly improving our quality of life aspects within the city. So we have to be more mindful about those efforts. And we have this tagline called Green City on a Blue Lake. That's what our entire 10-year-long effort alluded towards getting to. And we see this as a comprehensive tool that would allow us to, get us one step closer. And this is a qualitative and a quantitative tool that allows us to look at, all those aspects. And also it's a very holistic tool that allows us to look at. And what you see here is an alignment of what you see to the left is a climate action, 5 focus areas within the climate action and the cross-cutting priorities. All the aspects listed under cross-cutting priorities significantly address resiliency, resilience. And what you see towards the right are the 9 areas that the Lead for Cities focus areas are. And I think it's important that as we work and keep on adding our newer programs and efforts, it does tie back to our climate action plan. And we see a very direct alignment in all those efforts through this. And what this is a nested SDG that I would like to also show. Lead for Cities and Communities is aligned with programs like UN Sustainable Development Goals very well. So what essentially it does to cities like Cleveland is, when Lead for Cities forces us to improve on quality of life, which is one of the 9 categories within the rating system, as we make progress there, we are naturally making progress in the societal aspects within UN SDGs. So what you see here in this nested SDG is 8 goals out of 17 goals has a heavy focus on society or equity. So any improvement that we do in the city level naturally will improve our ranking nationally, and it also speaks a global narrative. So that's what I would like to point out here. And moving on, we have completed, after a year-long effort, we have completed Cleveland's Clean and Equitable Energy Future Plan, which kind of allows us once again to tie back to our goal of reducing our greenhouse gas emission by 80% over 2010 baseline. In our case, it works well because 2010 we had a higher population by 2050, and also sets us a roadmap to get our city to 100% renewable energy electricity by 2050. So we built an equity-focused, data-driven, and a Cleveland-specific model by bringing in consultants who developed all these AI models of scenario comparison models that would allow us to get there and give us ample tools and policy toolkit, and which also informs us of good programs that we can include into our existing system. And some of the key takeaways are, it is very important that the city has, the state policies are robust. In our case, in Ohio, our state policies are not as robust as our city level policies. But in spite of those constraints, what we noticed is it is still highly possible for cities to have a positive impact just merely by focusing on energy equity, job and wealth creation around energy, and focusing anything related to energy has a direct impact on public health. So focusing on neighborhood health and so on. So significant progress has been made by also looking at the toolkits, and all these are available in the list of resources that I've compiled as well. So while I would like to also share that this plan had a heavy focus on equity, and there's this one particular indicator that was very helpful for us in our decision making processes, looking at the energy burden. So typically, what is an energy burden nationally? About when you look at the data, about a household typically pays about 3% of their household income towards utility costs, like paying their electricity bill, their water bill, and so on and so forth. But in Cleveland, if you notice, there are over 100,000 households paying over 6% of their annual income towards the energy bills. And over 40,000 people, households, I'm not talking about the individuals, households living in severe energy burden, paying over 10% of their income towards energy utility bills. So what does this tell us? And we decided to map it spatially because it was very important for us to now go beyond just an average data or a data citywide data to look at disaggregated data. So by race, so that allowed us to spatially target these people and their distribution within the city. What you see to the left is a map that shows people in the utility burden, and that is overlaid by people by race. So that is predominantly African American. What you see, the darker colors are African American people who are within the Cleveland, who are concentrated in the east side, while your energy burden is also very much overlapping in the same location. And what you see to the right again is the urban heat island map, talking about the nighttime temperature. So that also will be very similar to the tree canopy map and the lowest concentration of trees as well. So there is a lot of intersection, and as Dr. Vatsalbhat mentioned, it's system thinking is very, very important. I also have an urban planning background, so it's it really is very important to kind of make all those connections as we make these informed decisions. And just a quick snapshot of a tree canopy. Our goal is to get to 30% tree canopy by 2040 across the city. So what you see is the 2017, we have a tree plan that is kind of summarizes the assessment of canopies. And we have 17% of tree canopy within the city of Cleveland on an average, and it has declined since 2011, and it continues to decline. And our mayor has committed to increasing the green cover within the city, because Cleveland is being one of the urbanized cities. Lot of impervious surfaces, significant challenges of stormwater runoff, and we also have a combined sewer and stormwater systems, which makes it very difficult when we have heavy rains. It kind of overflows and gets into the lake. So we have a lot of those issues, and planting trees certainly is one of the strategies to mitigate those. So the mayor has committed 1 million every year for the next 10 years towards tree planting. And 10-minute walk to park, and the emphasis or the importance of greenery or green spaces cannot be overstated, because it's so important to have access to green spaces and access to places for recreational spaces. And Cleveland has been intentionally working towards it. And today we are happy to share that based on the Trust for Public Land data, Cleveland has 83% of our residents are within 10%, 10-minute walk to a park. And we also noticed that it is higher for lower income residents, about 85%. So it also helped our ranking to get to 29 from 35. But we are still looking at the access, and is it truly a true access, or is it, do we have challenges? So we have a mapping tool that maps Walkshed. So look at more closely, and we continue to make progress. I think our work never stops just by getting to those percentages. Circular Cleveland, this is one of the last projects that I would like to highlight. We're fortunate to receive Robert Wood Johnson Foundation grant, approximately $475,000 that was received by us. And the project has just gotten started. Towards the end of last year, we received it, and we are, this is a 24 to 30 month long project that would allow us to develop programs and roadmap towards waste, because waste is a huge challenge, continues to be a huge challenge in US. And within Cleveland, especially within Cleveland, it's been a significant challenge for us. And we hope to create a robust model that would allow us to come up with ecosystems that would facilitate the circular economy. And traditionally, it's been extraction, manufacturing to end of life or to the landfill. So that's been the linear economy that we are very much used to. But we are now looking at a more of a circular model where we extend the lifespan of the material and the product, and regenerating natural systems and generating local wealth and opportunities through that. So all these efforts that, these are just snapshot of our effort that Office of Sustainability does. All these efforts have an incremental impact and value that would add towards building a more sustainable and resilient city. Thank you very much.
Deepa, that was amazing and quite comprehensive. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to look into all the good stuff that you and your colleagues in Cleveland are doing. And yes, we are looking into the Rust Belt cities, right? So issues here are quite different. I was last weekend in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and I studied in Albany, New York for my urban planning. So can relate to the challenges that you and other sustainability leaders in the Rust Belt cities are facing. I'm very happy because I think this is like doing and undoing cycles that we all go through, urban areas go through. So I think Kerala is also very progressive, and that is where when they start looking into how they are trying to work with all the local urban bodies, I think these lessons learned. But still, you are talking about so many aspects, right? From circular economy to climate related inequalities and how you are dealing with it and stuff like that. It's just amazing. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to get a glimpse of it. We'll definitely get more into the Q&A and talk more about the equity and equitability then. But let me move on to my dear friend Kiran Bachu, who's going to show us how do we use some of these geospatial tools. Thank you.
Let me share the screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good morning from Atlanta, Georgia. For those who are not familiar with Atlanta, it's in the southeastern part of United States, just north of Florida. Atlanta is also the headquarters for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I'm sure, like Watson mentioned, many of you must have been familiar by now what CDC is. I've been working with CDC for the past 11 years as a GIS developer. I've worked with a group called Geospatial Research, Analysis and Services Program. This is a group within the CDC that provides geospatial services to other groups within the CDC. There are many groups within CDC that work on specific diseases. So there's like a division for diabetes, HIV, cancer, influenza, and you name it, there is a division that is working on those diseases. So our main job is to help all these different groups analyze their data and also visualize their data, especially from a geographical perspective, providing with geospatial data, overlaying all this disease information with at a different layers like demographics, environmental, geography especially, and help them understand how a disease is spreading or why is it spreading, which parts of the country or even the globe is it spreading, and help the decision makers make policy decisions on where to provide resources or how to provide resources. So our daily job can vary from just providing simple maps or creating GIS web applications or GIS desktop applications, or just sharing geographical information with the different groups. Now, my background is in civil engineering and urban planning, and I did my master's in GIS from Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts. And since then, I've been working as a GIS analyst, and then slowly I progressed towards building GIS web applications. Now, coming from a GIS background, I always understood the importance of geospatial intelligence in making decisions. But this pandemic really highlighted how important is geospatial data, especially for decision makers when they're making policy decisions very quickly, especially when a pandemic is unfolding. I had the privilege of working on the initial version of this COVID data tracker. This is the CDC's official website to get the latest information on COVID-19. I still remember the early weeks of March when this pandemic started unfolding, especially in the United States. Our group suddenly got inundated with requests for all kinds of maps and data to understand how this virus is spreading all over the United States and especially all over the globe. And it was a 24/7 operation, many sleepless nights. And the initial numbers, I still remember when the initial numbers started coming in, it was just mind numbing. Like we were hoping against hope that these numbers, somebody made some mistake somewhere in the numbers, but unfortunately, those were the real numbers. So this is a website where you can get all kinds of data, right from hospitalizations to vaccinations, and it's sliced by age or race and different kinds of demographics. You have models that predict where the virus is peaking and not peaking, and it's going down. But since then, I have transitioned out of this website. Now there's a whole another team that works solely on this COVID data tracker because it's become so massive now. And while this is a fast-moving disease, CDC also works on many long-term chronic diseases like diabetes, HIV, cancer, influenza. And one of the other projects that I'm involved in directly is the Diabetes Atlas. So this is a website where all the data that is collected from the United States by different state health agencies about diabetes, that gets transmitted to CDC in Atlanta, and we put together all this data together at the national level, and then it drills down to the state level, county level data, and we basically aggregate all this information and put it out for the whole world to look at it and download this data. And this website's main objective is to provide all the information to all the researchers, journalists, scientists, so that they can analyze the data and make policy decisions at the state level or even at the county level. Now, just like, you have seen from Deepa's presentation that how the spatial visualization helps in understanding the real trends that is happening. Looking at a table or simple line charts or bar charts, they do help in understanding the data, but somehow geographical representation of data really tells you the underlying trends, especially when our societies are not equitable in terms of infrastructure or resources. When you start visualizing any kind of disease data, especially in my perspective, the disease data, you start seeing this inequitable distributions of resources. You'll start seeing these holes where the urban infrastructure is not adequate for handling, especially the pandemics, because the hospital bed capacity could be less, or there might be not enough doctors in those areas. And while we were analyzing this data for the pandemic, this did emerge. Like there are many areas, not only in the United States, but all over the world, where there are really places which are underserved in terms of medical capabilities, like in terms of infrastructure, transport, or ambulances, and so on. So, I mean, earlier our group was not so recognized within the CDC, but now with this pandemic, this has really highlighted the importance of geospatial data in analyzing the demographics and basically make decisions on where to put more hospitals or where to promote more doctors and provide incentives for doctors to serve in the underserved areas. So, so our group has really grown since then, and there are more other divisions which work with other diseases, especially when there are outbreaks like in Ebola or Zika. Whenever there are outbreaks, they do involve us early on so that they have this geospatial intelligence up front, understanding that a particular part of the world, so that they can deploy the resources much faster and understand going in what they are dealing with in terms of public infrastructure or the lack of resources in that particular area. So basically, this is what I had to share with you, just the importance of geospatial data and data visualization and analysis. So if anybody, I would highly recommend, if there are students watching this, and if they have any interest in GIS or geospatial capabilities or intelligence, I would highly recommend that they look into the public health part, because many times when you come to GIS, it's mostly towards the hardcore environmental or urban analysis or urban infrastructure, but they don't think in terms of public health. And like we all know, health is wealth, same way public health is truly public wealth. I mean, if you consider the loss of productivity because of all these chronic diseases, especially diabetes or cancer, it runs into billions of dollars if you convert it into dollars. So it's truly a big cost to a country if their people are not healthy. And this cost will only go on trickling down as a burden for the future generations. So I highly encourage all the students, especially if they're interested in this kind of area, to get into this field. With that, I'll hand it over to Watsal. And if anyone has any more questions, please do contact me. I think there's my contact information, the first slide, and I'll let Watsal also share that information. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kiran. I think that provided a very interesting catalyst in the whole discussion, that Deepa and I may talk about all these interesting policies and strategies, right? But how do we really do the analytics is a big part of it. And when we are working with cities or states, that's where the geographical aspects of it become so important. And right now, as you said, you have been working for all these years on geospatial analysis. We all envy you, because the kind of depth at which you can look into this data, think about the trends, think about applying some of these tactics, geospatial tactics, to really start understanding, narrowing it down on certain aspects, and then starting to emphasize it in much more details, are the ways in which we really think that the next round of activities anywhere. Here in New York State, we see a lot of it, but so many of cities are doing it, and you are doing it, that discussion at the national level with the public health information. And I think that needs to be taken care by, obviously, Kerala doing so many good things all these years. They need to also start building this in all types of aspects, whether it's resilience. We talk about resilience at a higher level. You talked about resilience related analytics for pandemic and diabetes and other kind of diseases and all. So I think it's so much interesting for us to really take care of this visual analysis, because that's how many of our brains work as well, right? So thank you so much for providing this context. We would soon enough get back to you with more questions. Let me very quickly talk about some of the aspects of other cities that we are working with here in US, and trying to talk to them about their activities related to resilience, how to use greening in their communities. At the same time, we can start looking into their activities about resilience as well. So again, contrary to your discussion, Kiran, I would go a little bit more slides heavy. We talked about it, and I think my interest is not to really delve on one or the other topic, but to give everybody a very large perspective, very high level perspective about some of these issues. And as Deepa highlighted a few minutes ago, I'm very happy that Deepa took lead in working with us as an organization. US Green Building Council is known for its activities in buildings that for last 5 years have expanded their activities in cities and communities. And you can see that now LEAD is connecting between interiors of the spaces, that is buildings, to communities, to cities. And these are actual examples from Washington, DC, where our headquarters is there. 2 floors here in this building that are platinum rated. This particular building is LEED gold rated. This particular community called Golden Triangle Business Improvement District is platinum rated in 2019. And Washington, DC itself has been platinum rated in 2017. In fact, that was our first LEED certified city or a community. But by now, we launched this program in December 2016, and by now we have 126 cities and communities. Hoboken, right across New York City, in New Jersey, is known for its resilience activities. Unfortunately, I could not bring Jennifer Gonzalez, who is their Chief Resilience and Sustainability Officer, on this call. But their activities are very well known on resilience. They got affected in Sandy 2012 quite badly. But nonetheless, Cleveland, Hoboken, Washington, DC, and many others, as I said, are working with us on LEAD for cities and communities. And I think I'm very proud of this discussion, because I started talking about that holistic discussion, and we could really fit all those things in this particular rating system. We call it LEAD for cities and communities rating system. And you can see that right from integrated planning to green buildings to natural systems and ecology, including resilience, transportation and land use, including smart mobility, and transit-oriented discussions, as well as water, wastewater, stormwater, clean water. At the same time, energy and greenhouse gas emissions, including renewable energy, resilience, reliability, solid waste-related discussion, looking into circular economy, as well as quality of life, have been captured in this discussion that we are very proud of. And Deepa, thank you for highlighting that discussion. Nonetheless, so I will try to highlight some of these examples from the cities that have already gotten certified with LEAD for cities and communities. This is an example from Washington, DC. Mayor Bowser was very proud, showing it off in July 2017, almost 4 years ago. But their Chief Technology Officer, Archana Velumapalli, took the discussion forward in June and July timeframe for 2017 and helped them get certified to LEAD. However, so let me try to highlight some of the slides that I recently plagiarized from Melissa Diaz, who is their climate program analyst, and she spoke at one of our events, one of our webinars that we organized in March 2020. And I'm going to use her slides, but wanted to give her enough credit as well. So I think point here is that Washington, DC has developed Plan DC and Sustainable DC. And recently they created a second version of Sustainable DC. You can see that they talk about adapting to climate change, as well as they are trying to make buildings climate ready, but they're also trying to talk about clean energy, trying to talk about climate mitigation, as I was saying a few minutes ago, and talk about net zero buildings, as well as trying to promote a lot of sustainability activities while keeping equity at the center. And I just wanted to highlight, this is also a similar scorecard that they have, but you can see that when they are talking about climate sustainability, they are integrally talking about health, food, governance, equity, and so on and so forth. And nonetheless, economy and education become key part of it. So you can see that Washington, D.C. has been very progressive. They have been reducing their greenhouse gas emissions quite a bit. They have big targets to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions by renewable energy. And they are also trying to put a lot of policies and practices on the ground. So you can see that they are purchasing 46 megawatt worth of wind power for their government operations. They are also promoting a lot of strategies that Deepa was mentioning as well about putting solar on rooftops of people like you and me, trying to really offer various strategies, carrots and stick approach. And as I said briefly about buildings, they have a lot of buildings. They are also talking a lot about transportation and how to really make it net zero emissions. Now, in all these priorities that they have, you can see they're trying to figure out how do they really put their efforts behind each and everything. So that is where I think they are trying to organize their plan in 18 high-level strategies and 77 specific goals. You can see all these details of various sectors, and these are their sectoral priorities. But they are trying to really find out ways in which they can put efforts and make neighborhoods, communities, and ultimately the cities safer, resilient, as well as equitably just. So you can see they are talking about tides. They have river, big Potomac River. They are trying to talk about restoring wetlands so that they can look into addressing flooding and those kind of issues. They are talking about heat waves and urban heat island. They are talking about rain gardens and delaying the water going to sewers and so on and so forth, as well as putting up green roofs. So they are trying to also prioritize their implementation in different categories. And they are trying to talk about readiness as well as financing aspect of it as well. And as I said briefly earlier, they are trying to use various levers to talk about resilience. They are definitely trying to provide a lot of information, data, analytics that Kiran was talking about, Deepa was talking about, but also they want to mainstream it. So as Deepa was saying, Mayor is trying to really put her efforts in these terms, Washington, D.C., into all different aspects and slowly going one after the other. And as I said, carrot and stick approach, they are trying to utilize to really communicate their strategies and what they want their citizens, their people to really do in the longer term. So here, Deepa was talking about tree canopy, and these guys are also talking about tree canopy and how they can improve it. However, they are mindful of the fact that they don't have a very, very dense tree canopy, and how do they really start expanding it while they are also trying to talk about urban heat island, modeling urban heat island and trying to see how this tree canopy is going to help them over time. At the same time, they are trying to offer various tools. As I was talking to you about New York State, city at the city level is also trying to develop various tools. They are trying to test it with various examples, and then they're trying to deploy it and mainstream it over time. And they're also giving this guidance to their neighborhoods, to their communities, to their people, to really start looking into how can you do it yourself. And then they are saying what is eligible, what is not eligible, how can we give you incentives, and so on and so forth. So I think these are different ways in which they are communicating, engaging people, and trying to really figure out, bring together a lot of people on the same table. They are trying to bring academics. Kiran was talking about academics and students working on various aspects, trying to bring in the government, trying to bring in people, but they're also trying to have evaluators. This is a very interesting aspect that we have here in some of the cities and states, that they are, when they are trying to do all these activities, they have external evaluators who can come and evaluate their entire process and tell them what are the steps in which they can improve their processes. So I think that's a continuous improvement process that is also very, very important. And they are trying to establish local hubs in different wards, different communities, trying to really look into various aspects of formalizing this particular process. And again, they are talking more and more about how do they form committees on the local level. They are trying to talk about various aspects in which they can offer funding. Actually, Washington, D.C. has established the nation's first green bank run by a city. New York State was the first state to create a green bank at state level a few years ago. But Washington, D.C. is 2 steps further and established a green bank. That's very important. So they're trying to really mobilize this discussion at a very grassroots level. And again, as I said earlier, accountability is a big part of all these discussions. And I think if in Kerala, when you start looking into minute details like this, I would request highly to talk about the accountability frameworks and going beyond just the implementation part of it. But that accountability will also try to bring the feedback loop, as I was telling very early on, about improving things over time. That was Washington, D.C. Denver in Colorado is also known for its activities and its leadership. They are talking about reducing greenhouse gas emissions 80% by 2050. Various strategies they are trying to put into practice. You can see transportation is a big part of the discussion. You can see buildings and education is another big part of it. But they're also trying to talk about water-related activities that are going to help them improve their resilience, because that is going to help them reduce the water going to the wastewater treatment and so on and so forth. And they are trying to improve the quality in different ways by talking about rain gardens and all that. Earlier, I was talking in Washington, D.C. as well. And I think here, Denver got certified as DC, and Deepa was talking about it as well. These are various plans and practices that they created and various targets that we talked about. But equitable access to all the benefits and to vulnerable communities is a big part of the discussion to really start looking into the climate justice, climate equity part of the discussion as well. And healthcare, as you all know, Kiran was talking about, has a big mobilizer. And we saw a lot of this impact in last 1 year and 3 months all across the world, the impacts of pandemic. And I think you all were starting to talk about the ways in which nature-based solutions can become an integral part of the discussion, whether we want to infuse the equitability discussion or we want to really start talking about our mental health and well-being. Then nature-based solutions are going to be key part of the discussion. Kiran did talk about diabetes and so on and so forth. And I think in all those different aspects, nature-based solutions are going to be key aspect of it. Deepa was talking about tree canopy, and I was talking earlier about Washington, D.C. Similarly, waste is a big discussion, and one of our cities, San Jose, is talking about zero waste. They are already at the level of 73%, and you can see how they are trying to push the discussion towards zero waste. Phoenix, many of you may know, it's in the state of Arizona, one of the very hot and arid region. They are talking about water smart policies. You can see how much they're trying to really talk about conserving 98% of their water runoff. So it's so amazing the way in which they are utilizing various strategies to recycle, reuse, share, and recharge. Sorry, it is 84%, my mistake, that they are trying to utilize it. And they're also trying to talk about tree canopy. This is a desert city, and they are trying to talk about tree canopy, and you can see they are trying to have various programs like My Tree Keeper and all the kind of strategies that Deepa was talking about, or Washington, D.C., in which I just briefly mentioned. When we talk about equity, I think one of the examples from one of our very small cities, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, is very interesting because, earlier, all these towns, as Deepa was talking about, they were industrial towns. Now they are getting converted into more of hipster, millennial towns and so on and so forth. But they are really trying to find out ways in which they can invite all these millennials back into their communities by really offering equitable discussion. Nonetheless, they have to really start looking into various aspects of addressing poverty and race And how do they really start talking about food insecurity? Food insecurity is a big part in most of our cities. And I think that is where they are trying to talk about workforce, trying to talk about employment. They are trying to talk about various ways in which they are preparing the workforce and educating them and so on and so forth, right from zero on. At the same time, they are talking about affordability in housing and trying to look into low-income communities and trying to provide neighborhood-related, various strategies to really bring that discussion up on the workforce, education, training, skill development, and a lot of action items they are talking about. Again, I would want to stress here, accountability. You can see that they are really trying to involve everybody, all different partners, not only government, private, nonprofit, and so on and so forth. And they're trying to really see that they can lead this discussion, combat poverty, combat inequality kind of discussion while they are trying to address climate change related activities as well. With that, I would like to thank you so much for offering this opportunity. We were trying to provide you various ways in which we can give you glimpses from cities and communities in United States. Let me stop sharing my screen and we can open up if at all there are any questions. Let me try to look into some of the questions if we have. Ajit is providing some inputs that the local governments in Kerala are very active and have been consciously doing a wide range of issues, but having confronted with crisis after crisis during the last 4 years, the leaderships at every level are keen to explore new ways. We are very happy to know about it. And as Martin was talking in the earlier session, we would definitely would love to work together. And as you are placing equity at the core of all your discourses towards innovation, resilience, and sustainability, I think we would definitely would look forward to such collaborations. With that, let me pause here and see if at all, Ajit, any specific questions. Otherwise, I have a few questions for Deepa and Kiran. Thank you. Okay, let me get started with a question to Deepa. Deepa, what do you see are the biggest challenges when it comes to climate resilience and equity in Cleveland?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Vatsal. So for us, it's the extreme weather events. We are very close to Lake Erie and a large quantity of freshwater, largest freshwater lake concentration, and we commonly refer to it as our challenges are like threefold, which is warmer, wetter, and weirder. Which is, basically that's how we refer to it here, because as temperatures are getting our immediate challenges, as temperatures are getting unpredictable in terms of having many number of warmer days, and we even had a snow and towards the end of May, which was a snow accumulation, which typically May is not the month we get snow. Even though our snow starts end of October, it typically ends around March. But this year, getting snow in May, again, it's happening more frequently than it used to be. So again, these are some challenges, and we are having more warmer days and more days of rains, like precipitation, wetter days. And that could be a huge challenge for us because we are an older city and we have combined water and sewer system. So when we have heavy rains, like for example, if we have like 10 days of continuous rain, for instance, our sewer system cannot handle it. And currently there are efforts that is taking place as part of the Northeast Ohio's Regional Sewer District, where we are trying to reduce our total volume of raw sewage that gets into the water, which is currently at 4.5 billion gallons a year to 495 million gallons annually, by capturing and building some of those infrastructure. We are working towards it. And there is also an effort called Project Clean Lake that is put forth, which is like a 25-year program that allows, that will reduce the pollution of Lake Erie by 4 billion gallons. The translation that I would, talking about, that many gallons of water would certainly be purified by treated and then let out inside. And those are some of the things that comes to my mind right away. And yeah, maybe some of the strategies we are also looking at is we have rec centers or recreation centers in every neighborhoods. So we are looking at using them more as resilience hub, even though we currently do not call them as resilience hub. But that's what our emergency management plan hopes to serve as. We are looking at possibly having, it also serves as power hub and cooling centers during hot ones and warming centers during winter months and so on. So there is a conscious effort there that's currently taking place to meet all these challenges. Again, if I have to summarize, it's the weather events. So that's what we are more concerned about.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you, Deepa. And I think you very aptly summarized the discussion that we need to really talk about some of the cities where we have combined sewer system and all the old cities here in United States are facing that as a big issue. And then heavy rainfall activities are also creating that big issue as well. So with that, let me switch to Kiran. Kiran, you have been dealing with data and analytics for all these years. We all know garbage in, garbage out, right? So what happens, Kiran, when you are trying to work at the national level or even at times another micro scale? What are the data challenges that you face almost all the time? So whether you talk about at the national level or at a micro scale, because what I'm seeing, Kiran, is that has a very simple implication for cities and communities in Kerala. Because if at all we have good data, then we can start talking about all these analytics. Otherwise, it would be a big challenge. So please highlight some of the practical realities of our lives.
Yeah, like anyone who has worked with data or analysis, in fact, anybody will tell you that almost like 60 to 70% of your time just goes in cleaning up the data, because there is no standard format that everyone follows in capturing data. Somebody is capturing it in Excel spreadsheets, somebody's capturing in CSV files, somebody is doing it in SQL databases or Oracle databases and all kinds of formats. Somebody has data in just emails. So one of the biggest challenges is, especially at CDC, where they have to collect data from different levels of the government. One of the biggest challenges is getting all this data, getting into a single format, combining it, and at the same time, trying to protect the data integrity, because that is one of the biggest obligations of CDC, is the legal obligation of getting the data correct. Like you said, the garbage in and garbage out, and especially when you go to a higher level of the government where the decisions are done at the national scale, the bigger the problems in the data, the bigger problems in the decisions that the government makes, and the bigger repercussions are there in that. So, I mean, CDC especially has realized that this, especially in the pandemic, we came across a significant number of issues like getting the data in real time. And especially what we realize is the traditional means, the traditional data sets have their own problems, like, the Excel spreadsheets and all that. But also there was a problem. I mean, there were many challenges trying to take advantage of more the recent technologies like mobile data, Twitter data. How do you take advantage of all this information which is out there, which is unstructured data, especially Twitter, Facebook, or the mobile data? And people have realized, especially in CDC, that all these are great sources of information, because people are tweeting, people are searching in Google. All these data can be taken advantage of to understand the real-time ground reality, like what is really happening in real time, and try to take advantage of that. So in CDC especially, there is a big initiative that has started, which is called the Data Modernization Initiative, where what they're trying to do is, instead of sharing information through Excel spreadsheets or databases, you create web APIs where programmers can directly get data from these APIs into their databases without having to email them or download through CSVs. And that way, they can integrate it faster, they can automate most of the stuff. So this is one big initiative that, at least in the federal government of the United States, that they're focusing on, is to create these web APIs. So all these, all these machine learning or artificial intelligence algorithms, which are mostly automated, can integrate it on the fly as the data is being updated in CDC or any other federal agency. So that is what is going on, at least in the federal level.
Very important, Kiran. Thank you so much. Dr. Joy Lamon has provided his thoughts there at the same time with a question. So let me just read it out. Warmer, wetter, and weirdest. It is applicable to Kerala too. So thanks, Deepa, for coining that phrase. Temperatures are going up, rains, floods, and these happen anytime, anywhere in Kerala. We used to have 2 monsoons regularly. Now rains come at any time of the year, and it affects every aspect of life, especially agriculture, which is rain-fed. So his question is, weather data, temporal or any other geographical, which is valid and timely, is important for climate action planning, right? So for communities and local governments to access these things remotely is a big issue. So Kiran, as you highlighted towards the end of your discussions, that accessing all these things remotely is a big interest for anybody and everybody all across the globe. So Deepa, you may want to tackle it from your point of view as a city. Kiran, you may want to tackle it from your point of view, or how it is done in US as well. So please, one after the other, please tackle this question. Thank you.
Sure. I think in our case, we are looking to incorporate methods to get real-time data. I know there are some cities like Detroit and many cities that they used something called Kappa strategies, where there are many cities that can actually record data using citizen scientists, platform, like where citizens are they themselves can act as scientists and start gathering data, which is simple app tools that they can start logging in, and over time they will populate those data. I think probably Kiran might be able to tell a little bit more into the technicality of that, but I think those are some of the methods that is being done by our peer cities nearby around Cleveland. So we are looking into that, and we are yet to do our urban heat island plan itself. So again, we are looking forward to getting that started soon, and we are looking for our next steps in the process, which could tie into all our existing efforts. So with that, I would like to hear from Kiran myself.
Yeah, like especially from a federal government point of view, when you try to take leverage of social media, one of the biggest responsibilities for federal agency is to protect the personally identifiable information. So we have to make doubly sure that whenever we get the data or harvest this data from the social media, and even at the zip code level, we make sure that any personally identifiable information is pulled out before we release it to the public. Even within CDC, there are many standard protocols that determine who can actually get hold or even work with personally identifiable information. For me personally, even though I've been working with CDC, even though I work with data, I'm not allowed to access any information which has names or addresses of people in that database. So there are strict protocols, especially in the federal agencies, where you have to make sure that all this personally identifiable information is scrubbed out. As far as harvesting all this social media, we did not find one single solution that works very cleanly with all this social media data, because it is so unstructured and it is so new right now that there's not one algorithm that will
get data from all the places and put it into one place. So it's half manual, half automated, but I'm sure as we go further, as we go in the future, as these machine algorithms or artificial intelligence algorithms get better and better, we'll be able to integrate all this information in real time and get a real, give this feedback to the decision makers in real time. And that will help them actually, direct the resources to the right places at the right time. Because one of the biggest challenges, especially in this pandemic, was where do we send the resources? Like, we have resources, but where do we? For example, the PPE equipment, which part of the country needs what amount of equipment and resources. That was a big problem, because this disease was spreading so fast, and there was no single pattern to it. And the scientists were grappling to just understand what the patterns were, and they had to be one step ahead of the disease, because they had to send the resources estimating, okay, this place might be the next place where the pandemic is going to break out. So they would have to send resources ahead of time. And that, in that part of the decision, that's where your social media data comes in handy, because people are tweeting, I need this, I need that. And that real-time data is really very crucial when you're making, in situations where things are really moving very fast. So I'm hopeful that with this new machine learning and all these artificial intelligence algorithms being developed so fast, and with more and more information, like data processing and data warehouses being created, this will get better and better. And also, especially data sharing. That is a key important part, is that it's not just important for the CDC to have the data, but it's more important how we share this data out to the world. So people decision makers at the county level or the state level, or even the different geographical levels, they can make decisions that suits their particular situation, because the situations are not the same everywhere when a pandemic breaks out. It depends on the infrastructure capabilities and the racial and the social demographics. So they can make their local decisions, because CDC cannot predict, cannot look at a county level and then make decisions for them. They can just provide the overall information, and then the local governments have to make decisions based on their local situation, because CDC is not an enforcement agency. It cannot mandate a local government to do something specific. They can only recommend. And the state governments and the local governments, they make the ultimate decisions and laws as to what to do in those situations.
Thank you, Kiran. I think you tried to answer a question that was recently asked by our colleague Anil Kumar Roy from Ahmedabad. And Dr. Sunny George also said that it's a very informative discussion. So with that, I must thank you all for getting together, giving us this opportunity to talk about some of these important aspects. Wanted to sincerely thank Deepa, Kiran, for your time, your valuable insights. I think it was very, very useful. I also wanted to thank Dr. Elamon, Dr. George, Ajit. Thank you for inviting us, and all your colleagues at Kila. And we would look forward to such opportunities in future. I think Ajit is requesting us to take a screenshot. So looking forward to a screenshot, and then thanking you all. Appreciate your time here.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thanks, Uttam. Thanks, Vatsal. Thanks, Kiran. Thank you.
Thanks.
And Ajit, tomorrow it's 9:30 Indian time for Indian parts, but this is available on YouTube, so others can watch in the evening, their morning. Can tell that. Okay, that's all.
Thank you. All right.